A citizen, and she's doing this, and I think it's great.
All right, and for intelligent election coverage, keep it on the Fox News channel. Bret Baier, Megyn Kelly, Dana Perino, all that. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Live from Fox News World Headquarters in New York, this is America's election headquarters.
We are just an hour away now from the first results of the 2014 midterm elections. After months of campaigning, polls are set to close in 6 states. Good evening, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly.
And I'm Bret Baier. At stake tonight, control of the United States Senate. And the magic number is 51, a simple majority. Here's the balance of power as it stands right now, 55 to 45. 2 independents caucus with the Democrats to get to that 55 number. Republicans need to pick up 6 seats to take control of the Senate and hold the seats they're defending. Democrats need to win some of those toss-ups to hold on to power.
It could all come down to just a handful of races, like Iowa, where Joni Ernst has come on strong against Democrat Bruce Braley for the open seat there.
North Carolina, where Republican Thom Tillis has been neck and neck with Democratic incumbent Kay Hagan.
New Hampshire, a Democratic stronghold where Scott Brown is mounting a serious challenge to incumbent Jeanne Shaheen.
And Kansas, where independent Greg Orman is trying to knock off 3-term Republican incumbent Pat Roberts.
Joining us throughout the evening, our all-star panel with Brit Hume, Juan Williams, Kirsten Powers, and Charles Krauthammer.
Bill Hemmer at the touchscreen with the possible paths for victory for both parties. Chris Wallace is here to break down the races with Karl Rove and Joe Trippi.
And we start with Martha MacCallum, who is looking at the Fox News exit polls to see exactly how people are voting tonight. Martha?
That's right. Good evening, Megyn. Today, Fox News has been asking voters around the country, nearly 20,000 of them, how they voted today and why. So even before any of the polls close, we can get a sense of what's motivating voters out there today. First, a stunning finding on how people are feeling as they go into the voting booth. About half think that life in America will not be better for their children. 49%. That is a record high tonight. A number of those voting today say that life will be better in America for their kids. That is a record low at 22% today. So that is a very gloomy number for the incumbents out there. Let's get a look at some of those races that you talked about that everybody's going to be watching very closely. First, let's take the pulse in North Carolina, where the Republican Thom Tillis is trying to knock off the incumbent Democrat Senator Kay Hagan. She is considered to be perhaps the most entrenched incumbent out there tonight. So Tillis, as many of his fellow Republicans, are arguing in the races that she is too close to President Obama, that she votes with him all the time. So take a look. 51% say that he is right about that measure. Hagan has argued that Tillis, on the other hand, is too conservative for North Carolinians. More than 43% agree with her on that. And in New Hampshire, big race tonight as well. Republican Scott Brown trying to get back to the Senate. He has fought to win over independents there, and look how tight this is. 49% of the independents going for Shaheen at this moment, 50% for Brown. This one's been neck and neck all along. These are early numbers, keep in mind. People are still out there voting, but that's a look at that for the moment. Let me show you one more from the national exit polls that we just got in moments ago as well. President Obama has said that his policies are on the ballot tonight. Many candidates have tried to steer clear of the president while they've been campaigning, so how is that working out? 34% say that they voted to show that they are opposed to President Obama's policies. Now, that number was a little bit higher in the 2010 midterm. It was 37% that year. And a bigger number, 45%, say that the president irrelevant to the decision that they made today, and that maybe say something about his lame duck status as he heads through the rest of his term. Lots of polls coming in. We're going to continue to show you those throughout the evening. For now, back to you, Megyn and Bret.
Thanks, Martha.
As results come in tonight, our decision team will be analyzing all the polling from around the country. And there's a look inside that really amazing room. A lot of mystery in there. That's a live look.
Steyerwald calls it Nerd Tank.
That's right. Crunching the numbers, Nerd Tank. The decision team, once the polls close and they have a projection based on exit polls and the raw vote total, we will bring it to you live.
First, though, we've got Team Fox coverage tonight with our reporters all across the country, covering races from Colorado to Louisiana to New Hampshire. But we begin in Louisville, Kentucky, with Chief Political Correspondent Carl Cameron. Carl?
Hi, Megyn. An awful lot of history and records may be broken tonight. This election campaign already is the second most expensive in the nation's history, second only to the 2012 presidential election. The 2014 congressional midterms will outpace every other midterm election in the nation's history. And here in Kentucky, it's going to be about $100 million. No Republican incumbent has been targeted by Democrats for ouster more than Mitch McConnell. He voted for himself today, no big surprise here in Louisville. It has been a brutal, brutal battle with his opponent. We'd had a chance to catch up with him just after he submitted his own ballot for himself. Listen. Who'd you vote for?
I think we're going to have a good day here in Kentucky and hopefully around the country.
Around the country, meaning your first vote in the next Senate would be for what?
Well, I'm hoping we're going to have a new majority to take America in a different direction.
And he would therefore be supporting himself to be the Senate Majority Leader in the next Senate. Alison Lundergan Grimes, the Democratic candidate, has run a very tough race, going after McConnell as a denizen of Washington and part of the Republican obstruction that Democrats complain about. She voted just outside of Lexington. Watch.
They're ready for somebody that can finally bring the change that's needed to Washington and put the people of the state first.
A lot of the polls have been favoring Senator McConnell. Does that dissuade you in any way?
The ground game that we have is dynamic, and I know that the grassroots organization across the state is unlike anything Kentucky's ever seen.
Ground game is going to be tremendously important. Democrats across the country have been rallying in the last couple of weeks trying to get the African-American and the female vote to the polls aggressively in order to fight off some of these Republican challenges. That was the case here in Kentucky and particularly in North Carolina. For Republicans, an opportunity to make history in that they might begin to be competitive in the ground game using big data and the digital social media campaign. In 2012, the Romney campaign had a big problem with that, and President Obama was elected, and it helped all candidates down the ballot on the Democratic side. Republicans have spent $70 million plus since the 2012 defeat working on their big data and their digital campaign. They've been testing it and testing it. So far today, we have heard absolutely no reports of glitches. This may mean that the Republican Party has a better chance to compete and get out their vote against what has, for the last 8 years, really been a Democratic advantage on the ground using cyberspace and the ability to find voters on the Internet. Brett, Megan.
Carl, thank you.
From Kentucky, we go to battleground Iowa, where State Senator Joni Ernst is taking on Congressman Bruce Braley in what has been a very tight race. Shannon Bream is live from Ernst headquarters in West Des Moines. Hi, Shannon.
Hi, Brett. Well, you know that I was produced basically one of the most memorable ads of this cycle with the GOP contender Joni Ernst citing her experience growing up on a farm castrating hogs as proof she knows how to cut pork and says that's what she'll do when she goes to Washington. She's also cited her experience as a state lawmaker and the fact that she's commanded Iowa Army National Guard troops overseas. She says, though, she's feeling confident going into this final night here, but both sides know it's going to take volunteers and turnout. That could make all the difference for the winner tonight. The Democrat in this race, Congressman Bruce Braley, has been campaigning with heavy hitters, including former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, who, of course, always sparks 2016 chatter when she shows up in the Hawkeye state. Braley's pitch is that he will represent all Iowans, regardless of party or income. By the way, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid said this is a critical state for Democrats. He said basically in a call over the weekend, they have to hold on to Iowa if they hope to hold on to control of the Senate. He has called on Democrats here in Iowa to, quote, double down to make sure that Braley is the one who's victorious tonight. Brett?
All right, Shannon, thank you. I'm here at the billboard to take a closer look at the races we're watching and what's at stake with the man, Bill Hemmer.
How are you, Brett?
Hey, buddy.
Evening to you. We're going to use our technology. We'll use our graphics to try and set the table for folks at home and let you know how you can follow throughout the night. This is the starting number now for the United States Senate. Democrats with 2 independents voting with them at 55, Republicans now at 45. So if we go to the maps here and put a little scenario into motion about what we think may happen at the moment now, right? 55-45. We do believe, right, talking to so many people and seeing a lot of polling over the last couple of months, that West Virginia will go Republican. So too will South Dakota, and so too will Montana. So you've got 3 states there that go from blue to red, and now you're at 52-48. So among the remaining blue states on the map, what do you turn? Is it Iowa, possibly, where Joni Ernst is running a good campaign? Is it Colorado, where we're seeing the returns now from early voting, the mail-in out there, which have been impressive for Republicans? That puts you at 50-50. Maybe it's Arkansas down here. Maybe you get a call around 8:30 tonight in the state of Arkansas. That would do it alone, so long as Republicans hold their territory in Kentucky and hold their area in the state of Georgia.
Come 7 o'clock, we should know some things because we'll have some closings.
Indeed, we will. I really think within the next hour to next hour and 20 minutes is going to be very interesting, Brett. You come over to the East Coast right now. At 7 o'clock, you're 50 minutes away right now in Kentucky. We're going to find out whether or not Mitch McConnell can defend his seat. He might be the Senate Majority Leader by the end of the night. Also at 7 o'clock, I mentioned Georgia down here. This is a race where you need to get to 50%. Otherwise, you wait until January to do it all again. Then at 7:30, which is an hour and 19 minutes from now, things get very interesting because this race in North Carolina is the most expensive Senate race we have seen in American history. And so far as we can tell, Kay Hagan, the Democrat, and Thom Tillis, the Republican, are in a coin flip at the moment. It is that close.
If Democrats are going to hold in an hour and a half, we should have some indication whether they're going to have a good night.
Yeah, because you move to 8 o'clock, and then that's New Hampshire. And I really think it's a good point. Whether it's New Hampshire or North Carolina, if Democrats hold, they'll extend the evening a lot later into the evening, and we'll have a chance to maintain the majority.
Thank you, Bill. We'll come back often. We want to draw your attention to the bottom right of your screen, left of where we're talking. That's where you'll find the balance of power throughout the entire night. Like Bill said, going into today, Democrats controlled the Senate. Republicans 45. But tonight, Americans are voting on 36 of those seats. So before the polls close, Democrats technically only hold 34 seats, while Republicans hold 30. So each time a race is called tonight, you'll see the number in the corner of the screen, and it'll tick up. Republicans are expected to pick up seats tonight, so they need a net gain of 6 seats to take control, and that's what you'll see on the screen. Right now, the net gain is 0, but we'll have a running tally with this graphic throughout the night. If they get to 6 and they hold what they're defending, they take control of the United States Senate.
That's the magic number. It's confusing because it's 34 and 30, but it's going to tick up as the night goes on. There'll be a lot more drama as we get around 9, 10 o'clock tonight. Now to our panel. Fox News senior political analyst Brit Hume is here. Fox News political analyst Juan Williams. Fox News contributor Kirsten Powers, and syndicated columnist and Fox News contributor Charles Krauthammer. Welcome to you all. And so tonight, everyone's watching their television screens, and there's a little bit of drama because this is not a foregone conclusion that the Republicans are going to take the Senate tonight. Brett.
No, it's not, Megan. It's not a foregone conclusion at all, although the odds clearly favor that. Enough races are close enough so that if Democrats were to win a bunch of them, they would retain control of the Senate. So we'll be looking, it seems to me, in the early going for states where the polls close early, which might tell us something about the direction of the night. I personally, partly because I live there, will be watching the state of Virginia. Now, here was a race where Ed Gillespie, the Republican, was the Real Clear Out Politics average had him down nearly double digits. 3 of the 4 polls in the average had him down double digits coming into Election Day. The Gillespie people were very excited this morning about one of their internal polls, which showed them up a point. Now, that by no means tells you that's meaningful. Internal polls are notoriously favorable to whoever hires the pollster. But if that race turns out to be really close, and we may know this early on when the polls close at 7, it could tell us something not just about Virginia, but about the whole rest of the night.
Similarly, Kirsten, if you look to Kentucky, if Allison Lundergan Grimes is having a good night and it's very tight, you could see a potential block there.
Right. Well, that would be a really big deal, actually, if that happened. I think and we have Georgia and Kentucky, who were originally 2 states that were not really considered a year ago to be in contention, but now are in contention and could be potential Democratic pickups. And so I think if we see that being even a tight race, that's something really to watch. I'm particularly interested in, I think we're all looking at North Carolina, obviously, which comes in early, and New Hampshire to see, that's going to give us an indication of which way things are going. If Jeanne Shaheen loses in New Hampshire, going to be a bad night for Democrats, definitely.
We've talked so much about these Senate races. How about the governor races that are tonight, Juan? Which are the most interesting ones in your view?
Well, this is really fascinating that suddenly the gubernatorial races are front and center, because you look at some of the seats that are now held by Democratic incumbents, and you would think no big deal, but in this current environment, they are at risk. And what I'm talking about here are states like Massachusetts. Who would guess that in a deeply blue state, you could have a Republican right now locked into a tight contest for that governor's seat? Similarly, Illinois, another deep blue state where you can watch and you'll see that the Republican right now in some contest is actually in the lead in that race. So very interesting to me. And of course, then you have what I think may be the featured race in terms of governor's races tonight, Kansas, where you have a former Senator Brownback running And having said that he was going to cut taxes and spur that economy, and it hasn't worked for him, and he's lost support among Republicans. I think lots of people are going to be watching that also, Megan, because they will be key in terms of the impact it has on the Senate race.
Charles, pull back to 30,000 feet and look at this election and what it says. Obviously, a lot of Republicans ran really against President Obama and this administration. Tonight, what do you think this picture is?
Well, it certainly will be a verdict on the 6 years of the Obama administration. But I think it also says something very interesting about the GOP. We have been hearing for years from the media about the raging civil war in the GOP between the Tea Party and the establishment. And here we have a crucial midterm election in which you've got the insurgents, the radicals, the outsiders, if you like, rallying with the establishment. There's almost complete unity. There have been some early contests within the Republicans, the GOP, in the primaries that have been nasty and angry. But once those got settled, you get outsiders like Rand Paul, like Ted Cruz campaigning in states in support of what are called establishment senators. And I think that unless the Republicans have a bad night, in which case the Civil War will start up tomorrow and it will be a bloody one, but if they have a reasonably good night, this bodes extremely well for 2016. They rally together to try to do well in the midterm, and I think that means that when the bloody primaries for the presidential are over in 2 years, they will rally together to win the big prize, which is the White House.
Panel, thank you. Stand by.
Someone tells me we'll be back many times. Make sure to follow us on Twitter tonight, too, at Brett Baer.
And at Megyn Kelly. And tweet us using hashtag Fox News. We're also on Facebook, facebook.com/Fox News. You can leave us a comment and get in on the conversation nice and early. Well, we are just getting started, folks, on this very busy election night. In moments, we head down to Louisiana, where Democratic Senator Mary Landrieu is fighting to keep her seat. And we explain why there still may be no winner once all the results are in tonight.
Not a lot of people there, but we're heading to New Hampshire, too. Scott Brown in a tough fight to unseat incumbent Jeanne Shaheen, all part of this battle to control the U.S. Senate. Again, net gain of 6. That's what Republicans need.
And a live look at a polling location in Denver where there is a tight Senate race. Republican Cory Gardner facing off against incumbent Democrat Mark Udall. Polls there close in less than 3 hours.
From the world headquarters of Fox News in New York City, this is America's election headquarters. Welcome back to America's election headquarters. The clock is ticking towards the first poll closings of the night. Key battleground states could determine who takes control of the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Polls set to close in Kentucky, South Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia at 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
We have got an army of reporters spread out all across the country. James Rosen reporting live from Greg Orman's headquarters in Overland Park, Kansas. Molly Line live from Scott Brown's headquarters in Manchester, New Hampshire. And John Roberts live from Senator Mary Landrieu's headquarters in New Orleans, where we may not even have a winner tonight. John?
There's a good chance that this is going to a runoff, Megan. And, you know, when you take a look at it in her history, incumbent Democratic Senator Mary Landrieu has got a rich one in terms of winning her Senate seat in a runoff. In 1996, she won her first term as a senator by 1/3 of 1%. 2002, she did it again, that time by 3 points. But changing politics here in Louisiana and a deeply unpopular president have altered the political landscape. It could be a real challenge for her to win another runoff tonight, or at least in December. As Landrieu reminds voters of her record and seniority here in the state, her Republican rival Bill Cassidy is doing all he can to tie her to President Obama and policies that even Landrieu admits have hurt Louisiana. But because Cassidy is sharing the Republican vote with fellow Republican Rob Maness, there's a good chance that no one will hit 50%, and we'll be back here again Saturday, December 6th for that runoff. Jump 3 states east in the South, and the landscape is awfully similar to what it is here in Louisiana. Republican David Perdue and Democrat Michelle Nunn locked in a neck-and-neck Senate race, with the Libertarian candidate Amanda Swafford taking enough of the vote that no one there may hit 50%. And the top two will do it all again on January 6th, not until the new year, after the 114th Congress is supposed to be sworn in. Now, a couple of reasons the race down in the Peach State is so close. Georgia, first of all, is turning purple because of changing demographics. Also, Perdue very badly wounded when a 2005 deposition was made public when he talked about his career outsourcing materials, but none has tried to say he was outsourcing jobs. It came at a time when his campaign was out of money and didn't have the resources to immediately respond to it. Also, his campaign was blindsided by that deposition because Perdue, a political newcomer, hadn't told them that it existed. Megan?
John Roberts, thank you.
Just want to point out really quickly that right now we have started on the bottom of your screen. You can see the graphics are coming up. These are race by race. You will see the vote totals as they come in, and there'll be a check mark when we make a call when that happens.
It's another one of those things that's going to get more exciting later.
Yeah, but you got to let them know.
But we are officially in data mode.
Data mode.
In control room.
Welcome to data mode.
It's like the space shuttle.
Yeah.
We're ready.
Up next,
Kansas, where independent Greg Orman is trying to unseat longtime Republican Senator Pat Roberts. And our own James Rosen is live from Greg Orman's headquarters. James?
Megan and Brett, let's stay with data mode. The last time that Kansas sent anything other than a Republican to the United States Senate was 1932. But that could well happen tonight with this stunning upstart campaign waged by independent Greg Orman, who is a pro-choice, self-made multimillionaire businessman. Orman has said he will caucus, if elected, with whichever party has a clear majority in the United States Senate. But of course, it's conceivable that Orman himself, with such a choice, could create that majority. Adding to that drama today was Vice President Joe Biden, who said in a radio interview, and I quote, that Orman will be with us. The campaign of Senator Pat Roberts, the Republican incumbent seeking a fourth term, pounced on that and arranged for Mr. Biden's voice to be heard in 1 million robocalls to Kansas voters across the state. By most accounts, Senator Roberts waged mostly a lackluster campaign for the cycle. He did, however, manage to close a double-digit polling gap. Patrick Miller of the University of Kansas, a political scientist, tweeted out a short while ago that he's hearing that Republican turnout will be 52%, not the numbers the Republicans need. Brett and Megan.
James, thank you.
And in New Hampshire, Republican Scott Brown has come from behind in recent weeks to seriously challenge incumbent Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen. Molly Line is live from Scott Brown headquarters in Manchester.
Well, Brett, it's possible that we will see a record turnout as far as midterm elections are concerned here in the state of New Hampshire. That according to both election officials and some highly placed party insiders from both sides of the aisle that think that there's been a tremendous get out the vote effort here in these contests. Let's talk about from the beginning. We have Senator Scott Brown, the former senator from Massachusetts, coming over the border from, of course, the South to challenge Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen, who's fighting for a second term here. Brown first gained national fame during the 2010 special election in Massachusetts to fill the seat that was left vacant by the late Senator Ted Kennedy. Brown's upset victory there in that very blue Bay State over Democratic Martha Coakley put him on the map, but he went on to lose in 2012 against now Senator Elizabeth Warren. Shaheen, also the former governor here in New Hampshire, working to remind voters of just that fact. And we are waiting for the polls to close. It has not happened yet, of course, not until 8 o'clock tonight. Megan, Brett?
Molly, thank you. Georgia, Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, and Kentucky, 6 states ready to close their polls at the top of the hour.
You are looking live at Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's headquarters in Louisville, Kentucky. Could he become the next majority leader by the end of the night? Plus, President Obama's name is not even on the ballot. But is this election really all about him? We're live at the White House, and we'll check in with Chris Wallace, Karl Rove, and Joe Trippi coming up.
But make no mistake, these policies are on the ballot. Every single one of them.
Welcome back to America's election headquarters. It is almost 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The very first polls in closing about half an hour from right now. Among them, key Senate races in Georgia and Kentucky, where the seat held by the current Senate Minority Leader is on the line. Also at stake, the balance of power in the Senate. As it stands right now, 55-45, with 2 independents caucusing with the Democrats. Republicans need to pick up 6 seats to take control.
and hold on to their own. Many Democratic candidates have tried their best to distance themselves from President Obama, but Republicans have been seizing on the president's own words from earlier this month.
Now, I'm not on the ballot this fall. Michelle's pretty happy about that. But make no mistake, these policies are on the ballot. Every single one of them.
Ed Henry is live at the White House. Ed.
Good evening, Brad. The bottom line is the president also caused a lot of heartburn for Democrats when he told Al Sharpton on the radio that all of these Democrats running from him actually support all of his policies. And in fact, the president's been so radioactive on the trail that today kept a very low profile, no public events. And he did do a bunch of get out the vote radio interviews, but most of them had to do with governor's races. Only a handful, the North Carolina Senate race. That's the only big Senate battle he got involved in with those radio interviews. Now, though, with Democrats potentially about to lose control of the Senate, his press secretary Josh Earnest today tried to distance the president from that by saying this is up to individual candidates, not the commander-in-chief. Republicans are saying not so fast.
I don't think it's a particularly controversial notion to cite that most voters, I think, are deciding who to vote for based on the name that's on the ballot, not the name that's not.
The wrong track numbers are worse than they were in 2010. When it was a great wave election year for Republicans. So they're concerned about the direction the Obama administration is taking the country. But second, they want to actually see if we can get some things done. And I hope that's the attitude the president will take.
Now, I mentioned the president tried to stay under the radar today. The only glimpse we got of him was a meeting with some advisors about the Ebola crisis. They only let still photographers in there, so there's no video images of that. Aides say tonight he'll be here at the White House getting election results from staffers. We do expect to see the president tomorrow. Traditionally, there's a news conference a day after these results from the midterms finally come in. There's a lot of rumors, speculation about a potential shakeup. What he does with his staff and what he does with potentially a new approach to Congress will come down to how big are these numbers? Does he lose a majority by a lot, or do somehow Democrats hang on, Brett?
Ed Henry live on the North Lawn. Ed, thank you.
I want to go over now to Fox News Sunday anchor Chris Wallace along with Karl Rove and Joe Trippi. Chris?
Thanks, Megan. Yeah, the campaign cowboys who are ready to round up, rustle up some numbers. You look around this place, high tech, fancy graphics, as you're going to see. These guys who have done a campaign or two do it the other way. Let's start with the state of North Carolina, which is one of the first ones we'll be looking at. The polls close there at 8 o'clock. Kay Hagan, the incumbent Democratic senator, holding on to a slim lead with Tom Tillis. Carl, show us your fancy new gadget. This is revolutionary.
We're high tech. We're going to be looking at the Predictometer tonight. In the Real Clear Politics average, Kay Hagan has a 0.7% lead in the polls. As we watch tonight, we're going to see if she's overperforming that. We'll be putting little dots over here, or if she's underperforming it, we'll be putting it here. But that will give us a sense. If she's underperforming or overperforming, it'll help us show how did the last-minute voters break, how did the undecideds go, who has the momentum here as we go into election.
And since it's almost a flat tie anyway, that'll give you a sense who's going to win.
Right.
Because she doesn't have much margin for error. Speaking of which, Joe, what are you going to be looking at in North Carolina?
Well, there's a couple of counties, Watauga County in western North Carolina on the Tennessee border, and New Hanover in southeast North Carolina. Both of those counties voted with the winner, regardless of party, last decade or two. And Wake County, where Hagan's going to beat Tillis in Wake County, but the Republicans have got to keep that to about a 10% loss margin. And if it gets up to 15, she's on her way to winning.
Okay, now another one of the early states, again it closes at 8 o'clock, is New Hampshire.
Right.
You've got a predictometer for New Hampshire. I sure hope we have patented this, because there's going to be a run on these predictometers tomorrow.
Well, patents pending. The key thing about this is if Shaheen is expanding that margin of 0.8 here, that gives you an indication that the Democrats can start looking across the other states and start thinking maybe, just maybe, they're pushing those margins out. If it's closer than this, it's a problem. It may mean it's going to be a very dark night.
And real quickly, a couple of places, Carl, that you're going to be looking at for early returns in New Hampshire.
Well, there are 9 towns, 2 city wards, and 7 towns along the New Hampshire-Massachusetts border, the 4 counties that are along the south part of the state, that have voted for the winner in each and every statewide contest for almost 20 years. And so we're going to be looking at the returns from Manchester Ward 1 to Rye in the town of Rye in Rockingham County. These are predictive town villages that For some reason,
Manchester Ward 1 goes, so goes...
Or Franklin Ward 2.
So goes Franklin Ward 2.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Virginia. Virginia is interesting, and let's put up the board for there. That was thought to be an easy win, a hold for the Democrats. Incumbent Mark Warner over former RNC chairman and lobbyist Ed Gillespie, a Republican. Listen to this. At Labor Day, the Real Clear Politics average of polls, Warner led by 18.7 points. Now, he began to close it, but just yesterday, Monday, he was still Warner leading by 9.7. There's some talk tonight, and it's just sort of scuttlebutt, that Warner, Gillespie might have a chance.
Yeah. Look, this might be the canary in the coal mine, because if that race in Virginia is close tonight, this is an indication perhaps that we're going to see, as we move further west, that we're going to see a wave election developing. Because this is, think about this, 2 months ago, almost a 20-point race. A month ago, double digits. Monday, 9.7, nearly double digits. But if it's close tonight, it says the undecideds at the end, and it did have a large number of undecideds, are breaking for the Republicans, for the party out of power and without the White House.
Joe, I mean, this would be really a shock if Mark Warner were to lose in Virginia.
Well, it's too early to know whether that'll happen or not. But look, I agree with Carl. If this thing closes to low single digits, just that, if you just see that early in the night, that tells you, as we move west, oh, man, it's a whole.
I mean, is that predictive? If suddenly that race is closed, well, does that indicate to you that Republicans are moving in other states too?
Yes, because you're seeing, it's not just this state. We've seen this happen in other states over the closing week here, where there's Brown closing a little bit on Shaheen in New Hampshire. Again, all these incumbents in the East may hold on. But if it does sort of confirm that there was a closing going on in the last week, that spells trouble later
We got
on.
about a minute left. You obviously are plugged into Republicans. You're plugged into Democrats. Just quickly, what are you hearing? Are people saying, gee, it looks better than they thought, worse than they thought?
Well, look, you can hear anything you want to hear on election.
You can find somebody to say
But that's why we're interested in this early movement, because the nation tends to move together. And it's not that everybody votes Republican, but if it moves, 2006, the country moved in a Democratic direction. 2010 moved in a Republican direction. If tonight we're seeing in states like New Hampshire and North Carolina, which were expected to be Democrat victories, and Virginia, which was supposed to be a Democrat blowout, if it's close in those states, it may be an indication that the country has moved. Here at the end, the undecideds and the independents have said, we're voting for the Republicans.
Joe, what are you hearing?
Look, Democrats have known it's going to be rough. Is there a path to get there? There are enough states that are close enough that maybe if Kansas falls, maybe if Alaska can hold, they can hold on the majority. But it's going to be, I've said it, pulling it inside straight, a minor miracle to do it.
All right. That's the campaign cowboys, who I got to tell you just can't wait for the polls to close so they can actually start looking at real numbers. Just look at precincts, say this one, boy, if somebody's winning in this precinct, that indicates how the state might go. And for all those kids out there, predictometers, don't try this at home. This is really serious grown-up stuff.
Don't do this without parental supervision.
Unfortunately, there's none at this table. Megan and Brett, back to you.
Thank you, Chris.
I hope we have enough Sharpies for the predictometer.
You know, it's like all the money that goes into the graphics at the Fox News Channel.
We end up on boards.
That's where we go.
As millions of Americans head to the polls, we'll take a look at how the economy could be influencing their votes. Neil Cavuto will break it all down here.
And we are now less than 30 minutes to the very first poll closings, 22 minutes to be exact, and the first real indication of just how this night will go for Democrats and Republicans. You are watching Fox News, America's election headquarters. Stay with us.
We've been talking a lot about these Senate races, but 36 governor seats are also up for grabs tonight. Republicans are defending 22 seats, while Democrats are defending 14. Some of the top gubernatorial races we're watching: Ohio, where incumbent Governor John Kasich is facing Democrat Ed Fitzgerald. Wisconsin, that's a tight one, where Democrat Mary Burke is hoping to unseat incumbent Scott Walker. That would be his third general election in a couple of years. And Florida, where incumbent Governor Rick Scott is up against Democrat Charlie Crist.
And as we get closer to those first poll closings tonight, a majority of Americans, 40%, saying the economy is the most important problem facing this country right now. So if Republicans take control of the Senate, what might change? Neil Cavuto is here, Senior Vice President, Anchor, and Managing Editor of Fox News and Fox Business. So we are honored to have you here tonight, sir.
And if you don't have Fox Business,
you should really demand it. You know, this is a desperate attempt to compete with Fox Business. It's sad, really.
Well, you know, they DVR us.
Well, you guys have a few more people than we. This is amazing.
Thank you for the time you've given us.
Oh, please. Yeah. All right, is that what you're saying? Goodbye, Neil. I'm telling the screen door.
Thanks, Neil. Have
Hit
fun.
you on the way out. Well, the economy is front and center, and it's coming through in a lot of these exit polls, and it's coming through in one race after another. You know, the fact of the matter is, and we've all gotten into this, right? The economy is technically, by all measures, improving, but what's hurting the president, I guess, to a similar way it hurt George Bush Sr. in 1992, was people weren't feeling it, and they appreciated it, and the numbers showed it later. But what's really surprising for this president is how he and his party are not benefiting from that 6 years into a recovery, the most tepid we've seen in American history, it's just not following through.
Why
and
is
even
that?
incumbent
Why
Republican
on
governors
paper?
are experiencing
Why on paper does it, look good, according to the president and his defenders, but in reality, people aren't feeling it?
Well, you know, when you look at someone who's lost a job and they regain a job, and then you leave out the fact that they got another job, but it was nothing like the job they had, nothing like the benefits they had, and you multiply that times millions, there is the real fatigue factor of a weak recovery and this sentiment that expresses itself in a variety of ways. People who aren't confident that their kids will enjoy the same thing that they've been enjoying. Even in the markets, as impressive a run-up as we've seen, individual participation is the lowest it has ever been in history. In other words, retail participation outside of mutual funds, 401ks, and the like, there is nothing like there was.
What does retail participation mean? Going to the store and buying stuff?
Well, it could mean like, in the heady days of the last bull market, when our taxi drivers would be buying and selling stocks in their cars or whatever. But there's nothing like that kind of sentiment, even though the market has been soaring to these new highs.
You know, we hear the unemployment rate at 5.9, but the labor participation, the lowest it's been. But the GDP seems like a number that should really stir some thought,
it
positive
should,
feelings.
and there is a delayed follow-through on that, right? If you think about it, we've gone from 2% growth, now averaging closer to 3% growth, but it is nothing like you usually see coming out of recessions, 6 or 7%. Nothing like the gains in jobs that would average 350 to 400. 500,000 a month. We're lucky if we put that up in half a year.
They talk about the real unemployment rate being more like 11.8%, with 18.6 million Americans either unemployed or underemployed.
That's right.
There's
the
so many
underemployed is the most interesting, because we all know people who've lost jobs. They regain jobs. That technically counts as a job that's back, but not the job it was.
The market's been kind of on a tear.
Right.
If Republicans do manage to pick up the Senate tonight, what do you think the fallout is?
Well, I do think that a lot of the recent run-up, the comeback from what we were experiencing a few weeks ago, was this telegraphing of a possibility the GOP could do very, very well. There are a lot of people who like gridlock. You've heard this old notion that when the House and the Senate are under one party's control, and then you have the White House and another party's control, particularly a Democratic control, this type of potential tonight, markets do extremely well. The reality, though, is that a lot of people aren't participating in that, and whatever run-up we've had in these markets has really been the result of the Federal Reserve just printing money and giving money away in these markets. So whether you're Republican or Democrat, you're going to have to deal with that reality that we might have just built this up on a false set of cards.
Is the bottom line that we're supposed to go to the stores and spend more? Just want to know if I can take that home to the husband.
Well, my wife can't carry
Watch
this
yourself.
alone.
Just watch yourself.
Bottom line
cannot carry this alone. No, I do think that we're getting a sense from major retailers that they're girding themselves for a good holiday season. I mean that in a good way. They're hiring a lot. UPS has been doing that. FedEx has been doing that. All the major department stores have been doing that. We're going to be getting into that on Fox Business, who really. These are the people who really know, right? And they're saying that they think the trend is their friend, but it is so slow, so tentative, so stubborn that a lot of people aren't feeling it. And you're seeing it in these polls. A lot of people just say, I see the improvement, but it's not much to write home about.
You're just as handsome in person as you are on TV.
Well, that's very nice of you.
How
You're
about
even more
that?
beautiful. And Brett, the two of you are like a wedding cake. It's really just me and Dubs. So we're
going to tune in.
Trying to make the best of that.
We're going to tune in.
We've got
FBN.
Maria Bartiromo coming up later, too. So
Absolutely.
there's a little glam.
Absolutely.
Neil,
But
as
you know,
always.
I can't provide all the sex appeal.
Brains and beauty.
Thank you.
But if you guys want to watch me during the break to sort of catch up on what's happening, feel free.
We'll do it. FBN. We are counting down as the first polls are set to close in Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, and Kentucky, all moments from now.
And that's a live look here at Mitch McConnell's headquarters in Louisville, Kentucky. Kentucky's Senate race has become one of the ugliest of 2014. Can the Senate Minority Leader fend off Democrat Allison Lundergan Grimes and potentially lead a Republican takeover of the U.S. Senate?
Britt Hume, George Will, Juan Williams, Charles Krauthammer, all here for more analysis live from New York City. This is America's election headquarters.
As you can see, we're just minutes away now from the very first poll closings of the midterm campaign 2014. Voting about to end in 6 states: Indiana, South Carolina, Georgia, Vermont, and Kentucky. And those last 2 states, both crucial Senate races.
We're back with the panel. Britt Hume, Juan Williams, Kirsten Powers, and Charles Krauthammer. Charles, you look at tonight. If Republicans, we should have some kind of notion early how they're doing in these early states. In just 8 minutes, we'll get a sense of how they're doing. If they're doing well, do you think that bodes well for the rest of the night?
Well, I think yes. I mean, there are some states where Republicans have no business being even close, like in Virginia, where the Democratic senator is a popular former governor, was way ahead, as we said earlier in the evening, and in New Hampshire, where Scott Brown isn't even local. He came across from Massachusetts. If those are close, and I don't expect them to flip, they could, but if they are close, that is a real indication of a shift to the right. And that would mean that all the states in the Midwest, the ones we have talked about, where the Democrats are vulnerable, could easily fall. I think that the margin here, it's not that the Republicans have to have Virginia or New Hampshire or even North Carolina, but if that is closer than they should be, and that appears to be the indication, that will bode extremely well for Republicans in the Midwest and, of course, in the rest of the country.
Kirsten, President Obama was the one who nationalized this election, saying all of my policies are up for debate. You know, that's what's being voted on. Mistake?
Well, there was no getting away from that. Even if he hadn't said it, I think it probably made it easier for each of these candidates to then say, listen, President Obama said this, but they were already doing it. They were already nationalizing it. And that's almost can account for Scott Brown's entire race of him catching up, is that he's been able to nationalize this election and make it about Barack Obama, and that people are unhappy with Barack Obama.
You got an unexpected assist from the president on
right,
that,
that's
though.
what I'm saying. I think it did make it worse, but I've said this before. I think the bind the Democrats are in is that they need to turn out the base.
Yeah.
And so Barack Obama, he's the one who can turn out the African American voters, and they were in a bind of saying distancing, but also trying to get those voters to come out.
In fact, Juan, I mean, he cut a robocall today for Kay Hagan. He's called African-American radio stations to try to stir up the African-American community. Do you think that that is key to which race?
Well, I think it's very much key if you look across the South, because there you have the large African-American population. So we're looking there at Louisiana, we're looking at North Carolina, we're looking at Georgia, even Arkansas. So in all those cases, it's not only Barack Obama, but the Clintons who are appealing to that base. And part of that, of course, is getting out young people. Part of the difficulty in a lot of these races is the atmosphere. I mean, you can feel it as I've been traveling around. It's an anti-incumbent year. And you have a number of Democrats who are incumbents who are in this position where normally the incumbent would have the advantage. But it looks like this feels like a year where people are just saying, you know, Washington's not working for me, and I want something different. I'm looking for somebody who can break out. And I think that's why you get a situation where even Republican incumbents tonight, I think, are at risk.
Britt, if that's true, why are we seeing, for example, Kentucky, where in the days before today, Mitch McConnell seemed to be pulling ahead 7-8 points? as incumbent as they come, and there's this young, fresh-faced, interesting candidate opposing him. In Kentucky, at least, it doesn't seem as anti-incumbent as
well,
some
Kentucky
say.
is a fairly blue state. And in addition, I might say about Kentucky, that we've got numbers on the screen now showing McConnell up ahead, 8 points or whatever. That's probably going to tighten. But apparently, in fact, the McConnell camp was saying, Megan, that you could expect Grimes to do well in the early returns because of where they come from. McConnell, however, is doing better in the coal counties. Now, he would be expected to do well in the coal counties, but he's doing better than he did in 08, which suggests, to me anyway, that McConnell is running ahead in places where he was expected to do well, but is doing better than was thought, which I think bodes well for him. Also, Young is good. Inexperienced is not so good. She made some mistakes. He ran a pretty careful, cautious, I won't say flawless campaign, but he ran a pretty smart campaign, and campaigns matter in these things.
Panel, thank you. It is important to point out as we look at these numbers, different states come in differently, Republicans, Democrats, different areas. So we want to look at those numbers in the raw and also the exit polls as they come in.
Yeah, so you can show, one candidate way ahead of the other, but it could be just that person's counties came in first, so it's difficult to tell much from those data. But we are moments away now from polls closing in 6 states, and that'll be real data, including key Senate races in Virginia and Georgia.
But perhaps the biggest battle of the night so far, the fight for Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's seat in Kentucky. We're back with the first poll closings of the night, 2014, after this. We are just moments away from the first poll closings of the night, and soon we could have a clearer picture of who will be in control of the U.S. Senate when all is said and done. Good evening. I'm Brett Baer.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly. The clock is ticking down now, and just seconds from now, voting will end in 6 states, including Georgia and Kentucky. Those are 2 big ones. In Kentucky, Republican incumbent Mitch McConnell has been locked in a tight race with Democratic challenger Allison Lundergan Grimes. If McConnell wins this and his party regains the Senate, he will also get a promotion from Senate Minority Leader to Senate Majority Leader, or we expect.
We should point out that part of the state has already closed polls, which is why you're getting some of the raw vote out of Kentucky about a half an hour ago. That's why we're getting some of that. The rest of the state will close in 7 seconds.
That's a big one. Kentucky's a big one, and Georgia's a big one as well. That poll is also closing, so here we go.
It's 7 o'clock here in New York, and we have big news to report now that the polls have closed in a half-dozen states, the first batch in what promises to be a consequential election to determine who will control the U.S. Senate.
We now have our first clues as to whether Barack Obama, who spent the first 2 years of his presidency with Democrats firmly in control of the House and Senate, will spend the last 2 years with Republicans running both chambers. Remember, President Obama once enjoyed a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate and a supermajority in the House. The first president to have such an advantage since Jimmy Carter. But in 2010, President Obama lost the House to Republicans. And tonight he is in real danger of losing the Senate as well, thanks in no small part to his own waning popularity.
Of the 36 Senate races being held today, at least a dozen are considered competitive. Bottom line, Republicans currently hold 45 seats. They need to pick up a net gain of 6 to get to the 51-seat majority. We should emphasize that America will not necessarily know by the end of this night which party will control the U.S. Senate, with close races in North Carolina and Colorado. It might take actually days to sort out, especially since there could be recounts. If today's elections in Louisiana and or Georgia end up in runoffs, we actually might not know for months.
Or we might know tonight.
Or we might.
But here is what we do know at this hour. Fox News can now project that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell will win re-election to his Kentucky Senate seat by defeating Democrat Allison Lundergan Grimes, Kentucky's Secretary of State. This is a big win for Republicans because Kentucky was one of the few states where Democrats thought they had a chance of flipping a Senate seat from red to blue. It is also significant because if Republicans take control of the Senate, Mr. McConnell will likely seek to replace Democrat Harry Reid as the next Senate Majority Leader.
A lot of money spent in that race. The other big news at this hour is that the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, the Senate race there between incumbent Democrat Mark Warner and Republican challenger Ed Gillespie is too close to call. According to Fox News exit polls, this race is looking much closer than it did pre-election polling, in which Warner, a former Virginia governor, held a months-long 20-point lead over Gillespie, the former chairman of the Republican National Committee. Gillespie eventually cut that lead in half, but now we're telling you that this race is too close to call. It's even closer. So stay tuned for updates on this developing story in Virginia.
That is a headline grabber right there. Polls have also now closed in Georgia, but it is too early to call a winner in the closely fought race between Republican businessman David Perdue and Democrat Michelle Nunn, who is the daughter of former Senator Sam Nunn. If neither candidate exceeds 50% of the vote in Georgia tonight, that election will drag on for another 2 months, with a runoff set for January 6th. In other words, if no one gets more than half of the vote in today's contest to succeed Republican Saxby Chambliss in Georgia, it is at least possible that control of the entire U.S. Senate will not be decided until next year.
But we should put the caveat. If Republicans have a good night, we could call that tonight, maybe later on. Meanwhile, in South Carolina, Fox News projects that Republicans will win re-election in not 1 but 2 Senate seats based on exit polling and the raw vote total. Senior Senator Lindsey Graham, who already floated the idea of a possible presidential bid in 2016, will easily dispatch of his Democratic challenger. And Fox News is also projecting the other race there.
The junior South Carolina Senator Tim Scott will vanquish.
That's
wow,
a
there's some flourish in this copy.
Yeah.
Democrat Joyce Dickerson in a special election. Scott, appointed to the seat vacated by Jim DeMint in December 2012, will now serve out the final 2 years of the term. It is a historic moment. With his victory, Scott will be the first African-American elected to the Senate from a former Confederate state since the end of Reconstruction.
So, what does that first batch of races mean for the balance of power in the next year's Senate? Well, let's start with the fact that there are no elections tonight in 64 Senate seats. So those 64 senators will remain in Washington and form the bulk of the new Senate. That breakdown is as follows: 30 Republicans, 32 Democrats, as well as 2 independents who caucus with the Democrats. So for purpose of our discussion here tonight, the balance of power effectively begins with 30 Republicans, 34 Democrats. And when you add tonight's GOP re-elections in Kentucky and South Carolina, the balance of power at this point in the evening stands at 33 Republicans, 34 Democrats.
Basically, just keep watching those, and when one hits 51, then you'll know who has control of the Senate.
Yeah, and we'll be putting up the net gain throughout the night for Republicans who are expected to pick up seats.
And that's important because the net gain, you know, the Republicans may gain a seat or 2 seats or 3 seats, but then they may lose a seat. So we're trying to keep track of the net, which they need 6 of. Obviously, both of those numbers are going to grow as the night unfolds and more election results pour in. But so far tonight, since none of the elections has turned a Senate seat from blue to red or vice versa, we do not yet have any net change in the balance of power between Republicans and Democrats. Remember, the Republicans need 6, a net gain of 6, in order to win control of the Senate.
Feels like we're instructing people.
There's a lot of numbers. Whenever we do numbers, we get confused.
Yeah. So what does this first batch really mean for the balance of power in next year's Senate? We'll start with the fact that there are, as we said, no elections in 64 seats, so we are not going to read that again. That's exactly not what we're going to do.
Hint.
We are going to get off the numbers and maybe bring in our panel.
Who?
What do you say?
Here they are.
Oh, wait. George Will.
Sitting over there laughing at us. All right, let's bring in our panel for their take on what we know. George Will, Bob Beckel, Dana Perino, and Charles Krauthammer. George, your thoughts on what we've seen so far?
I think we're on the verge of a kind of unusual volatility, at least in Senate politics, not so much in the presidential. When Obama leaves office after the end of his term, we will have had 3 consecutive 2-term presidents, which we've not had since Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe. So there's stability at the presidential level. In the Senate tonight, we're looking for something that's quite an unusual convulsion, and I think you can understand it with this simple number. The last time Republicans defeated more than 2 Democratic senators on election night was 1980. That's 17 elections ago, since they defeated even 3. And the Republicans, now maybe they're leaning out over their skis a little bit in some of their anticipation, but they have said that they're going to get more than 2, 3, 4, or 5. Now, the question is that we're going to watch for in these returns tonight. The Democrats have said all along they are going to perform better than their last polls because they have a kind of serene confidence in the superiority, which has been true in recent election cycles, the superiority of their get-out-the-vote measures, technological and simple shoe leather, people on the ground going from door to door. We're going to see whether they were bluffing or whether they were prescient.
Yeah, Bob, the fact that we can call Kentucky at this hour, the fact that Virginia is too close to call, you look at these results, what do you see?
Well, the Kentucky race was no surprise at all, but Gillespie is a surprise to this extent. I mean, I'm very leery about exit polls as it is. I think we've had that issue here, haven't we?
I think so.
In past years. If Gillespie were to win this, there will be a very big Republican night. I don't think it's going to happen. What we really have to look at is two races, and that's the two that matter, in New Hampshire and North Carolina. If the Democrats were to lose one of those two seats or both of them, it will be virtually mathematically impossible to figure out how you get back to the majority. Now, having said that, George pointed out about the number of people defeated. I was in that 1980 race, and I have the license plate tattooed right here. It says RR on it. It is true, but let's keep in mind that the Senate is the most cyclical of the two houses, and it goes, it comes, it goes. It is not, with all due respect to my friend Charles Krauthammer, it is not a referendum on anything, but a little bit on Barack Obama. But the idea to suggest that it is a philosophical election is just, well, I would defer to my colleague, but I would really challenge that.
You know, Dana, it's hard to get people to fire somebody, even in politics. And even back in 2012, with a lot of anti-Obama sentiment, we saw that even people who were on the fence, they didn't want to fire him. And now tonight, for those who are saying this should be a runaway Republican year, anti-Obama sentiment is strong, his poll numbers are low, it's still hard to convince somebody to boot a sitting senator out of his or her seat.
Incumbents are always are pretty wildly popular, and also Americans, we're nice, right? We want to give someone the second chance, especially on the presidential level. It's very rare to not give a president a second term, and that you've seen that with Clinton, George W. Bush, and Obama. This year is different, I think, in the Senate because you have incumbents who are Democrats who actually reside in red states, meaning that they voted for Romney, McCain, probably Bush. So it was going to be difficult for those incumbents anyway. But also look at the House. We haven't really talked about that, but all of the House members are up. John Boehner, the Speaker of the House, has raised $100 million on his own to help reelect that majority. He's going to increase it to the point that they will have more Republicans this year, going into this cycle, than they have since 1929. That is significant, and it is more durable because those incumbents are hard to beat. Across the country, only out of 435 races, only about 17 to 20 of them were actually considered competitive. So you're absolutely right, Megyn. Incumbents are tough to beat.
But Dana, you were one of the few people who pointed to Virginia as a possibility, and your old friend Ed Gillespie, and on the 5 numerous times you did. But you know, that race, a couple of interesting things happened. One was the controversy about Mark Warner trying to call and make a call about the state Senate there, and there was
that was a question of corruption and character.
And then there was this ad that Ed Gillespie runs at the end part of this campaign as the Redskins are playing Monday Night Football. He runs an ad saying we shouldn't be worrying about the Redskins' name. We should be worrying about solving problems. And he runs the ad on Monday Night Football.
The reason I'm smiling so much is Ed Gillespie and I worked together at the White House under George W. Bush. He's like a brother to me, and I've always believed that he was going to win this race, not just because I think of him like family, but because he would tell me, he's like, these are the things I am doing to try to win. He's been very smart. He went all across the country. He's been a joyful candidate. He's loved campaigning, and he's consistently been able to put Mark Warner, just out-campaign him. He's knocked on more doors, and Mark Warner really took this race for granted for a while, and I think that Ed Gillespie surprised them. But remember, he's also the best message candidate in the country. This is a guy who was one of the authors of the Contract with America. He had an optimistic agenda, and I think that his campaign will be one to copy in the future for successful other candidates.
Far be it for me to pour water on your. I'm all for you. I think you.
Bob, you've been with me this whole time.
I have
don't
been,
break
but
the
let me just put it this way. Right now, the exit polls, to the extent of this reason, I don't believe them, have 18% of the black vote for Ed Gillespie. It ain't going to happen.
I bet Ed is wrong, and I am willing to make him wear a Jasper T-shirt on the 5 to prove it.
Okay.
Well, I'll stay out of that private fight, but I'd like to have my own with Beckel since he provoked me. I would take the Beckel bait. Of course, this is a referendum on Obamaism. In 2010, we had our first referendum, and he got a shellacking, in his own words, or as a wit said, the 2010 wasn't so much an election, it was a restraining order, and Obama was restrained. He lost the House, and as a result, he lost control of his agenda. But what we're seeing now is Obamaism in action. He's had 6 years. In 2010, Obamacare was an aspiration. It was an idea. It was a bill on a piece of paper. Well, now it's a reality. It's been extremely influential in this election. This is the last time that Americans have the chance to render a verdict on the Obama presidency. And it is a negative one. Whether or not it's going to be a crushingly negative one or a moderately negative one, it is clear. And Obamaism is not identical with what the Democratic Party believes. Obama is not a Clinton. He is not a sort of center-left traditional Democrat. He's a man who pushes the envelope with Obamacare, with cap and trade overregulation, with the largest spending bill in American history. On that, I think the country is speaking. And I think it shows that historically, the Obama presidency, his philosophy of government, I think is going to be a parenthesis in American history.
If I could take the bait back from you, my friend, you said, I agree with you about Obamaism, but it is not liberalism. Liberalism has many, many, many different forms, and he does not encompass all of them.
We can talk about isms a little bit later. We do have some more calls to make.
Governor-isms. We've got some governor races to call for you. Fox News can now project that South Carolina incumbent Republican Governor Nikki Haley will win re-election over her Democratic challenger Vincent Shaheen based on our exit polling data.
Now, in Georgia, it's too early to call that race between first-term Republican Governor Nathan Deal and his Democratic challenger Jason Carter, yes, the grandson of former President Jimmy Carter. Pre-election polling, neither candidate reached 50%, and in Georgia, that means that you would head to a runoff in December in the governor's race.
In Vermont, it is too early to project whether Democratic Governor Pete Shumlin will turn back a challenge by Republican Scott Milne, so we'll keep watching that one as well.
But again, the big news over the last couple of minutes, one is Virginia is really close.
He was 20 points behind 10 days ago.
And two is that the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, will win re-election. And we're not talking just by a little bit. It looks like by a lot, the fact that we were able to call that race right now, even after all the focus that we've spent on the Kentucky Senate race. Carl Cameron is live at campaign headquarters for McConnell. Carl.
Hi, Brett. Well, the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee had targeted Mitch McConnell as sort of public enemy number one in this election, the one they wanted to knock off because he was the Republican leader and could be the Republican majority leader if the Republicans were to pick this off. So this is a big win for Mitch McConnell. Not a lot of shock or awe when we made the call here in this room. Some of the campaign staffers sort of look like, well, yes, we've been waiting for that. McConnell has no intention to come down and declare victory at this point. We don't expect a concession call from Allison Lundberg and Grimes this early in the evening. What the Republicans are waiting for is just whether or not Mitch McConnell will come down as the majority leader-elect to make his victory speech or not. And tomorrow we already know that Mr. McConnell intends to give some idea of what the Republican Senate majority, assuming they win it tonight, will be doing in the coming year, how they'll deal with calls amongst conservatives to repeal Obamacare. McConnell has already hinted that that may not come very soon, and it may take a variety of different approaches. Questions about what to do about the president's impending executive orders. He had promised to put off his immigration reform executive order until after this election. One of the things Republicans have discussed doing is potentially withholding funds so that it wouldn't be possible to implement those executive orders. All those things yet to be worked out. We expect to hear tomorrow from McConnell. Whether or not he's the majority leader-elect remains to be seen, Brett.
I think they might be watching Fox News Channel down there in Kentucky. I'm just guessing. I don't know.
You know, this has been a hard-fought race for him, you know, all the way back to his primary challenge and you know, all the stuff that Mitch McConnell's been through. So this was by no means a foregone conclusion. We were just about to bring you some of the first results of the night, and we are waiting polls now to close in 10 minutes. In West Virginia, that's a big one, Ohio, and in one of the most critical races that we will be watching tonight, and that is North Carolina, where incumbent Senator Kay Hagan is fighting to hold on to her seat in a state that has become a reliable battleground in recent years.
And we're also watching another close race in New Hampshire, where Scott Brown is fighting to unseat Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen. Next, former presidential candidate Mitt Romney will join us live here on America's Election Headquarters. This is a Fox News alert. Fox News has just projected Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell will keep his Kentucky Senate race at the seat. It was a long-fought battle against Allison Lundergan Grimes. Remember, this race focused on a number of different things. Coal country. Mitch McConnell did very well. Also, remember that interview and a number of them where Allison Lundergan Grimes would not say whether she voted for President Obama or not. All of that is now behind. After spending a lot of money, Mitch McConnell has retained his seat and is poised potentially to become the majority leader in the Senate if Republicans have a good night.
Also, significant news tonight on the Senate race in Virginia. Still too close to call. This is a race that the Democrat was winning by 20 points not long ago. And now on Election Day, it is too close to call. You can see the raw vote coming in. It's still early. Again, as we explained, these may be counties that are just favorable to Ed Gillespie, but our decision desk is saying what they're seeing on the projections in the counties yet to come makes this race just too close to call at the hour. So when they know, you will know as well.
Exactly. I mean, this doesn't include all of the areas right around Washington, D.C. that are heavy Democrats, and we'll see that coming up. We're just about 10 minutes till polls close in the important race in North Carolina. Incumbent Senator Kay Hagan trying to hold on to that seat in a tough battle with Republican Thom Tillis, and a lot of different issues in that race.
Well, throughout this campaign season, we have seen a familiar face on the campaign trail. Former Massachusetts governor and former presidential candidate Mitt Romney campaigning alongside some of the Republican candidates. Governor Romney joins us now. Governor, good to see you tonight. And so we're watching these results come in one by one. And my question for you is, if the Republicans take the Senate tonight, do you believe that will be a chance or a mandate that they're being given?
Well, I think what it will be is an indication the American people are tired of gridlock, and they are also tired of the agenda of President Obama. They are passing judgment on the Obama administration, and they're going to expect something to happen. They're going to expect that the House will pass bills, which, by the way, they already have, some 370 bills. Some of them will come to the Senate and actually be acted upon, and they'll reach the president's desk. And the president will sign some. He'll probably veto some. We'll know who then is the party of no. But the American people are going to expect action and direction that's going to come from the House and the Senate. I think they're going to get it.
Governor Bret Baier, good to see you, sir. You've traveled this country a lot campaigning for Republican candidates. As you went around there and you say this is a referendum on President Obama, why do you think so many of these races are tight, with Democrats outperforming the administration that may be underwater in certain states?
Well, actually, the Democrats have used the same playbook that they've used for many, many years quite successfully, which is when they don't have issues with them and when they don't have a record with them, they turn to personal attacks on the Republicans. And that's what you've seen in the races that are very, very close. It's been one kind of attack after the other. Ultimately, the Democrats are going to have to come up with position papers and policies and run on those things. But the personal attacks have been very effective. Republicans, on the other hand, have said, look, we don't agree with the Obama agenda. We believe instead that we have policies that will get the economy going again. We're going to get people more good jobs. We're going to fix our schools with more school choice. We're going to finally deal with border security. We're going to repair Obamacare to the extent we possibly can with President Obama in office. Those kinds of decisions are ahead of us, and the Republicans that I've seen are running on those issues. The Democrats are running on personal attacks.
Governor, you suggested on Fox News Sunday this week with Chris Wallace that you believe if the Republicans take control of the Senate, that the House and the Senate will get a bill on immigration reform to the president's desk. Why do you think that? And do you think if that happens, it will head off executive action, the promised executive action on immigration by President Obama?
Well, first of all, the president's got to follow the law. And we have law with regards to immigration. And if he decides to unilaterally not follow the law, I think that has a very serious consequence. I can't tell you what President Obama is going to do, but I do believe that the Republican House and the Republican Senate, if we get that, will be able to deal with immigration issues. Will they solve all the issues on immigration? I don't know. But they will probably have bills that are passed with regards to securing our border. I hope they're also able to deal with those that want to come here legally to make the system more transparent so we know how people can get into the country legally. I think we're going to find an effort to deal with those that are here illegally. So those issues will be raised. I think perhaps they'll come as separate bills, one by one, reach the president's desk. I hope he's willing to sign some of them. because we've really got to deal with this issue. It's so hard on the millions of people who don't know what their status is, and on the many more millions who want to come here and are waiting in line to come here legally.
Governor, by our count, you campaigned in almost 20 states this cycle, making a lot of stops in Iowa, New Hampshire, Colorado. Interesting schedule if you're not going to have a future in politics.
Actually, 27 states, I'm proud to say. Alaska was where I was yesterday, campaigning with Dan Sullivan and Sean Parnell. Look, I care very deeply about our country. I'm very concerned about the Obama agenda. I think it's hurt us immeasurably overseas, and I think it's hurt us measurably here in the United States. And my heart goes out to the people that have been hurt by this agenda. And I'm going to continue to fight and campaign for people who I believe in that can get the country going in the right direction. And 27 states, that's a lot of states and a lot of terrific people. And by the way, almost all those people helped me in 2012, and I owe them to do the best I can to help them. And by the way, very excited tonight about Mitch McConnell and about Ed Gillespie in Virginia. That's earth-shaking news. That's really special.
Governor, do you think, given what we're seeing tonight, that the country is becoming more Republican-friendly than when you ran, and is it at all tempting to you?
Well, I can tell you that I think the country continues to be a center-right country. I think people want to see our economy working well. They want to see us have a hand in affairs internationally in such a way that we don't have Americans at risk. They want to see us deal with problems like immigration and the weakness in our education system. And these things are frankly, areas where I think the Republican Party excels. Where we get in trouble is if we get bogged down in the kind of personal attacks and populism that has often been the hallmark of Democratic campaigns. And, you know, I know that's been effective for them. I think over time, people are getting tired of it. All this rhetoric about the war on women and the war on one thing or the other, I think people are saying, you know, that just doesn't carry water anymore. And they want to know, where do you stand? And right now, they see where President Obama stands, and they're passing judgment on his record and on his vision.
Governor Romney, thank you, as always, for your time.
Thanks, Brett. Good to be with you. And
just a few minutes, polls close in 3 more states, including North Carolina. Watch this.
Welcome back to America's Election Headquarters, folks, and we are now about 30 seconds away from the next race call as the night is getting underway and the numbers are starting to stack up.
Very interesting already. The minority leader, Mitch McConnell, holding on to his seat in Kentucky, as well as the interesting drama in Virginia. Really, no one had it on the map.
Little drama.
Yeah, it is. Ed
Except for
Gillespie.
Dana Perino.
Of course, Dana Perino did. And Jasper. It is 7:30 Eastern Time, and polls have closed in several more states. In West Virginia, Fox News can now project that Republican Shelley Moore Capito will beat Democrat Natalie Tennant to fill the Senate seat being vacated by retiring Democrat Jay Rockefeller. That is a pickup for Republicans. This is the first Senate seat of the night to turn from blue to red.
And this is the first time in West Virginia history that West Virginia will be sending a female senator to Washington. For the first time this evening, Republicans have secured a net gain of 1 seat in the Senate. They will need 5 more to take control of that chamber.
Polls are now also closed in North Carolina, but the crucial Senate race between Democratic incumbent Kay Hagan and Republican challenger Thom Tillis still too close to call.
In Ohio, where polls closed just moments ago, Fox News can now project that Republican Governor John Kasich, regarded by some as a presidential hopeful in 2016, will defeat Democratic challenger Ed Fitzgerald, a county executive.
And that race at one time was close. There was a little controversy with a parking lot and a late-night liaison.
With a woman who wasn't the challenger's wife, which is never good.
That's a problem.
I mean, if it's, you know, it's okay if you don't have a wife.
Thanks for that.
That was the issue. There was a wife and a woman who wasn't.
I knew when we went down this road it would be dangerous. Okay, Steve Hayes, Kirsten Powers, they've been watching the results come in tonight, and they'll join us now with their take. What do you think?
Well, John Kasich's victory is interesting. You know, it's something that we haven't paid a lot of attention to precisely because it was so close. But he ran a good campaign, knocked out his opponent early. Fitzgerald didn't really have much of a campaign. He wasn't thought of as much of a contender. But I think, you know, we spend a lot of time talking and analyzing the races that are very close. We don't spend a lot of time talking about the ones that aren't, for obvious reasons. I think Kasich deserves a lot of credit for the way that he's run the state, for the way that he ran his campaign, for the way that he made the arguments to his voters.
Why does Ohio matter in 2016?
Well, Ohio matters in 2016 for a couple reasons. Ohio is really one of the key swing states in battleground states in every presidential election, number one. And number two, there's a lot of speculation that Kasich might try to capitalize on his victory here and run for president himself.
So having a Republican in the State House would be beneficial to the Republicans potentially. Kirsten, West Virginia, first time ever, female senator.
Yeah, well, this was predicted to be a loss for Democrats, so that was expected. I would say, looking at what we know now, it's not looking very good for Democrats. I think Democrats are starting to get a little bit alarmed.
Why?
When you look at the spread in Kentucky, very concerning.
I mean, it wasn't even close.
It wasn't even close, and it doesn't even reflect the polling that we were seeing. McConnell was not up by that much, and so that suggests that the Democrats' understanding of what's going on the ground is probably not it's not going to be reflected in reality.
And just to jump in, because we saw 2 years ago, the Republicans were saying don't trust the polls.
Exactly.
And the polls were trustworthy.
Right.
And now this time we heard the Democrats saying don't trust the polls. And so far.
And the Democrats have something called the Bannock Street Project, where they put about $60 million into get out the vote, where they've been bragging this is going to completely change the dynamics on the ground. And now we look what's happening in Virginia. You know, and when you consider what's happening in Virginia, it doesn't look good. It looks like the beginning of a wave.
Think about that in Virginia. I mean, I don't even think that the Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee spent a lot of time thinking about Virginia, let alone putting money into Virginia.
No, it was one of these races that I think Republicans sort of had their eye on to see if Ed Gillespie could make it competitive. In the final weeks, he'd gotten it down to single digits by some polls, but not many people were predicting that this was likely to happen. There's one eye-popping number from the Virginia exit polls. Is your opinion of Mark Warner favorable, unfavorable? Warner was 48-50, so underwater. Your opinion of Ed Gillespie favorable, unfavorable? Ed Gillespie 58-38.
Wow.
A 20-point unfave win for Ed Gillespie.
It's what Dana was saying, that he ran a positive campaign. He was likable, which is so rare in American politics. He tried being likable, Brett.
I know.
It's crazy.
I mean, I try every day.
And the people would elect you to host a special report and special election coverage. But what do you make of it?
Yeah, well, look, I think, Mark Warner is a pretty moderate Democrat. He's somebody, he's a former governor. He's somebody who's pretty popular. This is a state, this isn't a red state, that he should be losing in. So I just think it portends for bad things for the rest of the night, unless something somehow shifts. But we've just heard over and over about how the Democrats, because of the Bannock Street Project, they're going to make this electorate look a lot more like a 2012 electorate than a midterm electorate, and that doesn't seem to be what's going on.
We talked about how Alison Lundergan Grimes refused to say whether she voted for President Obama, and that got a lot of play. She was asked over and over in the debate whether she voted for him. She would not say so. Then she tried to claim that it was because that's private. Then it came out that she had earlier in other elections been very open about her vote, and she was made to look like she wasn't being straight with voters. How badly did that hurt her?
I think it hurt her, but I also am starting to wonder if they just didn't hurt themselves by not having Obama, by not attaching themselves to Obama in the first place, because they needed him. If they wanted to change the electorate, they needed Obama, because he's the only one who can change the electorate. And thinking of 2016, you have to ask, what's going to happen when Barack Obama is not on the top of the ticket? How are you going to get these base voters out?
Quickly, Steve, I pointed out with the other panel, but in North Carolina, President Obama cut a robocall today for Kay Hagan.
Yeah.
I mean, after spending an entire race staying out of that race.
Yeah, deeply cynical move, I think, by Kay Hagan. I watched the debate that she had with Tom Tillis 2 weeks ago, where she repeatedly said to Tom Tillis and the viewers, Barack Obama's not on the ballot. You're running against me. You're not running against Barack Obama. And then Barack Obama comes in and says, in effect, you need to put Kay Hagan back in the Senate because she will continue my agenda.
That's not all the president said today. We'll get to some of his comments about the tough environment that Democrats are facing in just a bit. But
let's check in with Bill Hemmer at the so-called Bill Board.
We changed the oil here, and this thing's
Greased up and ready to go, huh?
Right.
Want to show you a little bit of what we're seeing in Kentucky. Again, we called that race a short time ago for Mitch McConnell. He's already off to a good night right now, and the question is whether or not he will have an excellent night by the end of the night if he's the new Senate Majority Leader. Here in Kentucky, Britt made this point about 40 minutes ago. This is just about 33% of the vote in, by the way, here with Grimes on top and McConnell there with a check mark next to him. The eastern half of the state of Kentucky, this is coal country as we were describing earlier, easily went to Mitch McConnell. And I just want to watch as we bleed over here into the state of Virginia, because we're watching this race with Ed Gillespie. The exit polling suggests that Gillespie was doing really well down here, Roanoke and toward the Kentucky border. We'll see whether or not that holds up, because Gillespie needs votes in that part of the state, because up here around Washington, D.C., well, this is Loudoun County. You get a lot of votes coming out of this county. It's only 2% at the moment, so it's very early. But this is where Mark Warner is going to drive up the vote in Fairfax County. It will be interesting to see how this issue plays in the state of Virginia. Mark Warner voted for Obamacare. We saw some exit polling that suggested that was not popular, especially among Republicans and a good number of independents. So we'll see whether or not that factors into the overall outcome there in the state of Virginia. Pop down here to Georgia. You need 50% of the vote. It's just right now starting to come in. Watch the area of Atlanta, Fulton County and Cobb County, Gwinnett County, DeKalb to the east of Fulton County, and we'll see how this shapes up throughout the night. And the map here, you see a little bit of red, a little bit of blue. That will fill in throughout the night. Blue for Democrat and red for Republican. The gray you see, or the slight brown, that's an indication right now that precincts and counties just have not reported the vote. So it's early there. On the closing map here, just want to point your attention to this. We are 22 minutes away from a critical state up here in the Northeast. This is New Hampshire, and this is Jeanne Shaheen and Scott Brown. Some of the vote totals you see right now, mostly absentee ballots that are being added up. It is very early in the night, but we will see this close in about 21 minutes from now. If Republicans can steal that seat from Democrats, it will be a very good night for the GOP. We'll find out shortly. Perhaps. Back to you guys.
Perhaps. A live look now at Senator Mitch McConnell's headquarters in Louisville, Kentucky. Fox News projecting he will keep his Senate seat. Wait for it. Wait for it. Are they watching?
No.
No.
That's anticlimactic.
Okay, sorry about it. Can somebody tell Carl to turn the TV on down there?
The sound is down. They're watching.
Okay.
Plus, we are live in the notorious battleground of New Hampshire, where incumbent Senator Jeanne Shaheen is locked in a tight race with Scott Brown that could have serious implications. We'll bring you there live as America's election headquarters rolls on. Stay with us. Welcome back, folks. We are still watching several races for you now, including the Senate race in Virginia, where the Republican Ed Gillespie, right now with the raw vote in, is leading his Democrat, the Democratic incumbent Mark Warner, although that's just raw vote. Basically, what our decision desk is telling us is it's too close to call, even based on the projection of counties they are still awaiting. This is a surprise. It wasn't expected, and we don't know how it's going to turn out.
You know, pointing to this Virginia race, monitoring Twitter and emails, a lot of people calling in and writing down that they got calls last night, a robocall from President Obama to go vote, a forceful appeal, it's described. So perhaps the White House and the Democrats knew something that others didn't about trying to get out the vote in Virginia now and North Carolina as well. Let's take another look at Georgia. Too early to call this race. Again, remember that this race, if neither candidate gets to 50%, we are heading to a runoff. Now, this one isn't in December. This runoff would be January 6th, 3 days after the Senate would convene. So we'll see how this race pans out. David Perdue was...
That just seems unnecessary. January? Why can't, I mean, like...
Speed it up?
Well, yeah, you know, like December. That seems reasonable.
Probably a lot of money if it does go to a runoff, but too early to call right now.
Also, North Carolina, the Senate race there, still too close to call. Democrat incumbent Kay Hagan trying to beat back a challenge from the Republican Thom Tillis. This has been another race where they say $100 million has been spent. Mostly, according to Thom Tillis, on the Democrat side. He told me on the show last night it was about 60-40, but there have been tens of millions from both sides to try to get this critical seat. So far, we can't tell you who's going to hold it.
So again, on the screen, you can see in the corner, it is 34-34. That's the raw As we make calls, it's going to tick up. And then the net gain, Republicans are +1 so far, if you're tracking at home. All night long, Martha MacCallum has been tracking and looking at the Fox News exit polls, trying to figure out why people voted the way they did. Martha, what can you tell us right now?
That's right, Brett. In Georgia, the Senate story, which you were just referring to, unlikely to be over tonight. If no candidate gets over 50%, they go to a January 6th runoff, as you just said. But in the exit poll rules, we can show you who people say they would vote for in a runoff. And take a look at this. If it comes down to a Republican challenger and the former Dollar General CEO, David Perdue, against the nonprofit exec and the daughter of Sam Nunn, Michelle Nunn, here is how a head-to-head would match up according to the exit polls today. 46% for Nunn, 50% for Perdue. 2% say they wouldn't vote if it went to a runoff. Late deciders, though, today are breaking for Michelle Nunn. So the get out the vote effort appears to have some impact for her. She's at 51% in that. So as we've all been saying tonight, Virginia was really not on anybody's radar of races to watch, but we've got a very tight race for the Senate there. Republican campaign veteran Ed Gillespie, he lost his shot at the governor's seat the last time around. He's at it again. He was down by 20% just a month ago. Here is how he's stacking up among independents in the exit poll tonight. Take a look at this against incumbent Mark Warner. 48% for Warner, 47% for Gillespie. So it's very tight. But keep in mind, back in 2008, Warner won 2/3 of the independent vote, and he's having a tough time hanging in there with the independents tonight. Still, the voters like Warner. Take a look at the favorable rating, 56% favorable rating for Warner in the state of Virginia. We're going to take a look at the numbers and how they rate for Gillespie a little bit later on tonight as well. Let's go to Louisiana here, another state that's likely to be a runoff. So take a look at this. If it comes down to the head-to-head, the three-term Senator Mary Landrieu and Congressman and Dr. Bill Cassidy, he looks to be ahead in that match, up by 5%. So let's take a look at this. That's Landrieu and Cassidy there. So let's go to Colorado for just a moment, get one last look here. The incumbent Mark Udall has been put back on his heels, really, by upstart Congressman Cory Gardner. He's given him a real run for his money in the state of Colorado. Udall has really run a war on women campaign in this state, which worked very well for the president in 2012 and candidates that he brought along with him. And Udall is indeed winning among women in the exit polls tonight, 52% to 43% for him. At the same time, Republican challenger Gardner very well with independents he's doing tonight in this super tight race. He is at 50% to 43%. One national poll for you before we go. 72% of voters say that they are worried that there will be another terrorist attack in this country. And that goes to the fear factor and the unsettled factor that seems to be weighing in so many of these races across the board tonight. We're going to continue to look at them. More exit polls coming up to come. Back to you guys.
Martha, thank you. You know, we haven't really talked a lot about that Kentucky race, but if you think about it, how vulnerable at the beginning of this election cycle Mitch McConnell was said to be. Right. And this is his 6th straight Senate win over 3 decades. It's pretty remarkable.
Right back to as I was saying earlier, he had to fight back a primary challenger and then went on to the general election contest. And the heavy hitters came in for his opponent, who was very popular, very well liked. Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton both came in to campaign for her. And yet, in the end, he was pulling away with it right before tonight.
And we should point out, if Republicans do take the Senate, he still has to get elected to the position of Senate Majority Leader. He is poised for that position, obviously, as the Minority Leader.
Some of these folks have said in the Senate that they're not sure whether they're going to vote for him. There's a question about what will Ted Cruz do. He's going to join us later, and we're going to ask him. So there's a little preview. So, Senator Cruz, you better get ready.
Nice
we're going to ask you that question. In the meantime, we want to hear from Chris Wallace and his panel, Karl Rove and Joe Trippi. Chris?
Thanks so much, Megan. You know, this is the part of the evening where you start hearing, because there's so many opinions, with all due respect, which is a nice way of saying you're completely wrong, I disagree with you, and you're a dope. Well, Bob Beckel, and I want to pick up on what you guys said, because Bob Beckel said earlier, Kentucky was always in the bag for the Republicans. That's sure not the way I remember it. This was at one point very competitive, and it looked like Allison Lundergan Grimes, a fresh face, might be able to knock off the one that the Democrats called Senator Gridlock. How did he pull it off strategically?
Well, and look, this was payback time. The Democrats remembered Tom Daschle's defeat in 2004. They remembered the Republicans.
Who was the Senate Majority Leader.
They remembered the Republicans going after Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid in 2010, and they came strong for McConnell. He, however, turned her into an Obama clone. One of his best taglines was, Obama needs Grimes, Kentucky needs McConnell. He used the war on coal, the regulatory excesses, Obamacare, the president's poor rating in the state to tie her to Obama.
And the fact that she refused to say who she voted for when she obviously had voted for Obama.
Right, and self-inflicted wounds. I mean, this is a real problem. And then he backed it up with an the most sophisticated ground game that the state has ever seen. 3 million phone calls, 1 million doors knocked on, 70,000 hours of volunteers involved in just knocking on the doors, and a very sophisticated micro-targeting score system that had identified the prospective voters who were conservative swing Democrats. Remember, this state was a swing state in 2000, and Republicans have only elected 2 governors in the modern era. This state is overwhelmingly Democrat at the grassroots level.
There's another reason this is so important. We've talked to you all night about the fact that the Republicans need a net pickup of 6 seats to take the Senate. Now, one of the problems was not just that they needed the net pickup of 6, but they had to protect a couple of them. There were basically 3 seats that were in jeopardy, Republican seats that the Democrats might be able to flip, which would then mean the Democrats would need to pick up even more seats. One of the 3, I guess one would say, Joe, was Kentucky. Now that's gone for the Democrats.
No, part of the strategy the Democrats had for the whole season was to try to pick off 2 and then 3. It was Georgia and Kentucky. Where they picked up Republican seat, try to pick off the Republican seat, and then Kansas State, came on up late with Pat Roberts. But then that was the focus. All 3 of those states, could we pick off 1 or 2 of those, maybe 3? Man, that would finish off the Republican chances. With Kentucky falling, this puts a lot of pressure on the results in Georgia and Kansas right now. I still think Democrats can pick up 1 or maybe even both of those. Maybe a long wait in Georgia, we'll see. But it has to happen. We have to pick up something.
I think New Year's in Georgia is going to be a wonderful event. I think we're going to very much enjoy it. Let's preview 8 o'clock. Big state coming in at that point, New Hampshire. Tell us what you're looking for there and the stakes. I mean, this is one where Jeanne Shaheen's been ahead. If Republicans don't pick it up, not a big deal?
Well, look, the Republicans have got their best closer there. The question here is Scott Brown moved from Massachusetts into New Hampshire? He was born there, grew up there, but he had spent his adult life in Massachusetts and had come back to run after his defeat in Massachusetts Senate race in 2012. And so the question of would the state accept a senator who'd represented the state next door to him? And so he tried desperately to make this all about Jeanne Shaheen voting 99% of the time with Barack Obama. She tried to make this about, she cared about New Hampshire. All he cared about was his personal political future. Now, the people in New Hampshire, though, like to be active participants in their campaigns, and that's why this race has gone from an easy win to a very close contest.
You know, it's interesting, Brett and Megan, there had been talk about the fact that Mitch McConnell has wanted to be the Senate Majority Leader his entire career, and there was the possibility early on that the Republicans might gain the majority and Mitch McConnell wouldn't be there to be the Majority Leader because he'd lose. Now, if they get the majority, you can hear all this talk about Ted Cruz, whatever. He'll be the Majority Leader.
We should point out we're in this one big studio. You're right back over here. Hi, guys.
Hi.
And I just have a question. Is it Space Cowboys or Campaign Cowboys?
It's
Can we get a clarification?
Campaign Cowboys.
That was
Campaign
you are
Cowboys.
so 2012.
Yeah.
Why does it change?
I mean, wasn't it working before?
We're off in the corner.
You will see.
There's no change. We're off here in the distant corner.
I like being a space cowboy.
You like being a space cowboy? No, it made us look too old. Anyway, at midnight, you will see why we're campaign cowboys.
Okay.
All right. Something to look forward to.
That's a deep tease.
Oh, boy. That'll keep him tuned. Well, as is almost always the case, the economy is a major issue for many voters this election. And joining us now, the host of Fox Business Network's Opening Bell, Maria Bartiromo. Maria, great to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Okay, so we were looking at the exit polling data, and it shows, first of all, we asked people to rate the condition of the economy. 29% think it's positive, 70% say it's negative, but that's an improvement from 2 years ago when 23% thought it was positive and 76% said it was negative.
Those are staggering.
Overall, though, 70% of the people think it's bad.
It's a staggering number, and even though we know that the economic data has slowly but surely been improving, people are not feeling it. It is not translating into their local economy. And I think that there's no surprise that some of the most hotly contested states have the highest unemployment rate. Look at Georgia, 7.9% unemployment rate in Georgia. You've got North Carolina, 6.7%, obviously much higher than the national average of 5.9%. And these numbers are probably underestimating the situation. Unemployment is a lot worse than these numbers because this is not counting everyone.
Second question, the exit poll. On the personal level, roughly equal numbers of voters feel their family's financial situation is better than it was 2 years ago. Almost half say they are doing about the same financially.
Part of that is the stock market. Of course, the stock market has been soaring, and that's largely due to the Federal Reserve and the idea that all of this stimulus that the Fed has been implementing since 2008 has created an environment where there are very few alternatives to stocks for getting any return. Even if you have your money in a simple money market account, you might actually be losing money or just sort of stagnating because of the rate of inflation. Let's face it, there are a couple of issues with the president's policies as it relates to the economy. Take the regulatory environment. Businesses today will tell you that the regulations that have been poured on them have basically choked business and forced them to sit on cash. There's more than $2 trillion of cash on balance sheets. That money, of course, could be going to creating jobs in infrastructure. The energy story is a huge story. Probably the best story of the economy right now is the fact that gasoline prices are at 4-year lows. Who owns that? The Republicans own that because gasoline prices have dropped despite the best efforts of the left to actually stop fracking, to put the delay on the XL pipeline. So all of this is obviously on the minds of voters tonight.
Maria, thank you very much.
Great to see you. We are just minutes away now from a huge round of poll closings, with voting set to end in more than a dozen states. Up to the minute results coming in on Fox News, America's election headquarters. Don't miss it.
Live from Fox News World Headquarters in New York, this is America's election headquarters.
Welcome back to America's election headquarters. We are now about a minute away from the next polls closing as we tick down to some important races.
They're about to close in 16 states, plus the District of Columbia, and we are glad you are with us tonight. Welcome, everybody. I'm Megyn Kelly.
And I'm Bret Baier. We are watching some big races. 8 o'clock will be another round of races. We've already had a big call in Kentucky with the Senate Minority Leader, and we are still watching that Virginia race. No one even had it on the radar. In fact, we had to add it to Bill's big board because...
Billboard.
Oh, yeah, Billboard. Sorry, Space Cowboys, Campaign Cowboys, it all threw me.
But we're waiting on Georgia, too close to call, North Carolina, too close to call, Virginia, too close to call, and now we expect to make some calls for you to update our board.
Fox News now characterizes the New Hampshire Senate race. This race, very important. It's too close to call. That's between Democratic incumbent Jeanne Shaheen and Republican challenger Scott Brown.
Fox News also projects that Republican incumbents will win re-election in the following states: Mississippi, where Senator Thad Cochran turns back a challenge from Democrat Travis Childers; Tennessee, where Senator Lamar Alexander easily beats Democrat Gordon Ball; Maine, where Senator Susan Collins breezes to victory over Democrat Shenna Bellows;
Alabama, where Senator Jeff Sessions had the easiest race. He ran unopposed. And Oklahoma, where Senator Jim Inhofe vanquishes, we like that word tonight, vanquishes Democrat Matt Silverstein.
Somehow it seems bolder. It seems like he did more. Also in Oklahoma, there is a special election to fill the seat being vacated by Republican Tom Coburn, who is leaving the Senate 2 years before the expiration of his Senate term. Fox News can now project that Republican James Lankford will beat Democrat Connie Johnson to serve out that term.
Fox News can also project, based on the raw total and exit polling, that incumbent Democratic senators will win re-election in the following states: Illinois, where the Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin defeats Republican challenger Jim Oberweis.
In New Jersey, Senator Cory Booker will brush off Republican Jeff Bell. And also in Massachusetts, where Senator Edward Markey beats Republican Brian Herr.
So the balance of power, as we look at it right now, there you see 40 Republicans, 37 Democrats. Again, 51 is the majority. Democrats only have to get to 50 because Vice President Biden is the tiebreaker, and he would be the majority, give them the majority.
And he's predicting victory. He believes that the prognosticators are wrong and that the Democrats will hold the balance of power. So far, the only turnover we've seen from blue to red, or in any kind of turnover, is in West Virginia, where the Republicans have picked up that state.
We're still at a net gain of 1. Turning now to gubernatorial races where polls have just closed. Fox News can project winners in Alabama, where Republican Governor Robert Bentley wins over Democrat Parker Griffith.
Tennessee, where Republican Governor Bill Haslam beats Democrat Charles Brown.
Pennsylvania, where challenger Tom Wolf, the Democrat, will unseat Governor Tom Corbett, a first-term Republican. Corbett, who was the state's attorney general during the Penn State child sex abuse scandal, was hurt by allegations that his prosecution of that case took too long. He was very vulnerable going in. Tom Wolf ran a solid campaign talking about business. The Democrat, who also President Obama campaigned for in Pennsylvania, pulls off the win and beats the incumbent Tom Corbett.
Plus, he wrote all those great books. Oh, wait.
Wrong one.
Just kidding. Let's bring in our panel now. Britt Hume, George Will, Juan Williams, and Charles Krauthammer. So, not a big surprise. New Hampshire's still too close to call, Britt.
No, not a big surprise. Let me add a couple of thoughts about a couple of states that I guess Maryland has just closed. Maryland governorship, interesting race. This was about as red state as blue state as I can think of. And the Republican Larry Hogan, a businessman, was closing at the end. We're not saying anything about it. 2 weeks ago, I don't think anybody would have thought that he had a chance, but it looks as if he may indeed have a chance, which would be a big surprise. And perhaps if we get word on it soon, we might be able to tell something about the rest of the night from that. Also, just back to McConnell for a moment. Incumbents and professional politicians are in bad odor with the public now, I think it's fair to say. People need to remember that politics is a profession like any other, and you wouldn't hire an amateur to perform some other professional act like operate on your heart. And you look at a promising young newcomer like Alison Lundergan Grimes, who looked like she was going to be a formidable candidate. Looks like she got beaten badly tonight, and she was beaten by a disciplined campaign by a professional politician who won big or by a sizable margin, despite the fact that his approval rating is underwater in the state where he's running. It's a sign that pros know what they're doing. It matters.
It's not like it can't be done. A young upstart named Barack Obama won a Senate race and then the presidency with very little political
Well, he
experience.
wasn't an absolute newcomer, though, at that stage. I mean,
We're looking live, by the way, at Mitch headquarters, as you can see, the McConnell headquarters in Louisville. George, thoughts?
Well, in New Hampshire, last year, or 2 years ago in 2012, exactly one incumbent senator was defeated. It was Scott Brown of Massachusetts. He could be, if he succeeds in New Hampshire, be elected twice in 4 years from 2 different states. If he does, he would be part of what is a mini revival of the Republicans in New England. Were he to be elected, he would increase from 2 to 3. That's a 50% increase. The number of Republican senators from New England, Kelly Ayotte of New Hampshire and Susan Collins of Maine being the only other two. There's one other place that I think dramatizes. We'll come to this in a little while when Arkansas is heard from. In Arkansas, Senator Mark Pryor has been in a really tough race with Tom Cotton, a congressman challenging him. 6 years ago, Mark Pryor won 79.5% of the vote because he had zero Republican opponent.
Right.
So what a difference 6 years can make.
And what a change in the whole state. That state has gone from blue to red blue to red, about as fast as any state ever has.
And he came out and said, President Obama's been a drag. If you want to know the truth, President Obama's been a drag. And of course, he said that late in the campaign when it looked like his poll numbers were dwindling. But what do you make of that, Juan? Because Kirsten was saying moments ago, she thinks some of these Democrats, it's looking to her like they made a mistake in distancing themselves from the president, that has not proven to be a very successful strategy for some of them.
I don't think it was a successful strategy, and I think that it was dictated by the fact that there's so many red states. And of course, Republicans were running campaigns in which they were energizing their base by saying this election is about putting down or voting against or somehow indicating your disaffection from President Obama and his policies. And I think that then somehow the Democrats, by buying into that line and saying, I'm distant, I'm not Obama, in fact, played into a narrative that said Obama is the devil for the Republicans, and I think therefore exacerbated the sense that they are not admitting who they truly are, one, Democrats, and two, didn't take advantage of the opportunity, Megan, to say, you know what, as in Kentucky, I differ on guns, I differ on coal than the president, but I'm a Democrat, and I'm different than Mitch McConnell because, as it's been pointed out here on the panel tonight, McConnell's underwater. He's not a popular figure in the state. So what you have to understand is she had an opportunity, I think, to stand up and be somebody and be something that was distinguished. She didn't do it in that sense. I think this plays into something we're going to look at, I think, in greater depth later on in the night, which is turnout. And we're going to see, I think, in terms of, for example, black turnout might be a little higher in some of the early exit polls, but not quite high enough. The gender gap between men and women is apparently very real, but again, not at the high rate that it was earlier in the campaign for Democrats. So again, who turned out is going to absolutely be critical. We haven't made a mistake by asking the viewers to pay attention to the shape of the electorate.
Yeah, Charles, we were looking down there in Louisville. Senator Rand Paul was talking or is talking. We're waiting for Mitch McConnell to speak. Rand Paul obviously campaigning down there with Mitch McConnell in their home state. As we look at Kentucky, I want to go back to the drama in Virginia because we're still waiting. And this race is still pending between Ed Gillespie and Senator Mark Warner. Mark Warner was seen as a moderate Democrat who is a former governor, very popular, and was not thought to have any problems going in. And then suddenly, in the last 2 weeks, it became an issue.
Look, I think the overwhelming issue in this race, as in the others, is really the weight of Obama as president and also the weight of the mood of the country. People say this is anti-incumbency. It is not. It's anti-Obama, anti-democratic. People ascribe the state of the country not to broken Washington, I think that's an old cliche, but to who's been in power for 6 years. And when you are with the party in power and you have a sense of wrong track, but it's beyond wrong track. There was a poll question that was asked a couple of weeks ago, is the country, and it was sort of half tongue-in-cheek, going to hell in a handbasket? 58% said yes. 71% are Republicans, 61% independents, 48% of Democrats have an almost tongue-in-cheek question.
How else do you go to hell, by the way?
But that's
You'll
the
find
worst.
out.
Hey!
No, just kidding, just kidding.
In a limousine limo is one way, and I think that's how people are seeing it. It is not, I think, the state of the country, the disarray abroad, when your own Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, says that the world is exploding all over, and you get what's happening at home, a weak recovery, a decline in median income, a very unusual in a recovery. That sense of the country going the wrong way always has an effect on the governing party. It's a little, and there's one other factor. There's being associated with the president, and there's also authenticity. What happened to Allison Grimes is once she said or refused to say she voted for Obama, the fresh face became a politician. And once she had lost that sheen, the veneer of being somebody new and authentic, it was over. And in contrast, you get Joni Ernst in Iowa, who's extremely authentic. Her first ad, of course, was the one that propelled her to prominence. Castrating hogs is a pretty authentic way to present yourself. And she showed, I think, with a great campaign, that any Obama sentiment, any Democratic sentiment, and authenticity, that is a winning formula.
Yeah, the exit polls so far in Virginia show that those who believe the country is on the wrong track are voting 68% for the Republican. Ed
And
Gillespie.
remember, in the overall exit poll, a third of Americans say that the vote they are casting is to protest, essentially to oppose Obama. That is
Charles, let me just say, very quickly, half of the voters, almost half of the voters tonight say Obama is irrelevant. Irrelevant.
And
let me just say,
leaves-
no, hang on. And you know what? I mean, I don't know. You continue to hammer Obama. It's very entertaining. I know that's been the Republican mantra. But the fact is, the numbers just don't support that. I think what we're seeing here is an anti-incumbent election where people are saying they're upset with Washington. I think that's why when you look at Virginia, and I think that is so far the story of the night, Brett, is the idea this is an incumbent. And he's a Democrat, and you know what? That looks to me like you're seeing people at all these races move towards.
I know, but one, it doesn't fit.
Popularity.
Anti-incumbent doesn't fit in Kentucky.
Oh no, I think we discussed that. I think Grimes made some mistakes. She made some missteps, and I think that Mitch McConnell ran an expert campaign. I don't think that's to be underestimated.
It is an amazing coincidence that the incumbents who are getting knocked off are all Democrats, with one possible exception coming up.
Go ahead, George, quickly.
Well, one, this may not be about Obama, but immeasurably the most important event of this autumn is the repudiation of Obama by his own party. Politics is a team sport. We govern through parties, and when the dust settles and we get back to the lame duck session after the election and then the new session of Congress in January, it's going to be the lamest of presidents, because I can't remember a president who is still in office after his own party universally repudiated.
Well, so just very quickly, I think if you look at the numbers so far, the Republicans are not a happy camp, as a team. But again, it's not that people are saying they do say we don't like Republicans as much as we like Democrats. But they are saying we don't like incumbents, and there are more Democratic incumbents right now at risk, and I think that's why they're taking the brunt of this.
Juan, we got to run, Charles. We're going to hit.
I'll come back to it.
All right, good. Hold that thought.
Yeah, but then Juan has to stay as well.
Okay. Because you need somebody to beat up. That's what you guys. I'm saying.
Okay. We're waiting for Mitch McConnell to come out and speak down in Louisville, Kentucky, as you take a live look there. Waiting for him to come out. And just a few minutes from now, polls closing in Arkansas, a key toss-up state in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Republican Tom Cotton facing the Democratic incumbent Mark Pryor.
That's a big one. Also, additional polls closing in 14 states at the top of the hour. Some of them the most hotly contested Senate races of all. 9 o'clock is a big hour.
In Kansas, incumbent Republican Pat Roberts trying to fend off independent Greg Orman.
And Louisiana, where Democrat Mary Landrieu is trying to hold on in a three-way race that could end up with no winner at all tonight. Our senior national correspondent John Roberts is live from Senator Landrieu's headquarters tonight. John?
Megan, good evening to you. Just 45 minutes left in voting here in Louisiana. And all indications were going into this race that it's not going to be decided tonight, that it will most likely go to a runoff on December the 6th, that it would be unusual, actually, if it didn't. The only one of her three terms in which Mary Landrieu did not go to a runoff was 2008, when a huge African-American vote came out for President Obama, and she rode the coattails of that and managed to win on election night. As to how she will fare come the runoff, polls going into this suggested that her prime Republican opponent, Bill Cassidy, would probably win that. But I just talked with her brother, Mitch Landrieu, who is the mayor of New Orleans, who had a different take on it. He thought that, when you go to the runoff in New Orleans, all the noise of the national election will be out of the way. This won't be so much about President Obama. It will be more about the record of the senator versus the uncertainty of a freshman coming in. And he believed that she would do quite well. But no question, it's more difficult these days to be a Democrat in Louisiana than it was in years past. Back in 2002, 49% of white voters in Louisiana identified as Democrats. That number now down to 32%, while the African-American population has grown in the past 12 years, not enough to offset the decline in white voters. Mitch Landrieu also told me, by the way, if control of the Senate rides on Louisiana, that's a different story. And there's also no question, too, Megan, that if this does not end tonight and goes to a runoff in December, that Republicans will bring an awful lot of firepower to bear on this state. So it may suggest that the polls going into this, in terms of what the result of the runoff will be, were correct. But no question, Mary Landrieu is a fighter. She's used to fighting, and she will fight very hard for a fourth term in the Senate, Megan.
John, thank you.
Good campaigner, too. I was down in Louisiana. I mean, they like her campaigning. The question is Louisiana too red now to keep Senator Landrieu as the incumbent?
I mean, she's made it 3 times. They've elected her 3 times. And yet, a couple days prior to the election, she came out and suggested they just don't like women in the South. And this is why she's been struggling. They put her in office 3 times. We'll see whether tonight makes it 4.
10 minutes to go before Arkansas polls close. Home to one of the biggest toss-up races of the night. Tom Cotton and Mark Pryor.
Plus, we are live in the Bluegrass State. Fox News calling the race for Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell just a short time ago, putting him in the running to be the nation's most powerful senator if Republicans do take control from Democrats, and that remains a big if tonight. We'll speak with Senator McConnell's fellow senator, Rand Paul, in just a few moments. I want to bring you up to date on the latest situation. We are awaiting calls in several governor's races as well tonight that we haven't been able to make yet because they're too close to call, including the governor race down in Florida, the gubernatorial race down in Florida, where the one-time Republican governor, Charlie Crist, wants to be the next Democratic governor, Charlie Crist. And right now that race is just too tight for us to make a projection, as well as Maryland. Same situation there, where it is Larry Hogan versus Anthony Brown. You heard Britt speaking about this earlier. We are not yet able to project a winner there. We continue to monitor those results. Same situation in Connecticut, where Tom Foley, the Republican, is challenging Daniel Malloy, the Democrat. Not able to tell you what's happening there yet. And again, we are awaiting the situation in New Hampshire, both at the governor's level and at the senator level, where the races are just too tight. So you can see the situation tonight where it is the Republicans are being a bit more competitive in several areas than they were expected to by several polls.
In West Virginia right now, Shelley Moore Capito is speaking live. She is the projected winner. Let's take a listen in.
I am looking forward to working with senators from all over the country, regardless of their party, on both sides of the aisle, that share the same optimism for our country that I do. Together, I hope we can reinstate respect for the institution of the United States Senate, a place where deliberation and debate are valued and all voices are heard. This election marks a true turning point in our state's history. It is the first time, we've heard that a couple times tonight, in nearly 60 years that we've sent a Republican to the United States Senate. And I believe with that our state's political climate has returned to a competitive two-party system that I hope will produce bipartisan solutions to our problems that will turn and make our state more prosperous and our communities stronger. Let me say thank you to a lot of people who have helped me make this night possible tonight. I would like to thank my family for their help, support, and if you know anything about us, you know we have a great sense of humor. And sense of humor over the course of this campaign. I would especially like to thank my husband, Charlie, because he has been there first for me to lend me moral support, and he's pushed me along the way.
Shelley Moore Capito, she's a 7-term congresswoman, a very strong candidate in West Virginia. Republicans were very pleased when she became the nominee. It's West Virginia's first elected female senator. Energy policy played a big role down there. Coal country is a big issue in West Virginia. You may remember the Democrat Natalie Tennant with that ad in which she turns off the electricity to the White House. She was trying to turn the tide and back off from President Obama. It didn't work, and we were able to call that. And now Shelley Moore Capito will be the next senator from West Virginia.
We are also awaiting Mitch McConnell in Kentucky, and when he comes to the microphones, we will bring you there as well. You can see his wife there, former Labor Secretary, speaking. So we will go down there when the senator takes to the podium to make his victory speech. In the meantime, we're joined by Evan Bayh, who's a Fox News contributor and former Democratic senator from Indiana. Your thoughts, Senator, on what we are seeing tonight? What's the most interesting thing so far?
The most interesting thing so far, Megan, is the situation in Virginia, which no one really expected to be close. And even if Senator Warner pulls it out in the end, it may not bode well if those trends continue in other states across the country.
You don't think it's just a state issue? You think that's a trend that will be seen in other states?
We don't know yet, but it's usually not the case where a state is just an aberration. Usually these things are broader than just one state.
When you talk in the Democratic circles, is it surprising that Allison Lundergan Grimes was beaten that badly in Kentucky? After all, we focused on that race.
Well, Brett, yes and no. I mean, there was hope for a long time that would be a close race. The poll suggested it would be a close race. But all along, people knew this is a pretty red state. President Obama lost by 25 or 30 points in Kentucky. And so I think what you saw there is that the National Democratic brand was just a lot more unpopular in Kentucky than Mitch McConnell, who is a great politician, won a tough primary, and ran a very savvy general election campaign.
You know, the map is set up to favor Republicans this time around. The Democrats were defending more seats than the GOP was. Next time around, it's going to be the reverse. And so the Republicans are likely to be more on their heels. So why does it matter? What could happen over the next 2 years if the Republicans take the Senate tonight?
Megyn, these races are important. Let's start with the federal courts. Those are, as you would know, those are lifetime appointments. The president's ability to fill the courts of appeals, the district courts, and maybe the Supreme Court will be substantially constrained if there's a Republican majority. Same thing with cabinet positions, which may inhibit his ability to implement certain regulatory policies. And finally, the Republicans, if they can get agreement between the House and the Senate, can put a series of bills on the president's desk, forcing his hand on a whole host of things that could make life difficult.
And on that front, is it the case, as has been said, that Harry Reid has basically protected the president from having to, face such bills in the last 2 terms?
That's absolutely true. The Senate has been a graveyard for a whole lot of things. My friend in Alaska, poor Mark Begich, hasn't even been able to get a vote on an amendment or a bill in 6 years because there's just so little voting taking place in the Senate these days.
Mm-hmm. Senator Bayh, thank you for being here.
Great to be with you.
We have another race call, Fox News alert. A race call now in Rhode Island. Fox News can project that incumbent Senator Jack Reed will win a 4th term, easily defeating his Republican challenger there. We are still waiting for the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, and you can hear the crowds there in Louisville, I think, getting ready to call him out.
You know how you read these briefing books that they give us? And they
Which
tell
are
you,
voluminous.
I mean, this is just the Senate alone. I don't know if you can show that. This is just the Senate, okay? So, and
Yours
actually,
are so much neater than
well, yeah, it's Abby. She arranges everything. In any event, in here they talk about Mitch McConnell. Did you know that he had polio as a child, and when he was 2 years old, his mother stopped him from walking until the age of 4? An impossible task because she was told this was his only shot of actually walking once he got past polio. And look at him now.
Let's listen in to Louisville, Kentucky.
Are you having a good time? On a night like tonight, you're grateful above all else. And for me, that gratitude starts with the people of Kentucky. They've put their trust and confidence in me for a long time. And I want to thank them tonight. I work hard to bring your concerns to Washington, and I will not let up. Every election is a job interview. In this case, a very long one. I shared my vision with you. You shared your stories and your concerns with me. And yet one complaint has stood out above all the rest, especially in recent weeks. So I'd like to make an announcement that I think will be very welcome news to many of you. No more campaign commercials. The TV executives may not like it, but enough is enough, right? A little while ago, I spoke with my opponent. Secretary Grimes ran a spirited campaign. She earned a lot of votes, and she earned my respect. It took a lot of guts to take on a race like this. Because of the business we're in, it also meant she'd take some heat. I admire her willingness to step into the arena and fight as hard as she did. We need more people who are willing to do that, not fewer. She deserves a lot of credit for it. This was certainly a hard-fought contest. And I've been so proud to have my wife beside me every step of the way. Elaine told me early on she wasn't ready to have me sitting around the house working on my resume. And she's gone above and beyond to prevent that. She's been the most valuable player on our team, and I'm so blessed to have her in my life and by my side. And to my campaign manager, Josh Holmes, my friends, he pitched a perfect game. Thank you, Josh.
And we interrupt Senator Mitch McConnell to bring you another race call, and that is the state of Arkansas. Take a look at this. The polls have closed now, and Fox News can now project that Republican Congressman Tom Cotton will unseat two-term Democratic Senator Mark Pryor. That is another Senate pickup for Republicans, bringing their total for the night so far to 2.
Remember, they need a net gain of 6 seats to take control of the Senate. Net gain. That means that they have to hold on to all of the states that they're defending, but then pick up 6 seats. Fox News can also now project that incumbent Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware will handily win re-election over his Republican opponent. But the big news, obviously, is Arkansas.
And speaking of Arkansas, we have another projection for you. We can now project that Republican Asa Hutchinson will defeat Democrat Mike Ross in the contest to replace term-limited Governor Mike Beebe, a Democrat. So both the governor's office and the Senate seat in Arkansas will change from blue to red tonight. I'm going to go back to Senator Mitch McConnell and take a listen to what he's saying.
As a child, in many ways, my folks were just like any other parents of their generation. They were optimists. They believed in America. Without a trace of cynicism, they transmitted the central promise of this country on to me, the promise that every generation will leave the next one a little better off than the one before. This is the compact that every generation of Americans has made with the one that followed it. And through civil war and depressions and world wars and strife, we've always made good on it. But as I've traveled through Kentucky over the past year, I've sensed new doubts. Suddenly, folks aren't so sure that that compact will survive if we continue down the road that we've been on. They're hungry for new leadership. They want a reason to be hopeful. Above all, they want some reassurance that people who run the government are actually on their side. So tonight, I pledge you this. Whether you're a coal miner in eastern Kentucky who can't find work, or a mom in Paducah who doesn't understand why the government just took away her family's health insurance, I've heard your concerns. I've made them my own. You will be heard in Washington. And look, when you get right down to it, that's what this campaign was really all about. It wasn't about me or my opponent. It was about a government that people no longer trust to carry out its most basic duties, to keep them safe, to protect the border, to provide dignified and quality care for our veterans. A government that can't be trusted to do the basic things because it's too busy focusing on things it shouldn't be focused on at all. A government that's too busy imposing its view of the world on people who don't share that view. Too many in Washington have forgotten that their job is to serve. So tomorrow, the papers will say, I won this race. But the truth is, tonight we begin another one that's far more important than mine. And that's the race to turn this country around. to restore hope and confidence and optimism to this Commonwealth and across this nation of ours. Some things don't change after tonight. I don't expect the President to wake up tomorrow and view the world any differently than he did when he woke up this morning. He knows I won't either. But look, we do have an obligation to work together on issues where we can agree. I think we have a duty to do that. Just because we have a two-party system doesn't mean we have to be in perpetual conflict. I think I've shown that to be true at critical times in the past. I hope the President gives me the chance to show it again. There's so much that we can and should do for the good of all Americans. Kentuckians are tired of a government that only seems to work when it is working against them. And they're also tired of hearing that those of us who fight for them in Washington are somehow the problem. I'm so honored to have Dr. Noelle Hunter with me tonight. You've all gotten an opportunity to get to know her. What an extraordinary woman. Dr. Hunter was determined to get her daughter back. Against all odds, she did it. She did it. And when all was said and done, she achieved something else that a lot of people said was even more remarkable. She made me seem more warm and cuddly. You know, over the past year, a lot of people from outside the state have tried to tell Kentuckians what motivates me to do what I do. I'll let them have their say, but here's the truth. To anyone who says nothing ever gets done in Washington, here's my 5-word answer. Tell that to Noelle Hunter. This woman is the reason I run. She's the reason I do what I do in Washington. We can make a difference, and we do every single day. We're proud of that in my office, and yet as I've traveled across the state, I've become acutely reminded of something else the government can do. It can do terrible damage to families and communities. I've seen the hurt in people's eyes in the mountains. It breaks your heart to see the pain that distant planners in federal agencies are causing to so many in our state. And if you're an elected official like me, it hardens your resolve to do something about it.
And you are looking at the winner of the Kentucky Senate race. But were you looking at the next Senate Majority Leader? Way too early to call that. We do not know whether the Republicans will win control tonight. We do know that they have held on to the Kentucky Senate seat, which, of course, was held, and it continues to be, by Mitch McConnell. Mr. McConnell saying we do have to work together, sending a message to President Obama on that and saying voters realize we cannot be in perpetual conflict. I want to bring in our panel to react on that.
We just had the big race call about Arkansas. Tom Cotton with a big win, Britt. An impressive candidate, a Harvard-educated lawyer. He's only 8 months into his first term in the House when he took up this Senate race. He is a military man deployed to Baghdad in Afghanistan, and now he is the Senate-elect.
And from a state, which, as we talked about earlier, which has undergone as remarkable a reversal of its political complexion as any state ever has, and as quickly as any state ever has. This state now is a great place to be a Republican. We're now going to have a Republican governor there. We're going to, and the congressional delegation is now largely Republican and may become even more so tonight. Tom Tillis was a good candidate. Mark Pryor turned out, I think, despite his pedigree, his father, of course, was a United States senator, to have been a far weaker candidate on the stump and in debates than we had ever imagined. He got stumped by the press, you may recall, in the questions he was asked. He asked about the Ebola preparations, and he said he wasn't in a position to answer. So I think he turned out to be a weaker candidate. Tillis wasn't maybe was not the greatest campaigner.
You mean Tom Cotton?
I mean, Cotton was not perhaps the greatest campaigner, but he was a very well qualified candidate for the job. Member of the House, military background, as you pointed out, attractive resume.
Well, not just military background. This is an Harvard-educated lawyer, Army veteran with combat experience. After the September 11th attacks, at the start of his final year of law school, he decided to change course to join the military. I mean,
right.
he got his degree, he worked for several years to pay down his loans, and then he enlisted and deployed to Baghdad.
Look at that.
I mean, it's pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, wins you some points with people in Arkansas.
Right, and actually they had made his military experience, or Mark Pryor had taken a shot at his military experience early in the campaign.
Yeah, he said he thought it gave him a sense of entitlement. Wasn't that the comment? Yeah, it didn't work.
As a turnoff to Arkansas voters. He never really had the momentum behind him, Mark Pryor, in that race, such as we're watching in Virginia, where all the momentum seems to be behind the Democrat until tonight, when it counts.
George, what does this say about Bill Clinton and his ability to pull a candidate across the finish line, even in Arkansas?
Well, coattails are limited in American politics these days. Both Clintons campaigned hard in Kentucky, again, repeatedly in the home stretch, and to had, so far as we can tell, no effect. I guarantee you that there are around the country tonight Democratic senators watching Cotton win and Mitch McConnell coming closer and closer to being not just the most powerful Republican in the Senate, but the most powerful Republican in the country, and the most powerful Republican in the country until the Republicans select a presidential nominee. And these Democrats are ambivalent about the possibility of being in the minority. Go back to what Senator-elect Capito said in West Virginia. She said, the Senate will again become a deliberative body. Democrats don't like the way it's been run. We just had Evan Bayh say that Senator Begich up in Alaska has not had a single amendment brought to the floor and voted on because, to protect the president, Harry Reid has simply shut the Senate down and has changed the rules and has made it not a deliberative body anymore at all. So I guarantee you there are Democrats who say we don't really want to be in the minority, but we're pretty dry-eyed about the possibility that the Senate might be restored.
Juan, can I ask you that Clinton question? I mean, Bill Clinton was almost bragging that he thought that he could really help in that prior race against Cotton.
Yeah, in fact, it's really an interesting moment in that Bill Clinton was going in there so often that the prior campaign was saying, we don't schedule Bill Clinton anymore. He just shows up. He's all around, and he's doing his own thing. And it ties into the Democratic legacy in the state, that here you have Clinton saying, this is a state that could elect a conservative Democrat, and certainly elected David Pryor, Mark's father. And you go back through the history, it's been that kind of Democratic state. Now you have Clinton saying, you know what, this state has changed. I'm no longer able to go in there and make the critical difference. I don't necessarily think that what you guys were talking about a moment ago was the deciding factor. Cotton's ability as a campaigner, I don't think was very good. I don't even necessarily think that his resume, Harvard, I don't think that's going to appeal to a lot of people in Arkansas necessarily. You could use that argument that he's an elitist.
Military service was obviously attractive.
That's attractive. But my point to you is, again, I think this is about Pryor, and I think it then came down to can the Democrats come in here and get this southern state? Unable to do it. What does that mean going forward to 2016? Difficult for Hillary Clinton to go in there and expect that that's going to be a brick in what George Will refers to as the blue wall that Democrats have built up in all presidential elections.
Charles?
But I think it speaks to a lot of things. The first is the quality of the candidates that Republicans were able to field. When you think of the states that in the last cycle and the cycle before, the Republicans had sort of thrown away. Delaware, the first ad is I am not a witch. And then in the last cycle, we have a candidate who speaks about legitimate rape. The gaffes, to the extent that we had gaffes, were almost all on the other side this time around. The other the thing that's really interesting, if you look at the exit polls in Arkansas about support for the war in Iraq, the renewed war in Iraq, 59% yes. This is a complete sea change in the country, as opposed to, say, 08 or even in 12. the mood in the country, and I think it's a direct result of the video that we all saw, the horrible beheading video, which overnight, if you looked at the opinion polls, changed it. So it helped Cotton a lot. And Cotton spoke about ISIS. It wasn't an issue he ran away from. Last item, if you look at the exit polls in Arkansas, 82% of respondents said that which of the parties would control the Senate was important in casting the vote. This was a national election. That's a very high percentage for a Senate race, meaning you wanted either the Republicans or Democrats in control. And that is why it's a national election, and that's why it was about Obama.
You know, on the subject of the quality of the candidates, somebody who had been jumping up and down about that a couple of years ago was Karl Rove, who happens to be here in the studio with us. So I want to ask him. Karl, speak to that. I mean, there was a concerted effort to improve the quality of the candidates, to get rid of candidates like Todd Akin and Christine O'Donnell and others who said things that were not going to fly with anybody other than a particular wing of the party.
Well, look, there was an effort to basically get candidates who could get elected. American Crossroads, a super PAC with which I'm a volunteer involved with it. Our benefactor said, look, we've lost too many races in 2010 and 2012 with candidates who couldn't win. We're not involved in primaries. We better get involved in primaries. So starting last year, we announced a project aimed at getting the most conservative candidate who could win the general election. Sort of controversial when it started. But it worked. We had to spend some money in some instances. North Carolina on behalf of Tom Tillis, and in Alaska on behalf of Dan Sullivan. In some places, we had to threaten to spend money. When Shelley Moore Capito, who was the first Republican pickup tonight, when some group said we're going to primary her, we issued a public statement saying if she's primaried, we're going to be with her strongly. In other instances, it simply meant getting hard money to, like Mike Rounds in South Dakota, so he took an early lead in the fundraising sweepstakes and scared off candidates. But the quality of the candidates makes a huge difference, and we're going to see this tonight. Cory Gardner. 4 years ago in Colorado, American Crossroads spent $8 million on behalf of Ken Buck, who lost the election. We gave the word to Ken Buck in 2013 that if he were the Republican candidate for the Senate, and he was running, he was the front runner and going to be the nominee, we made it clear to his people we would spend not a single dime on his behalf, which probably, I think, made it more receptive when Cory Gardner said, let's have breakfast. I'm thinking about running for the Senate.
It's so interesting, Karl. Thank you.
Just about 20 minutes to go before the next big set of poll closings. 10 Senate seats on the line in the battle for power, the balance of power in Washington.
I'll try to get an update on these states, including Virginia, and what's happening there. Plus, we'll go live to Kentucky, where Senator Rand Paul is standing by with reaction to Senator Mitch McConnell's victory and more in moments. Fox News election alert for you now. We are now projecting that New Hampshire Democrat Maggie Hassan will win a second two-year term as governor, defeating Republican Walt Havenstein. That's a race we've been waiting on, and now we know that the Democrat has prevailed.
There's also an update here. We want to bring you the drama that is the Commonwealth of Virginia. Republican Ed Gillespie is still hanging in there. This is not a race that we can call yet. And in fact, it looks like he's picking up votes. Obviously, we don't know what part of the Commonwealth is coming in here, but it is really an interesting race that no one had on their radar. Ed Gillespie is outperforming all the polls going into this day, and the incumbent Mark Warner is in trouble tonight. Right now, we want to turn to Kentucky Senator Rand Paul. He joins us from Louisville. Senator, thanks for being here.
Glad to be with you. We're all smiles in Kentucky. We're elated tonight.
I bet. Your reaction to obviously not only Mitch McConnell's win, but how the map is stacking up tonight.
You know, I think here in Kentucky it was a referendum not only on the president, but on Hillary Clinton. Mrs. Grimes ran as a Clinton Democrat. She tried to disassociate herself from the president, so she tried to attach herself to Hillary Clinton. But it turns out Hillary Clinton doesn't have many coattails in Kentucky.
You know, Senator Paul, you've made a lot of stops for a lot of candidates, and obviously you've done a lot of campaigning for the minority leader down there in Kentucky. Just October 29th, you said this at a campaign stop. Remember Domino's Pizza? They admitted, hey, our pizza crust sucks. Well, the Republican Party brand sucks, and so people don't want to be a Republican. And for 80 years, African Americans have had nothing to do with Republicans. I'm wondering, as you look at the map tonight, what do you say to Republicans who say, you know, maybe they don't suck that bad?
Well, when we look at presidential politics, there's about 18 states we haven't won in 30 years, particularly the big Great Lakes states, Illinois, Michigan, Pennsylvania. These are difficult states primarily because we don't win enough African-American vote. So I don't think our policies are bad. I like the Republican Party. I'm a Republican. But I think the perception of who we are and how we project ourselves has to improve for us to win presidential elections.
Senators Megyn Kelly, earlier this week, in fact, yesterday, the First Lady was speaking to Roland Martin on his radio show. And speaking to what was described as an African-American audience, she said, it doesn't matter who's on the ticket, and it doesn't matter even who's in the White House, that folks should be voting Democrat, period. You've been trying to do some outreach to the African-American community to win over some of those voters. What do you think about her sentiment that African-American voters should be voting Democrat, period? And to those who say it's pointless for folks like you to try to make serious inroads into the African-American vote?
You know, I don't discount that the president or his wife that care about minorities, that they care about unemployment, they care about poverty. But the facts are that black unemployment is still twice white unemployment, and that households that are led by an African American have lost $3,000 in household income since the recession ended. So really, the people that the president says and Michelle Obama says should always vote Democrat, they're frankly not doing very well with the Democrats in charge.
So far tonight, switching gears, we are still seeing close races, very tight races in New Hampshire as Scott Brown tries to unseat the incumbent Jeanne Shaheen, and in North Carolina, where Thom Tillis is trying to unseat the incumbent Kay Hagan. So far, at least, Republicans are having some difficulty in putting wins on the board in those two states. Is it too soon for Republicans, other than in Kentucky behind you and in West Virginia, to be doing some kind of sort of a victory dance?
Well, I think it's hard to beat incumbents. Well over 90% of incumbents win because of the advantage of being in office and being basically everywhere all the time and name recognition. But I think we're going to win some big races. I think we win in Arkansas. I think that's been projected. I think if we don't win outright in Georgia and Louisiana, I think we win in runoffs there. I think we're going to win in Alaska, which we won't know for quite a while. So I think we're going to pick up enough victories to take over the Senate. And I think it is a repudiation, basically, of the president's policies, but also of Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton have been all over the place. They're trying to make it out as if they're somehow better for Democrats. Well, in Kentucky, they were soundly rejected.
It sounds like you want to talk about a potential opponent there a couple of times.
Well, they campaigned in Kentucky very heavily, and in Arkansas, and in Iowa. So I think the facts are the facts. Did the Clintons help their ticket? So far, I don't think they have.
Senator, quickly, a White House official just released that the president has invited bipartisan, bicameral congressional leaders to a meeting at the White House Friday afternoon. What do you think, if Republicans take control, or if they don't, what President Obama and this administration will do with the rest of his term?
You know, I hope he will work with us. We are going to send him bills. The number one bill I want to send him is bringing American profit home. If we reduce the tax rate on money overseas, there's $2 trillion overseas. This would stimulate the economy. We could also take the tax revenue and put it into roads and bridges that we sorely need in this country. So I'm going to push hard. President Obama voted for it in 2005. Barbara Boxer's for it. There is bipartisan support for it. I'd like to have one narrow bill that brings $2 trillion home. It would be wonderful to start off in January with that.
Senator Rand Paul in Louisville, Kentucky, celebrating with the minority leader down there. Senator Paul, thanks for your time tonight.
And now it is nearly 9 p.m. here in the East, and we are moments away from polls closing in 14 states.
A live look now at Denver, Colorado, where we're awaiting results from the three-way Colorado Senate battle. Stay right here on Fox News, America's election headquarters.
Welcome back, everybody. With less than a minute now to go before the clock strikes 9 p.m. Eastern Time, bringing us one step and some 14 states closer to seeing who will be in control of the U.S. Senate when all is said and done tonight. Good evening, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly.
And I'm Brett Baer. We're waiting now as the clock ticks down. This could be a big hour, actually, for making a lot of calls as the balance of power hangs in the U.S. Senate. There you see the net gain of 2. Republicans need 6 to take control of the United States Senate.
And this is the biggest hour of the night in terms of states coming in. It is now 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and Fox News can project that South Dakota Republican Mike Rounds will beat Democrat Rick Weiland and Independent Larry Pressler to replace retiring Democratic Senator Tim Johnson. This is a GOP pickup that was long expected, notwithstanding a minor Republican scare last month when Rounds' lead in the polls briefly dipped into the single digits. Bottom line, this is significant because Republicans have turned a 3rd Senate seat from blue to red. Michigan as well, where Democrat Gary Peters will defeat Republican challenger Terry Lynn Land. That's not a surprise. Also in Texas, Senator John Cornyn will beat easily Democratic challenger David Alamil. Not a surprise there, nor is this a surprise. Minnesota, Liberal Senator Al Franken, Fox News can project, will win a 2nd term by defeating his Republican challenger Mike McFadden.
In the Colorado Senate race, Republican Congressman Cory Gardner has a slight lead over first-term Democratic Senator Mark Udall, but as of this moment, it is too early to project a winner in that race. It's also too early to project whether Pat Roberts of Kansas, the Senate's arguably the most vulnerable Republican incumbent, will manage to hold on to his seat, the seat he's occupied for nearly 18 years. Roberts has a slight lead over left-leaning independent Greg Orman, who says he will caucus with whichever party wins the majority in the Senate, although Vice President Biden was convinced today that he would caucus with the Democrats.
And Greg Orman said, who? Joe who?
Yeah,
what?
It's also
Never
too early to project whether the Louisiana Senate race will go to a runoff December 6th. Remember, this is the jungle primary down there. A number of candidates on that ballot. It may be headed that direction. In other words, there may be no winner tonight in that contest that could at least theoretically determine which party controls the Senate. And under such a scenario, a 3-term Democratic Senator Mary Landrieu and Republican challenger Bill Cassidy would both fail to get 50%, and then they couldn't claim a win, and then you would go to the December 6th primary. And that would mean a lot of money and a lot of commercials in Louisiana.
So now we are looking at Republican net gains of 3. That they have won 3. They've won West Virginia, they've won Arkansas, and they have won South Dakota, turning those states from blue to red. So many other states still too close to call, including Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, which was a surprise. We're going to get to that in a minute. New Hampshire, Colorado, and Kansas, waiting on all of those. We do have some news for you tonight in the gubernatorial races. In Texas, a hard-fought battle ends tonight in the Republicans' favor. Fox News can now project that Republican Greg Abbott will defeat Democrat Wendy Davis to succeed Republican Governor Rick Perry, who is widely expected to mount his 2nd bid for the presidency. Davis, once the darling of pro-choice liberals, ended up running what many in both parties regarded as a lackluster campaign.
Here in New York State, Fox News can project that Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo, another possible presidential candidate in 2016, will easily defeat Republican challenger Rob Astorino, the Westchester County executive.
And South Dakota, where Governor Dennis Daugaard will breeze to victory over Democratic challenger Susan Wismer. Fox News can also project, based on exit polling, that Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton, a Democrat, will survive a challenge by Republican Jeff Johnson, a former congressman.
A couple of races there. The Michigan Senate race, not a surprise. The only race, though, that President Obama campaigned for a Senate campaign there for Gary Peters, and also probably one of the better run campaigns in Minnesota by Al Franken. Thought to be vulnerable. He wasn't in the end. But it's really the Commonwealth of Virginia that everybody is looking at, trying to get a gauge whether Ed Gillespie can actually win this race. Still too close to call. Let's check in with Bill Hemmer at the Billboard to take a closer look at the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Good evening again. About 65 to 70% of the vote is now in Virginia, and this is really, it's stunned a lot of people, frankly. Everybody, I guess, except for Dana Perino, right, Brett and Megyn? I mean, she's been saying this race is going to be close for some time. What is happening inside the Commonwealth? Remember 5 months ago, Eric Cantor was stunned in Virginia. His district starts just north here of Richmond. It runs up to the northwest. That's district number 7. It is all red in favor of Ed Gillespie at the moment. 66% of the vote in. Gillespie with a 5-point lead. We pointed this out earlier. The western half of the state has gone overwhelmingly toward Gillespie. As it trails off toward the West Virginia-Kentucky border. But this is the area of the state you need to pay attention to. This is Fairfax County outside of Washington, D.C. You're only at 37% of the vote. There are a lot of votes in this county, but you see Warner down 18 in this county. We'll see how that number changes throughout the night. To the northwest, Loudoun County, that's a growing county. You can see him beating there at Warner by about 2 points at the moment. But again, less than half of the vote reporting in that particular county. So we'll see what happens in Virginia. Pop down here to North Carolina. What is happening with Kay Hagan and Thom Tillis? This is the county I'm watching at the moment. This is Wake County. It's Raleigh, North Carolina. You've got about 79% of the vote in. You'll get 450, maybe 500,000 votes in this county alone. For Hagan to beat Tillis, it is largely thought that she needs 56% of the vote in Wake County. At the moment, she is right at that number in Wake County. We'll see how that develops. Down here in Georgia, you know you need to get 50% in order to avoid a runoff. We're going to see how the economy plays here, okay? It is #1 in the country in terms of unemployment. All the exit polling has shown us throughout the night that the economy, for Republicans, for Democrats, it doesn't matter. The economy was #1 on their agenda. When we come back, I want to show you northern Kentucky in a moment. There's going to be a lot of talk about Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton tonight into tomorrow and the coming weeks. A very interesting find for how Mitch McConnell beat Grimes in northern Kentucky, where the Clintons just were 3 days ago. Brett and Megan, back to you.
All right, Bill, thank you. You know, interesting about that Virginia race as we wait for that Senate race. In Virginia, the Associated Press is calling a race for Barbara Comstock, the Republican defeating Democrat John Faust. This is for the race for the Frank Wolf seat in Virginia. What it is it might tell us that is boding well for Ed Gillespie because that was a contested House race, and Barbara Comstock pulling that out. We should find out more about Virginia.
One of the other states we are watching is New Hampshire, where there is a hard-fought battle for that Senate seat there. And while some are projecting that the Democrat has won in that race, Fox News is not yet ready to go there. That race is not over, according to our decision desk. We will bring you an update as soon as they're ready to call it one way or another. In the meantime, Mike Emanuel is at Gillespie headquarters in Lorton, Virginia. Mike, what's happening?
Well, Megan, good evening. Ed Gillespie is here watching returns with his inner circle. Aides I've spoken with say they feel very upbeat about what they are seeing, that Gillespie so far is performing well enough in Democrat strength Northern Virginia to keep the margin where it needs to be. Supporters are upbeat, optimistic, hopeful, and as they see the numbers come up on the screen, they let out a roar as well. You guys have been talking about that Monday Night Football ad that ran during the Redskins-Cowboys game, which obviously gets a huge audience in this part of the country, and they say that it only ran once, but they feel like it resonated well with voters across the Commonwealth of Virginia who thought it was ridiculous that the United States Senate would be voting on the name of an NFL franchise instead of more pressing issues. You can hear they're excited here, they're upbeat, they're hopeful, and they feel like Ed's positive message down the stretch helped them close the gap. They hope it's enough to carry him across the finish line. Megan, Brett.
Okay, Mike, thank you very much. Let's go now to Chris Wallace along with Karl Rove and Joe Trippi. Hi, guys.
Thanks so much, Brett. You know, one of the really interesting things about sitting here with the campaign cowboys is they take a look at these numbers in a very different way even than we do, because they're professionals. And, Carl, it's been so interesting watching you and Joe go through the returns in Virginia. What are you seeing? How are you approaching this, and what do you find?
Well, I'm approaching this by looking, first of all, at our most recent race that's been critical, a big contest in Virginia, and I'm looking at the 2012 presidential election. Mitt Romney loses the state to Barack Obama by 3.9%. So I'm comparing where Ed Gillespie is running versus where Mitt Romney is going.
And what are you finding?
Well, we're finding out, Joe and I are both looking at this. First of all, Ed is really outperforming in the exurbs in Northern Virginia, not the inner city suburbs inside the Beltway, but like Prince William County. He's 11.2% ahead of where Mitt Romney was. In Culpeper, where all the returns are in, he was 7.3%. Fauquier up by 5 points. Loudoun County 2.5 points ahead. Stafford County 4.7.
And what about in the Democratic areas?
Well, Joe's looking at the Democratic areas. I'm looking at the Republican areas.
Joe, what about the Democratic areas?
Well, look, the northern part of Virginia, this first congressional race I ever won in my life, is this district. And it's the place where really close GOP candidacies go to die. And I really think, in the end, when you look at this in Alexandria, Gillespie is outperforming Romney, but by 1/10 of a point, not the 2 he needs. In Arlington, 1.1, not the 2 he needs. These are big population centers. Fairfax, the city, 1%, not the 2 he needs. In the end, I think he's going to be short.
You think? I was going to say, I mean, this is not a projection, but you're saying your gut says.
Yeah, that he comes up short. That it's one of the more amazing, surprises of the night.
He was down 9 points on Monday.
And I just think in the end it's going to be maybe 1/10 of a point.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't know, because the big intangible here is the Tidewater. And Virginia Beach is one of the biggest cities in Virginia. Most people don't understand that. There are more people in the Tidewater than there are in Northern Virginia. Not enough returns in from there to say. But it is interesting. He's outperforming in some places by big margins. But you know where he's underperforming? Where he's running behind Romney? Is in the far southwestern tip, the coal country of Virginia. Not by much, but they were so on fire against Obama, and just 1 or 2 points of them are returning to the Democrats. They're historic.
As somebody who was there for victories and for defeats for George W. Bush, I want to ask you about this curious decision of the president to announce tonight in the middle of this evening that he's going to hold this meeting of House and Senate Republican and Democratic leaders on Friday. What's that about?
Well, first of all, I think it's a cry of I'm relevant. It's his effort.
I'm still here.
I'm still here. It's a weird injection of the president into the middle of this night. The second thing is I think it's the Republican leadership contest in the House and the Senate will both be the following week, and so I think he's trying to sort of get everybody in while they have not yet settled who's going to be formally going to be the leaders for the next congressional session.
Let me ask you one final question. A lot of talk that right after this election is over, the president is going to take executive action. Let's assume the Republicans take the Senate tonight, that the president is going to take executive action to, in effect, legalize, defer the deportation for years of up to 4 million people who are in this country illegally. If the Republicans take the Senate and the president takes that action, which they are going to be very upset about, what happens?
Well, there are legislative remedies. They can attach riders to spending bills to keep him from executing that policy. But look, if the president does that, it will say that he wants confrontation, not cooperation, that he is basically going to take his finger, stick it in the eye of the Republicans and say, let's have a contentious next 2 years. If he wants to have the country come together, that is not what he should do. He should step back from the abyss, because this is going to poison the waters with the Republicans in the House and Senate for the next 2 years.
So, Brett, Megyn, we may get a pretty good sense of where things are headed as early as Friday afternoon when the president sits down with the congressional leaders.
Yeah, we'll be watching in the next few minutes and a few hours at that Commonwealth of Virginia race. I think that that's going to be close.
There's a lot of drama yet to be had if Ed Gillespie pulls out a win in that state that nobody was watching or even counting as a possible GOP pickup. In the meantime, we want to bring you up to date on some big gubernatorial races, including the state of Florida, where, again, it is too close to call. Fox News projecting nothing at this point other than they're still crunching the numbers between Charlie Crist, the newly minced Democrat, minted, thank you, and Republican Rick Scott.
Also in Maryland, again, too close to call, and this is interesting. Blue Maryland, too close to call. Larry Hogan launching a very impressive campaign, the Republican, against the Lieutenant Governor, Anthony Brown. President Obama did campaign for the Lieutenant Governor there. You may remember those images of some of the people leaving the stadium as the president was talking. Maryland is not as blue as it was if this race is too close to call.
Also, we are keeping our eyes on Wisconsin right now, where that gubernatorial race is still too close to call. Scott Walker is trying to fend off a challenge from Mary Burke, and this is a man who's been challenged repeatedly. You recall he fended off a recall and is now facing voters again. The inside word was that they were a little concerned in the Walker camp today going into the vote, but so far tonight it is too close to call, and we are not yet ready to project a winner. We do want to go to Mike Tobin, who is live from Governor Walker's headquarters in West Allis, Wisconsin tonight. Mike?
Hi there, Megan. You hear the people cheering right now. These are all the Walker supporters in the Exposition Center and the State Fairgrounds. All of them very excited, a lot of tension in the air. It's interesting, for all of the effort and all the time that was spent talking about the very few undecided voters you had out here. Well, the big cheer is just going up. That's just because Fox News is on the screen, and they were cheering for Fox News. But anyway, the reason they're here and very excited is because this ultimately became all about motivating the base. And the people here in the Walker camp say they actually have Democrats to thank for getting their machines so well oiled. They were practiced. This is a team that had some game time. 21 regional offices around the state that, for all practical purposes, never really shut down. They kept working. The volunteers were on speed dial. The precinct captains knew everyone in their region. They were... And I'm being told the rap in the crowd out here is quite raucous, anticipating the appearance of Governor Walker. We'll see when that happens. Megan?
Mike, thank you. We've got breaking news.
Fox News can now project a Republican win in the open Senate seat in Nebraska. Based on early vote returns, we expect University President Ben Sasse to beat Democrat David Domina, a lawyer who's fighting the proposed Keystone Oil Pipeline. Sasse was expected to win. He will replace Republican Senator Mark Johanns, who did not seek a second term. Also in Nebraska, Fox News can project that the Republican Pete Ricketts will beat Democrat Chuck Hasselbrook to replace Republican Governor Dave Heineman, who's retiring after a decade in office.
We are watching results as they're coming in, and the Senate race in Virginia is still too close to call. We are monitoring that, and soon the polls will be closing in one of the most talked about states in any election. We will have a live report from Iowa, where all eyes are on Joni Ernst in moments. This is America's election headquarters. Don't go away.
Stay with us.
Got some news for you out of Wisconsin right now. Fox News is characterizing the gubernatorial race between Republican incumbent Scott Walker and Democratic challenger Mary Burke as too close to call. Walker's often mentioned as a potential 2016 candidate, but if he cannot win his own state, his presidential prospects could dim considerably. Therefore, we're keeping a close eye on it. And just don't be confused, because you can see it shows he's got 68%, she's got 31%. But this is raw vote coming in. Plus, you know, we're looking at the exit polling, and we can't make a projection in that race yet.
We want to show you a map that you may see in the background here over the panel. This is the heat map. This is the Senate heat map. It toggles between the House and the Senate. As different counties come in with the vote, Republican or Democrat, they are filled in here. Red, obviously Republican, blue, Democrat. And you see the country fill in based on the voting in that particular county. So there's the House heat map. Now, the House, we haven't talked about a lot tonight, but Republicans are poised to pick up anywhere from 5 to 10, maybe even 12 seats tonight heading into this evening. And there are a number of vulnerable Democrats in House races. We'll keep track of that and try to give you an update on how the House stacks up. But it's clear tonight that Speaker John Boehner is going to head back to leadership.
Meantime, we are waiting for calls, Senate calls, which is really the story of the night, whether the GOP will take control of the U.S. Senate in several states, including North Carolina and Virginia. You can see Kay Hagan there, appears to be leading her challenger, at least so far. Mark Warner versus Ed Gillespie in Virginia, and the Republican Gillespie so far in the lead. It's tightening, as we knew it would, and this is why our prognosticators take their time. They make sure they don't call it too soon. I want to go back now to our panel to get their take on it. Britt Hume, Juan Williams, Kirsten Powers, and George Will. Britt?
Well, I was just thinking about the Gillespie race in the Senate. There's a considerable debate among Republicans and Republican strategists this time around as to whether it was better to leave the gravity that President Obama was presenting to all the Democrats as the main element in the election and basically run against him and his record, or whether Republicans should have presented an alternative agenda and run on that as they did so successfully back in 1994. Well, one candidate who did run on a specific agenda, ran on the issues, was Ed Gillespie. And, of course, he was trailing by so much for so long that didn't get very much attention outside the state of Virginia. But it seems it did appeal to a lot of people in the state of Virginia, or he wouldn't be doing nearly as well as he has, and it may revive that debate within the Republican. If he should do as well as he's done, even if he doesn't win, and they should fail to get the Senate tonight, you can imagine what the repercussions on that issue are going to be as to whether they should have run in the way that they did as opposed to the way he did.
Kirsten, earlier in the night you said Democrats would look at that map as it stands now and not feel encouraged. As you see votes coming in New Hampshire, Jeanne Shaheen and maybe Kay Hagan, too close to call from Fox, are Democrats emboldened at all by those numbers?
Well, I think it's comforting. Those were two races that were the most likely expected to stay in the Democratic column, so it's nothing to get extra excited about. I think it's concerning when you see, obviously, Virginia, but then even Maryland governor's race so close to call is very concerning as well. So it's possible that the Democrats could hold on to the Senate. I don't think that it's probably very likely, but I think that it's we have to wait and see. And I'm really interested to see what things look like in some of these states that aren't the red states. That are some of these states that Barack Obama won, such as Iowa, for example, to see how that's playing out. Versus right now we're looking at more red states.
What does it say to you, George, that New Hampshire has turned out to be as tight as it was? I mean, not too long ago, people were saying he's got no chance.
He had no chance, but he seemed to bring himself back by raising an issue that might come back to bite the Republicans. He made a great deal of noise about immigration and border security. Well, the border's a long way from New Hampshire, but it still resonated up there. The question is, have the Republicans, for short-term political gain in 2014, in states where there's not a large Hispanic population to worry about, have they made themselves hostage to fortune in a way that will come back to bite them in 2016? I don't know, but when we're speculating about what the president might do in terms of provocative actions on immigration, his aim might be to provoke. That is, to get the Republicans to recoil in a way that sets them up for a fall in 2016.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Brett. The other thing he made a big deal out of in the end, right before the polls tightened, making it a closer race for him, was to beat the president up about Ebola. I mean, the Ebola factor actually seems to be playing to some extent in some of these races. Am I wrong, Juan?
I don't know what evidence you might be thinking of, but I'm interested.
Well, he kept hitting the president on his Ebola response and tying his opponent to the president.
I think in that case, I think there's a litany that Republicans have in terms of, saying that they don't like President Obama, and that could be one of them. I haven't seen any numbers that indicate that was shifting the vote. When I look at something, though, that really does catch my attention with regard to Ed Gillespie, it's that Gillespie was running on this agenda that we were just talking about. And, you look at the other Republicans across the country, and there's a lack of agenda. I know Reince Priebus and the Republican National Committee tried to put out their own priority points to fill in that gap. But I think that what we're seeing, no matter agenda, no agenda, Ebola, no Ebola, is largely people saying they don't like incumbents.
I just want to share with you. So Jeanne Shaheen was comfortably ahead until October 9th. On October 8th, Thomas Duncan died of Ebola.
Right.
And that issue wound up exploding in the month of October.
Well, Megan, I think you're hitting on the broader issue, which is the unhappiness with President Obama. And so I think that you're right that Scott Brown, out of all of the candidates, was somebody I think who was particularly hammering him on every single issue, just relentlessly.
The environment, Britt, 6 of the Democratic-held states up tonight were carried by Mitt Romney in 2012 by 14 points or more.
Right.
Virginia was not.
No,
Virginia, President Obama won by 4 points.
It's quite an achievement to keep it close, even, for a Republican to have done that, regardless of how it turns out in the end. He wins either way. And of course, there's been a lot of speculation about Gillespie that what he was really doing, you've heard, we always
set up
is setting himself for a gubernatorial race in a couple of years. So we'll see how that turns.
What is really interesting in that race is all the polls can't be wrong. Right? So that means late deciders.
Or they can.
No, I've never. All the polls, come on, man. All the polls, no, I don't think so. So that means late deciders in that race, when they were going to the poll, broke heavily. I mean, this is going to be unbelievable.
I'm telling you, that Redskins ad.
Is that what you're
George,
convinced of?
it was the Redskins ad.
All right,
Monday Night Football.
Walk us through it for those of us who don't watch any sports of any kind.
You know the controversy over the Redskins name.
Yes.
Well, he goes in and buys a very expensive ad in between Monday Night Football when the Redskins are playing the Cowboys and says, you know what, we shouldn't focus on this name. We should focus on getting things done in Washington.
I must tell you, Brett, that as somebody who's lived there virtually all my life, there is one issue, one subject that unites the people in the Washington area as nothing else can, and that is the subject of the Redskins. And among Redskins fans, and they are legion in Maryland and Virginia, their sentiment on this Redskins name thing is overwhelmingly in favor of keeping the name, and my sense is that, that who knows, that may well have motivated some people.
Yeah, let me just say,
that didn't motivate Charles Krauthammer, I should say, but George,
it should motivate people because his point wasn't just leave the Redskins alone, but what in the world? Where is the enumerated power in the Constitution that says the Congress of the United States shall worry about sports teams' names? And it just catalyzed, I think, in a lot of people's minds, the utter frivolity of Washington.
Yeah, well, let me just say, as someone who tries not to say the name of the Washington football team.
Oh, please.
That
you got
Redskins.
Redskins.
The
Redskins
team,
won.
I thank you, brother. I know. I live with him. Okay, but I'm telling you, the team's practice is in Ashburn. The team's summer is in Richmond. They are a Virginia team.
All right,
panel, thank you.
We've got some actual business to get down to now because we are projecting some winners in some races, including in Wyoming, where we are projecting that Senator Mike Enzi will defeat his Democratic challenger, Charlie Hardy.
Also in Wyoming, Fox News projects that Republican Governor Matt Mead will beat his Democratic opponent.
And in Oklahoma, Fox News projecting that Republican Governor Mary Fallin will turn back a challenge by Democrat Joe Dorman. And yet, no update on several of the key Senate races we continue to watch
Senate
tonight.
races and gubernatorial races. We have a lot on the table, and we'll update just ahead. Former vice presidential candidate and Wisconsin Congressman Paul Ryan, who's no stranger to nights like this, weighs in on the showdowns in his home state and who he thinks will be in control of the Senate by night's end.
And less than an hour now before polls close in one of the most talked about states in any election. A live report from Iowa just ahead. You're with us here on America's election headquarters. Don't go away.
Welcome back to America's election headquarters. There you see the Senate balance of power right now, 45 Republicans, 41 Democrats. A net gain right now of 3. Remember, net gain has to be +6 for Republicans to take control of the Senate. We are still waiting on a number of races, including Virginia, including New Hampshire. A call for us to make a call on New Hampshire. We're waiting the polls closing in Iowa, a huge race. Colorado, we are saying it's too close to call at this point. Louisiana looks like it's heading to a runoff, but we can't say that yet. There's a lot up in the air at this hour.
Certainly is. And joining us now with more, New York Congressman Steve Israel, who is chairman of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Sir, good of you to be here with us tonight. And so your reaction, let's start first with Virginia and your thoughts on that race being so close tonight.
Well, you know, I think that's the recurring theme around the country. We're looking at House races, and we're only an hour and a half away from the closing of the last poll, and we still have 20 races that are too close to call. All of our House Democratic incumbents who are in competitive districts are still hanging tough or are ahead, and then you've got this close race in Virginia. So I think it's going to be, look, it's going to be a tough night for Democrats, unquestionably, but I also think it's going to be a long night, and there are some potential surprises ahead.
Congressman, what about the numbers you're looking at as you look across the board? You say there's 20 very close House races. We haven't talked a lot about the House tonight. I mean, project what you think the numbers could turn out for Democrats at the end of this evening.
Well, here's the thing, that so far every projection and every prediction has been off. I mean, look, we know from history that the president's party loses an average of 29 seats in the second midterm. Even Ronald Reagan, at the height of his popularity, lost seats. Some were projecting that this was going to be a horrific wave election for Democrats. And now, so on the very night of the election, we still have every single Democratic incumbent in play when many thought they'd be wiped out by now. And and 20 races that are tied and others that are too close to call. So the only thing that I predict is that it's going to be a much longer night than people expected.
But one thing, I mean, you can definitively say you're not going to pick up 17 seats to take control of the House.
Not without the strike of lightning, I'm willing to say.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, sir, because you said that tonight's going to be a tough night for the Democrats, but you said earlier today that 2016 will be a great year. Why?
Well, in presidential elections, you have a much more favorable turnout universe for Democrats. We saw that in 2012. That's number one. And number two, as somebody who believes in compromise and negotiation and meeting in the middle, my hope would be after this election is over and we get back to governing, that people don't read too much into these results and people don't, just go to the corners. If they do, I think they're misreading the sentiment of the electorate and they will fall out of touch, particularly with independent swing voters in competitive districts. So if people like Ted Cruz double down, I think it's not only bad for the country, but I think it's bad politically for prospects for Republicans in 2016.
You suggested earlier that the Republicans will be even more extreme after tonight. That's using your words, more extreme after tonight. And yet we just finished a discussion here talking about how these GOP candidates are actually more in the middle, more moderate, less extreme, if you will, than some of those who were put forth last time around, and that was a conscious decision by the party. So what did you mean?
Well, I hope you're right, but the fact of the matter is that Eric Cantor in Virginia lost a primary to somebody who was to the right of Eric Cantor, which is hard to fathom. I just look, the fever, I hope, will break. The good news is that we are very close to the end of this election cycle, fewer commercials, fewer emails begging people for money, and a responsibility for both parties to just roll up our sleeves and govern and put politics away for as long as is humanly possible.
Yeah. Congressman,
and that means just meeting in the middle.
I know there's a lot of people who think that would be great because the commercials would end. But, Republicans campaign saying it was Harry Reid who's preventing legislation from going on to the president, from negotiation from happening, from even bringing up some bills that have been languishing in the Senate. The president's calling for a bipartisan, bicameral meeting at the White House Friday. What do you think changes in Washington after this election?
The fact that there's an election that's behind us and that people don't have to, just bang away at each other for the purposes of winning an election, but the fact that the American people want us to govern. Look, I hear your point about Republicans saying it's Harry Reid's fault and Democrats reminding the American people that Republicans shut down the government. Let's just put that behind us. Let's just focus not on who's right, who's wrong, but moving the country forward. And that's exactly what we need to do as soon as the last poll is closed.
Congressman, thanks for being here. We appreciate it, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, we are watching a number of races right now that have not yet been called, including in the Senate, where we are watching the Colorado race. Simply too tight to call between Mark Udall and Cory Gardner, although we are showing the Republican Gardner, the challenger, up as of now.
It's interesting because in Colorado, we have, if we go back to Colorado, we have early vote total about a lot in, because this is, remember, a new system out there, mail-in ballots. About 75% of the vote might be in by the time polls closed. Now we're still waiting, which means it's close, which may mean that Mark Udall has seen a little resurgence in the end as we got towards Election Day.
My question is, what happens with those ballots? Where are they sitting from the time? Where do they get mailed? Where do they sit? Who controls them? Between the time they are received and then Election Day, and then who counts them and represents? I mean, did they start this morning? Who's in charge? Is it like one guy with a key to the closet? How does it work?
It's a good question. We do have a call. We can project now that the Louisiana Senate race will go to a runoff on December 6th, meaning there will be no winner in that contest tonight. And at least theoretically, that could determine which party controls the Senate. Although looking at the scenarios, there's still a path that Republicans could get the Senate despite this runoff. Based on the exit polling, Fox projects that three-term Democratic incumbent Senator Mary Landrieu and Republican challenger Bill Cassidy will both fail to get to 50%. So that means they can't get an outright win. That means Louisiana, unfortunately, is burdened with a lot of campaign commercials until December 6th.
They will not escape that. And now we have an important race to call for you. Fox News is officially now projecting that the Democrat Jeanne Shaheen will beat back her challenge by Republican Scott Brown to hold on to that Senate seat in the state of New Hampshire. This is one of the most important races of this election. This is a very big win, and it's an important win for the Democrats tonight. Again, Jeanne Shaheen holding off a challenge by Scott Brown. And so the state of New Hampshire, for which Republicans originally did not have very high hopes, started to get some high hopes towards the end, will remain solidly blue, at least insofar as this race goes.
Let's bring back our panel. Kirsten, a big win for Democrats. This was a big scare from Scott Brown, an opponent that no one at the beginning was going to give a chance since he came over from being a former Massachusetts senator. But he actually made a tough run for Jeanne Shaheen.
It's definitely a win, and it's one that was expected among Democrats, and the margin of it's a little too close for comfort, I think. If you look at where this race was, as you said, I mean, he came from so far behind, and so I think that this, it pretends probably good things maybe for North Carolina, but I don't think we can read much else into it.
Juan?
It's one of the races that I think was critical in terms of Democrats trying to hold the Senate. I'm still, curious about what happens in North Carolina right now, paying a lot of attention there. And then you have Iowa and Colorado that we'll be looking at. But if you assume, as we all do, that, Alaska, Arkansas, Louisiana are tough for the Democrats to hold, this was one of the states that the Democrats had to have. And it's interesting, you were talking to me about Ebola earlier. Mm-hmm. What struck me about Scott Brown's surge in New Hampshire was his attention to foreign policy, his attention to the way that the Obama administration was taking us into the war without putting the boots on the ground. And Scott Brown was effective, I think, in making that case, again, from my perspective, that the people who run Washington are not working right now, not protecting the country, and it's an anti-incumbent sentiment that I'm seeing.
He made a big deal out of ISIS in addition to Ebola.
Right.
Well, Scott Brown is a terrific retail politician.
Yeah.
And this is a state that loves retail politics. That is, say who you're for president. I've met him 3 times yet, so I can't tell. So, in fact, the Republicans put a good foot forward in a good climate with all the issues breaking their way, and they lost.
Tough state for them, though. New Hampshire,
they have a Republican senator.
Since I started covering politics, the political atmosphere in New Hampshire has changed dramatically. I mean, that used to be a place where the Manchester Union Leader, which is a hard right-wing newspaper, was a dominant media force in the state. Now, no newspaper is a dominant media force almost anywhere. And the political complexion of the state has changed a lot. It has become a bedroom community, much of southern New Hampshire, for Boston, and its political atmosphere up there is different. It's an incumbent situation. Jeanne Shaheen was not wildly unpopular or terribly controversial. That was a tough uphill race. I think Brown should get credit for running a good race. As George pointed out, he's a very attractive guy, and he's a good retail campaigner, and he made a fight out of it.
But what can you
Tough
say?
State, though,
what can you say about as we watch these results come in? Do you have a sense about whether more red states are turning blue, more blue states are turning red? In other words, is there a shift one way or the other in the electorate?
Well, the one state, of course, that as we've talked about earlier, that has undergone a dramatic and striking total shift is the state of Arkansas. And now it's more in conformity with the rest of the South. That, of course, is a trend that we've seen over a long period of time. Looking around the rest of the country, we've seen Virginia change from a clearly red state to a state that the president carried and is considered now a purple state. And of course, we await, kind of with bated breath. And Colorado is another state that used to be a solidly conservative Republican state. Now it's a mixed state.
North Carolina?
Now, North Carolina's been a mixed state for a while.
For one. We're looking live in New Hampshire, by the way, Manchester, awaiting Senator Jeanne Shaheen and her victory speech after we have called that race. One of them is off our list, but we have many others still on.
I didn't know if we were going to make it through that segment without putting up that Cosmopolitan centerfold picture of Scott Brown, but apparently
I'm really happy we did.
See the need to air that, I guess.
No, it's okay. I think we should move on.
I just noting. I talked about Mitch McConnell's polio, and this was a relevant fact about Scott Brown. All right, we are about 15, 16 minutes away now from the next polls closing. At the top of the hour, we should have an update for you, and we hope to be able to call some of these states. We've got a long list of those not yet able to call. Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Colorado, Kansas, and Louisiana, just to name a few. On the bright side, one down, New Hampshire. Stay with us. I want to bring you an update now on the state of Wisconsin, where we continue to watch the governor's race and yet continue to have no answer for you. We are watching to see whether Scott Walker will prevail against his Democratic challenger. This has been a tough haul for him. She's been described as a politically attractive candidate, and this is by no means an assured retention for the incumbent, Scott Walker, even though he has won before, beating back a recall in the wake of Wisconsin's efforts against unions and towards right to work. So we'll see what happens in this state. And it could be something that other states will watch if Scott Walker takes a beating there tonight.
We are joined now by Wisconsin Republican Congressman and former vice presidential candidate Paul Ryan. Congressman, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Brett and Megan. How are you doing tonight?
We're doing well. Your thoughts, first of all, we haven't called your race yet. Your thoughts on the Wisconsin governor's race and what you're seeing there on the ground.
I think we're going to do well. I'm sorry, I got to hold this to my ear because everybody's shouting for our races here in Wisconsin. I think Scott's going to win this race. His reforms are working. We spent the last 2 weeks crisscrossing the state of Wisconsin together, talking about these Walker reforms. Momentum is in his direction. The public polls are in his direction. But we just closed our polls here in Wisconsin, and it will take a little while to sort things out here. But I do believe Scott's going to win.
What do you think? We just had Congressman Israel on talking about his perception. He said he sees at least 20 races too close to call across the country and says Democrats are performing well. Overall, how do you characterize this election, this cycle?
Overall, I think we're going to have a very good night. I just don't know how good it's going to be. Look, Shelley Moore Capito already picked up a Senate seat. We know Tom Cotton picked up a Senate seat. We know Mike Rounds picked up a Senate seat. Mitch McConnell's been reelected. So we already know we have 3 pickups in the United States Senate. We're eagerly awaiting the Ed Gillespie race in Virginia, which is a very close race. So we know we're going to have a good night. We can tell we're picking up seats in the House of Representatives. Look, I think what's happening is it's not just the incompetence of the Obama administration that voters are responding to. It's the incompetence that is inherent in big government that people are responding to, and that is why I think we're going to have a good night.
Congressman Ryan, Megyn Kelly, good of you to be here with us tonight. What do you think is the difference between what we saw in the elections in 2012 versus what we're seeing tonight? Why the difference, do you think, in the Republicans' momentum, at least?
In a nutshell, Megan, I would say in 2012, Mitt Romney and I had a challenge in that we were fighting against big government in theory. It was sort of Obama's word against our word. You have to remember, he passed most of his program in 2009 and 2010 when Pelosi and Reid ran Congress, but he delayed their implementation. He delayed Obamacare. He delayed Dodd-Frank, all these regulations until 2013, 2014. Well, now we have big government in practice. It doesn't look anything like the rhetoric that was used to sell it. The results are untethered to the rhetoric. And so I think people are beginning to realize this doesn't look like what they told me it would look like. This isn't all cracked up to what it is. We don't have the economy we need. We have incompetent big government. It's interfering in my life. And we have all these regulations that are stifling job creation, poverty at near all-time highs. And so I think we have big government in practice. And that's what's different than 2012, where we still have the hope and the change and the rhetoric and not the results that we are now seeing.
Congressman Ryan, thanks for being here.
We're getting close to the home stretch of tonight's voting as polls in a handful of states prepare to close in just minutes, leaving us with just about a half dozen more before all said and done.
Still a lot of drama.
A lot of drama.
There hasn't been a surprise yet, other than Virginia, right? I mean, every state sort of went the way the polling was
Kentucky
suggesting.
going that fast, that big.
Right. But in terms of the end result, so far it's kind of following what they predicted, and yet we don't know what's happening in Virginia, and we have Iowa up next. The Hawkeye State is the one to watch in any election, and there may be even more focus tonight. That's coming up next. And this is a Fox News alert. The Fox News decision desk is now ready to project that in the state of Colorado, Republican Congressman Cory Gardner will oust first-term Democratic Senator Mark Udall in one of the most closely watched contests in this election cycle. This is a significant victory for Republicans because it turns another Senate seat from blue to red, bringing their net gain for the night to 4 pickups. You can see the number at the bottom of your screen. That's the important number. When they get to 6, if they get to 6, that is when they would attain control of the chamber.
So on the right part of your screen, you see that raw total, the balance of power, 46 Republicans, 42 Democrats, as Megan said, a net gain of 4. I was out in Colorado. This was a race that was back and forth, very tight. But, you know, Mark Udall really got hammered on the issue of focusing solely on women's issues. In fact, the Denver Post endorsed Cory Gardner. And in the debate, the Denver Post reporter, well-known veteran out there, called Senator Udall Senator Uterus because of his sole focus on women's issues. I think this really hurt there.
And they were saying that if he had won tonight, he would have been dubbed a genius for sticking to that issue and playing it up with the electorate and winning women voters, which is important for any Democrat running. And wonder what they'll say now, because it did not work. And will this be the death of that narrative, which has been so well played by Democrats in particular in the presidential election in 2012?
Clearly did not work here. Let's go to Chris Wallace along with Karl Rove and Joe Trippi. I don't call them by the Campaign Cowboys name. I just say the names.
I refuse.
No, we call them the Campaign Cowboys. And I got to say that the Campaign Cowboys have known for some period of time that Colorado was going the Republican way. I know there's been a lot of snorting and head shaking about the predictometer. Joe, show what the predictometer shows.
This is the highest tech available that we have over here. But Carl and I went through it, and when you're looking at the Real Clear Politics average, Udall was down 2.5%.
He was
actually
at 44%.
44, but he was minus 2.5 to
Udall.
In the Udall. To Gardner, sorry. The problem here is, as we were looking at the early returns, it's actually he's minus 8.8 at the time. He's now minus 7 because there's some more returns have come in.
But as you were charting various
But this was
counties,
clear. It was the suburban counties were switching. And
where did Udall lose? Where did Gardner win?
He flipped the Republican suburbs, the swing suburbs, Jefferson County, Adams, and Arapahoe, which were all carried in 2010 by Michael Bennett, Democrat Michael Bennett, who's chairman of the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee. They all flipped. Jefferson County, the key one, they won it by 2.5 points in 2010, and they're losing it by 2.1 points today. And then they ran up the numbers in the Republican.
I want to pick up on what Brett and Megan were discussing. War on women, very effective in 2012, and nobody stuck to the playbook more than Mark Udall. Why hasn't the war on women worked for Democrats as well this year?
Well, you see it in these suburbs. These are the places where socially moderate, fiscally conservative, independent women said, I'm not going to go vote for a Republican who's an extremist. We had a pro-life candidate who basically took that issue off the table by saying, you know what, I'm a reasonable person. I understand what the Supreme Court has said. There'll be abortions in America. And also, I'm in favor of what the AMA is, which is we ought to have most forms of birth control made available over the counter. And after that point, his positive and optimistic presentation just sort of ate away at that corrosive war on women narrative.
And, of course, one of the other big points, Brett and Megan, is the fact that Colorado was a state that Barack Obama carried twice. Of course, he was nominated there in 2008. They carried it twice. Now it's going to a Republican in 2014.
Another big state coming up very soon. Polls set to close in Iowa. This is one that everyone's talking about. We'll have it after the break.
Listening to them, if all Republicans and Democrats could get along as well as those two did, like on their little predictometer, the one helping the other, the future of the country would look bright indeed.
Let's get them to Washington Stat.
We'll be right back.
Live from Fox News World Headquarters in New York, this is America's...
And I interrupt the voice of God to bring you a result in the New Mexico governor's race, where Fox News is now projecting that New Mexico Governor Susana Martinez, who is often mentioned as a potential presidential or possibly vice presidential candidate in 2016, will win re-election by beating her Democratic challenger, Gary King. Susana Martinez featured so prominently in the last presidential election.
Now we have the new poll closing. It's now 10 o'clock here on the East Coast at Fox News headquarters, and the Fox News decision desk projects that Republican Steve Daines will defeat Democrat Amanda Curtis in Montana, flipping control of the Senate seat there to the Republican Party for the first time since 1913. That is another pickup for Republicans in their bid to take control of the upper chamber. And look at that, net gain +5. Again, they need 6.
Keep in mind, we still don't have results in other states, including Kansas, which is where the Republicans are trying to hold off a challenge. And if they lose that, then the number will go back down from 5 to 4. So, just keep in mind when you see these numbers that it's still actually kind of early, believe it or not.
Fluid.
Want to move over to Iowa, one of the most closely watched races in the battle for control of the Senate, the contest between Republican Joni Ernst and Democrat Bruce Braley in Iowa. Still too soon to say who will win this Democrat-held seat, being vacated by retiring Senator Tom Harkin. But we can tell you that Ernst has a slight lead. That is how our decision desk is characterizing it.
And as you take a look at the balance of power, there you see the breakdown, 47 Republicans, 42 as we've been ticking out through the night. And again, net gain of 5. There is some history being made in Iowa tonight as Fox News projects that Governor Terry Branstad will comfortably win a 6th term in office, defeating Democratic challenger Jack Hatch. The win will allow Branstad to set a new record as the longest-serving governor in American history, surpassing the 21 years from New York Governor George Clinton from 1777 to 1804. That's not really a trivia fact that, comes to you really off the top.
Those are good years.
Those are good years.
Governor
good
Clinton.
Old time. 1777.
1777.
Good times. Okay.
All right. Moving over to Nevada. Too soon to project now whether Republican Governor Brian Sandoval will beat Democrat challenger Robert Goodman. Sandoval, a former federal judge, has been mentioned as another possible Republican national candidate for 2016, so we are watching that race as well.
Now we are back with the panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Steve Hayes, and Bob Beckel. Steve, to you. Take a look, set the table. What do you see? What's important? What do you think's the night shaping up to be?
Well, I think you're seeing Republicans make gains in the places where we thought Republicans were likely to make gains. I mean, they're winning the races that we thought that they would. And places like New Hampshire, which seemed to be something of a stretch, they're not. Virginia, as you all have been talking about all night, has thrown, I think, virtually everybody for some kind of a curve. I mean, just the fact that Ed Gillespie had been down really double digits for months on end, then close to single digits, and then now appears to be, whatever the end result is, now appears to be in a contest that's going to end up a lot closer than virtually everybody predicted.
How about, Dana, Colorado and Senator Udall, I almost said uterus, losing out this contest? I mean, that war on women narrative was used very effectively by the Democrats. I remember going to the Democratic National Convention last time around, and they made their entire convention about the war on women, so-called war on women and birth control and so on and so forth. And there weren't as many senators using it this time, but he went all in on it.
This is a problem that Republicans run into. Sometimes you try to run the same playbook, and this election cycle had just moved on. People had wanted something different. President Obama didn't help them in that state, meaning the Democrats. And Cory Gardner was absolutely just a different candidate. Remember, there was going to be a big primary challenge, but instead of going to a primary challenge, Cory Gardner worked with the Republicans behind the scene, and he became the candidate for Senate. And Ken Buck, who was the congressman he's probably winning that race today, the congressional seat.
Yeah.
They actually worked something out beforehand. So Colorado kind of, as a Republican Party, got its act together for this election.
That was a really important move by the so-called Republican establishment. Ken Buck had been the nominee who lost to Michael Bennet, 4 years ago? Mm-hmm. And it looked like he was going to go again, and he was a Tea Party favorite, and he had a lot going for him, and they talked him into running for the House instead. Mm-hmm. And the result was that we get Cory Gardner. Cory Gardner may have been the kind of the cream of the crop of the Republican sort of newcomer candidates this year. Very attractive guy.
That's what Carl was saying.
Quickly, Bob, you look at Colorado, and it's clearly purple. President Obama, then Senator Obama, rolled out there at that convention with the Greek columns, the whole bit. Colorado was looking as a Democratic stronghold for a little while. What do you say about it tonight?
Well, it was never, in my view, going to be a Democratic stronghold. I mean, the fact of the matter is, you have to excuse my phone.
Can't talk now.
I know you're supposed to do that. Colorado has been a traditionally Republican state for a long time. The Hispanic growth there has not been as big as it has been in other states. And I think the Democrats, frankly, I mean, look, Obama's got a lot of problems there, and I don't know how Utah's going to carry that. Same problem they had in Arkansas. But this race is going to come down, with all due respect to my dear colleague on the 5. I just do not believe Gillespie's going to hang on and win in Virginia. Fairfax County still got 40% of the vote out, and I used to work that county, and we always held back votes, and it'll come in.
You held them back?
That's really
comforting. Well, it was pretty easy to do, but so
you were the guy with the boxes of ballots.
This may well come down. Believe it or not, this may well come down to Kansas. This whole thing.
Wow. Drama. I want to go live to Bill Hemmer, who's at the billboard watching some of these counties for us. We're going to drill down a little deeper. Bill?
Yeah, good evening again. I want to take you to two places right now that are frankly too close to call, trying to figure out what's happening in North Carolina. This is the most expensive Senate race in United States history. And Kay Hagan and Thom Tillis, the Democrat and the Republican, with 80% of the vote in. Tillis has a 1-point lead. I mentioned a while ago we were looking at Wake County here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Remember, before this election started, it was believed that Hagan needed 56% of the vote in Wake County in order to win and win re-election. Right now, she's at 55. That is razor tight. 10% of the votes still to come in Wake County. Go back in here one more time. This is Charlotte. This is Mecklenburg County. So you're right about a quarter of the vote in. So you've got a lot of votes still to come in Mecklenburg, and we'll see whether or not Hagan can hold or come back now on Thom Tillis. Let's pop out to Kansas right now. This, you just mentioned it, it may come all down to Kansas at the moment. The independent Greg Orman is giving Pat Roberts a run for his money right now. You're at 35% of the vote. So what is coming in at the moment? Look over here to Wichita. This county here, Sedgwick County, the most populated in the state. We're only at 6% of the vote, so that county has a ways to go here. Northeastern part of the state, this is Johnson County. This is the home county for Greg Orman, just a trickle right now, less than 1%. This is the suburbs of Kansas City, and you pop out here to Douglas County, similar to Pat Roberts, by the way, is from Shawnee County at 20% of the vote. Orman has a 2-to-1 lead right now on Pat Roberts. So we'll see as this comes in now in Kansas as we start to get some votes here. And Iowa, we'll just check on this quickly because it just closed a moment ago, but no information coming in for the precincts and counties throughout the 99 counties of Iowa. That screen will quickly fill in a moment. It'll turn red and blue depending on the vote results. Down here in Georgia, Brett, we were just talking about this. You have to get to 50% of the vote. At 57% of the vote counted, Purdue hanging on to a 57-41 lead over Michelle Nunn at the moment. There's a lot of counties around here in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll take Fulton County here and show you less than 1% of the vote coming in from the city of Atlanta. So that may factor into things tonight. In fact, we may not even be able to call Georgia tonight as we go throughout the evening. You mentioned Colorado. Some of the votes we're tabulating right now for the Republican turnout it's just downright impressive. You go into here, there's some of these bellwether counties like Jefferson County, where Gardner right now has a 2-point lead over Udall. You pop down here to Douglas County, heavily Republican. It's 2-to-1 for Gardner. Down here in El Paso County, you're almost at 3-to-1, 73-21% for Mark Udall, and that is where he has shown a lot of strength. Colorado, first time they've ever gone to a mail-in system, and they were tabulating votes, and the Secretary of State was putting out updates every 2 or 3 days. They had a pretty good handle on what was happening out there, and we called it a moment ago in favor of Gardner. At the moment, +5. If they hold Kansas, Republicans do. If they hang on to Georgia, and as you know, Louisiana is headed for a vote down the road. Megan.
Hey, Bill, you've got other states on there. North Carolina, obviously, we haven't called. The path here, if they hold, Louisiana, we've already called as heading to the runoff.
That's right.
So that's December 6th. But Georgia, we can't call that it's heading into a runoff yet. So right now they're net gain 5. They need a net gain of 6, but they might still have to hold on to.
Couple things just to clarify that, Brett. You could get an Ernst victory here in Iowa. And if you do, that would put him at +6. But what happens in Kansas? Does Orman hang on? Does he defeat Pat Roberts? At that moment, the focus of the country will really come out here to the state of Alaska. And Alaska does not close until 1 o'clock in the morning East Coast time. And in that race, you've got Dan Sullivan giving Mark Begich a pretty good run for his money out there in Alaska. And if it is tight in Alaska, if it's really close, a lot of the rural areas, it takes some time based on history in order for that vote to come in and that vote to be counted. So if we're hanging on that number of +6, Alaska could decide it late into the night, early into Wednesday morning, or possibly beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken 2 weeks sometimes, some of those rural places in Alaska, to get those ballots in. Okay, Bill, thank you.
What are we doing now?
We're heading to Tom
Here we go.
Cotton.
Here's Tom
He's
Cotton.
in Arkansas. He is the senator-elect after a big win tonight.
Under the greatest constitution in history. Yeah. Yeah. The people of Arkansas tonight have made their choice.
Yes, we did.
We have again chosen constitutional self-government. Yeah. Which allows each of us to flourish according to his abilities in industry.
Can't move.
To live with the blessings of civil and
Oh, what did?
Okay.
All right.
Well, it really
well.
was a good speech. It was really tight. Yeah.
Good to know. Okay.
Okay.
So congratulations to him. No offense.
Okay.
All right,
let's bring in our panel.
Let's go back to the panel just to round up now. So now still no surprises, right? I mean, other than this Virginia race being closer than we thought. No surprises yet, right, Britt?
Yeah, and the Virginia race is really tightening now to the point where it does begin to look as if the kind of vote that a Democratic candidate is accustomed to getting out of the Northern Virginia near Washington suburbs will be enough
to put him over the edge.
It's not certain yet, but it's looking more that way than it was a while ago.
What about the fact that we're still waiting on a governor's call for the state of Maryland? I mean, what does that say?
Well, we
about
talked about that earlier. That race was thought to be one that was just out of reach for the Republican Party in the state that has turned so blue. But it got close late. Hogan turned out to be a pretty good candidate. He was a businessman, but he had a political pedigree. His father was in politics in Maryland, and he turned out to be a pretty good candidate, ran a pretty good race.
Steve, you were talking about that race a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it was just very interesting watching TV in Maryland. I live in Maryland. Watching TV in Maryland, the Democratic Governors Association and others on behalf of the Democratic candidate there, Anthony Brown, were running ads incessantly. You couldn't change the channel. There was an ad on every station, and at a certain point, you have to think, what are they running these ads for? It wasn't just to boost Martin O'Malley, the current governor, the incumbent governor, who wants to run for president. At some point, you had to think that they were seeing polling that suggested the race was likely to be closer than a lot of people thought. So they brought in Barack Obama, had Hillary and Bill Clinton step up for Anthony Brown, and it became a much more competitive race than I think most people had imagined it would be. And as Britt says, Larry Hogan had a very simple message. It was basically, I'm going to tax you less than the other guys, I'm going to spend less than the other guys, and we're going to be competent. I mean, that was basically the message, and I think that reresonated.
Yeah, he ran against the Maryland State Legislature, which is not hard to do. That's one of the great cesspools of American politics. But let's remember, Ehrlich was the governor of Maryland, who was a Republican not too long ago. Maryland has had a history of sending some Republican governors to take on the State House.
But Ehrlich lost in 2010, a very good Republican year. He ran again. He lost to O'Malley by more than a dozen points. So this was a state that had been blue, even though they occasionally elected Republican governors, was trending deeper and deeper blue, and then threw everybody this potential
Remember,
curveball.
O'Malley came out of Baltimore County. And one comment on what Britt said about Fairfax County, we know those 40% of that vote is still out. 40%, where the rest of the state is about 95% in. They have a history of holding those votes back. So I don't want to put a damper on Gillespie, but the point here is that there's no surprises, as you said, assuming they hang on to North Carolina. But Wake County, certain parts of Wake County have not been counted, which are probably more Democratic. The question it really does, more and more I think about it, I think Begich's ground game could very well do it in Alaska, which means it's going to come down to Kansas, and would be the ironies of ironies if the Republicans did not get the Senate because of one of the reddest states in the Union.
We should also point out that some of these states might be so close that an army of attorneys from both parties are going to be deployed to fight battles.
Oh, sure.
And hanging chads, who knows? Dana?
Well, in some of these states, if the races are that close, then there will be an automatic recount, and so people just have to be patient. But I think that given the states that we have still out to decide the Senate, I think that we will probably know sooner than later, and it won't take 3 months to find out who
Alaska could be the wrench.
It'll be late tonight. I also think that there's some underreported stories. There's not many surprises, but we've called Governor Haley in South Carolina, Mary Fallin in Oklahoma, Susana Martinez in New Mexico. 3 women Republican governors who won re-election based on merit and because they've done a really great job.
And yet,
some of these stories are
Wendy Davis
underreported.
defeated down in Texas, a Democrat who is challenging the Republican.
Greg Abbott, who just won the governor's race, he actually beat her in the women with women, like something like 52 to 47.
Panel, thank you.
And breaking news from the Fox News decision desk. We can now project that Republicans not only will retain control of the House of Representatives, but will also gain about 10 seats, reversing some of the losses the GOP experienced in 2012 and restoring the party to a majority similar to its historic victory of 2010. Again, Republicans retain control of the House of Representatives and will add about 10 seats tonight.
And that is significant because 10 seats is almost to the big level that they've ever been back in 1946. They needed to pick up 12. That's still possible tonight. But if we're saying about 10, you would have Speaker John Boehner with much more power in the caucus, and the House will be decidedly Republican. And it's going to be interesting to see how that plays in the balance of power in Washington.
Absolutely will. If I'm not mistaken, that is the year The Wizard of Oz was released. It's been that long since any party held that big a majority.
Wow.
It's in the briefing book. Just read it.
Boehner from the Tea Party. I mean, now he has enough working majority without him to work necessarily with that group. So it's a big night. That's a bigger story in many ways.
Great release of John Boehner from the Tea Party. That's what Bob Beckel says it means. That's interesting, Bob. Listen, we're also watching these other state races, and they're coming in one by one, including one in Rhode Island now.
Also in Rhode Island, Fox News can project that the state treasurer, Gina Raimondo, a Democrat, will beat Cranston Mayor Alan Fung, a Republican, to replace retiring Democratic Governor Lincoln Chafee, former GOP senator. That is significant. Fung thought he had a shot there, Rhode Island governor, but we're calling that for the Democrat.
We're still waiting on several governor's races, including in Florida, in Wisconsin, in Maryland, as we mentioned, in Kansas. But we are not waiting any longer in Ohio, where Fox News has called that race for Republican John Kasich. And joining us now, incumbent Ohio Governor John Kasich. Governor, great to see you tonight. Congratulations on your win. What do you think it says about the status of the parties in our country tonight?
Thank you. Well, I can only talk about Ohio. I was able to win. Your man Beckel, I think, is on the stage. We won Mahoning County, which includes Youngstown. We are trending towards victory in Cuyahoga County in Cleveland. And it looks like we're going to win. At this point, it looks like we may win over 60% of the vote in this state. And what we've done here is to create jobs, about 250,000. We've improved our credit rating. We're running surpluses, but at the same time, we've reached out to help people who often are ignored in life, whether they're the mentally ill or the drug addicted, and helping minorities to be able to be successful. I've been endorsed by one of the most significant African-American newspapers. And look, to have this kind of a victory tonight is just really pretty amazing in a state that always gets down to a nail-biter.
Governor, we have a bit of a delay. This is Bret Baier. Thanks for joining us. You won tonight, but over, nearby, the Wisconsin governor's race, we haven't been able to make a call. Scott Walker, what do you think about what he has done? You obviously tried to do some of that governing and challenging public sector unions. Weren't able to in your state. What do you think a win for Scott Walker means in Wisconsin tonight if he pulls that out?
Well, Brett, Scott's a hard-working, very talented to governor, and we'll have to see. But the message that I want to communicate to the country is that this is a party that needs to be able to reach out, to be able to show people that we understand their problems. And so by being able to be economically strong, by being able to create almost 250,000 jobs, and then turning around and helping folks who hadn't been helped, who had lived in the shadows, what it does is, I think, communicates a message that no one in our state can be left behind. And I think that's been a difficulty for the Republican Party, to be viewed as a party that is in touch with people's everyday problems. But here in the state, with this kind of a victory, in places where Republicans normally don't do very well, it just means that this is the formula, not only for being successful politically, but also, for most important, giving people a chance to think that people care about them and that they can be hopeful, and we as a community can be united.
Governor Kasich, it sounds like a sort of a spiel one might deliver if one were running for president. Wasn't that long ago that you were here at the Fox News Channel? Everyone loved you. Now you go to Ohio. The people love you. Are you going to make a pitch on a national level and hope they love you and put you in the White House?
Try this answer out for you, John. Go ahead.
Well, you know, what I'm really bucking for in the short term is to wonder if I can come back and host O'Reilly again, at least once or twice. It would be a lot of fun. I don't think they've ever had a sitting governor do that. So let me get through this, because I have been all over the state. We've run right through the tape, and I got to take a little break. But tell O'Reilly I might be coming his way.
Okay. I think you're one of the few people he actually would allow to take over that show. I'll ask him.
All right.
Great to see you, Governor.
Governor, thank you. This is a Fox News alert, and a big one. In Wisconsin, Fox News can now project that Republican Governor Scott Walker will win re-election by beating Democratic challenger Mary Burke in what has been a nail-biter of a race for the GOP. This victory really boosts Walker's presidential prospects. Speaking of presidential prospects, in 2016, since it would have been difficult to seek a national office, obviously, if he hadn't won this state. It's important to realize that this win is really significant, because he's had to face statewide election, Megyn, 3 times. Remember the recall in 2011.
That's right.
And he fought that off. Scott Walker now winning tonight. This was a big target for Democrats. Really might have been the biggest target of the night as you look at the map.
They wanted to take him down, and there was a question about whether if he were taken down, what would it say about right to work? What would it say about those governors who come in and combat unions? And now that he's survived the challenge, the question goes the other way. Will Moore be emboldened to do what he did? Want to bring in our Fox News Sunday anchor, Chris Wallace, who's sitting back there with Karl Rove and Joe Trippi, and get their thoughts on it. Chris?
You know, it was so interesting to hear that interview with John Kasich and then to get the announcement about Scott Walker. Karl, there are a lot of people, I know George Will is one of them, who keeps saying, we got to get outside Washington, the Republicans do. We've got to get one of these fresh Midwestern governors, like a Walker, like a Rick Snyder, like a John Kasich. Does that make sense to you? You were involved with a governor outside Washington getting elected president.
Yeah, in the modern era, we've sort of tended to be move towards governors. Governor Ronald Reagan, Governor George W. Bush, Governor Mitt Romney. So there is a tendency on the Republicans to look to these chief executives of the state, and we've just seen the victory of 2 who can be contenders if they want to be. John Kasich from Ohio, big industrial state, key pivot state. Scott Walker, who's compiled an extraordinary record of leadership in dealing with his state's difficulties and taking on the public employee unions in a deeply purple state. And he's now won, for his second term, his 3rd election to go to governorship because of the special election, the recall election in 2012.
Joe, let's look at this from the Democrats' point of view. Let's assume that Hillary Clinton, not such a wild assumption, is going to be the Democratic presidential nominee. Does it make sense for the Republicans not to have someone from Washington, not somebody with all the problems as we've seen with the Republican brand in Washington, but to go outside and get a governor from a Midwestern state who has an independent record, has nothing to do with all of the problems and gridlock in Washington?
Absolutely. I don't think you want to come after Hillary Clinton with a senator or somebody else from Washington. You want to come at her from the outside. And somebody like Kasich in particular, of the 2, would be one that would bother me, would give me some concern.
Why?
Because one, the state, Ohio, I mean, it's an important state, but also, I mean, I think I think comes at things from a little differently than the stand. In a lot of ways, like people won't agree with this, but like Jerry Brown does in California on the Democratic side. I mean, comes at things from a different angle that aren't aren't necessarily things that could, square peg Republican and a square.
I mean, like one of the things that was obviously controversial is he agreed to the expansion of Medicaid in his state. A lot of conservatives don't like that, and it might hurt him in a primary. On the other hand, in a general election, it does get him out of the cookie-cutter Republican. It makes him, to coin a phrase, a compassionate conservative.
Yeah, can I take this away from Governor Moonbeam in California? I was at an interesting conference where we had Governor Jindal of Louisiana and Governor Kasich of Ohio to talk about the Republican Party and its economic message. Really interesting because these two men had obviously thought a great deal about it, and Kasich was concerned about how does the Republican Party do a better job of explaining what it believes in to blue-collar working-class people. And we saw tonight an example of how effective he is at carrying that message into blue-collar working communities. You look at that map of Ohio, and you get, for example, the collar counties around Toledo, Ohio, are blue-collar working-class counties, and he's carrying them big tonight.
Gentlemen, thank you. And we didn't think it would take long, and we're fully into the discussion about 2016 and 2014, Brett and Megan.
All right, we're not done here yet. Let's not.
A lot of information yet to come in. We continue to watch several states where the races remain too close to call, including the Commonwealth of Virginia, a state nobody paid much attention to until tonight.
Iowa, also, we're waiting on a call in Iowa and North Carolina, too close to call at this hour.
And we may have some race calls for you right after this break. Don't go away. We're going to touch base with our decision desk right now.
Welcome back to America's election headquarters. Fox News just called Republicans retaining control of the House and gaining possibly up to 10 seats tonight, increasing that majority. We are joined now by the House Majority Leader, Congressman Kevin McCarthy of California. Congressman, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me tonight.
Your thoughts on tonight, what it means for your governing in Washington ahead of what the president has called a bipartisan, bicameral meeting Friday at the White House?
Yeah, so I'll be down with the president this Friday, but the president has to listen to what the American people have said. There has to be a change of course. This Obama economy is not what the people are looking for. Government has become too large and has shackled and held us back. Harry Reid was a big problem here as well, holding up more than 387 bills that the House have passed. We need to focus on the economy and get the economy moving again.
Sorry, go ahead, Brett.
Go ahead, after you.
What specifically are you going to do? I mean, if the Republicans gain control of the Senate, what specifically will they do to try to advance an agenda?
Well, the first thing we'd do is try to move the agenda forward. We'd look at energy policy. We have a number of bills. We have 40 bills just dealing with the economy. We'd look at tax reform, make it simpler, make us able to compete. We'd look at education reform. We have a bundle of bills sitting there that we can start from day one. But we've got to tell the American people and show the American people that we can govern. And there's got to bring some accountability back. I mean, when you look at what has gone on from the healthcare.gov to the IRS going after individuals with no accountability, there has to be a change in Washington. It can't be the same as before.
What's the first thing that happens in a Republican Senate and a more empowered Republican House?
You know, the very first thing I want to see happen, I want to see the House and Senate do a joint retreat. I want to see one agenda coming out and telling the American people that Washington is going to work again. You're going to have an effective, efficient, accountable government that won't take one extra dime. You know, the Senate never even produced a budget. The House did. First thing we should do is produce a budget so the American people see we can be on a path to pay off our debt and actually move forward. We should do tax reform. We should do energy policy. Put this country back to work and focus on economics.
Congressman, not knowing the end result tonight, but looking like a very good night for Republicans, what do you think happens with the possible executive order from the president on immigration, which has been threatened at least in coming weeks?
I'd tell the president this Friday, I'll tell him that that's the wrong approach to take. That immigration has to change. We have to be able to secure our border, have a system that actually works. But for the president to take an executive order after seeing what the American people have said here, that would be the wrong course of action. that individuals should work together to make sure we have an immigration that works, but actually end the crisis along the border.
And Congressman, we have seen repeated votes, over 40 votes in the House of Representatives to repeal Obamacare, never to be seen in the U.S. Senate. Will you pursue that?
Well, the Senate has that opportunity. We have found Obamacare has harmed the economy, the 40-hour work week.
But are you going to do it
away.
again? Are you going to press it again as another agenda issue?
Well, I think we would repeal Obamacare and replace it. Replace it with a health care system that empowers the individual to have the relationship with the doctor, not with big government.
So you would like to see that brought up for another vote in both the House and the Senate?
I would like to see a new health care system that actually lowers premiums instead of raising it, that actually empowers an individual to make a decision.
With respect, sir, though, but those sound like talking points. I'm trying to get an answer on whether you're going to press for another vote to repeal Obamacare in the House and push for one to happen.
I would press for one when we have ability to replace it at the same time. But the first thing I'm going to start on is the economy to get it moving again.
Great to see you, Congressman. Thank you so much
Thanks
for being
for
here.
having me.
You know, it's interesting to look at that shot of Capitol Hill. You know, the dome is under construction.
Really not at its most beautiful, is it?
But tonight it is under construction kind of in a different way.
Looks like little icicles.
It does, but it's getting rebuilt in the way that it is formed on the inside.
They couldn't have done that.
You're not going with my
Explain it to me.
flowery kind of. They're reworking the outside and they're reworking the inside. No, you got me. We're here now. You got it.
All I could think was
this whole
they had to do it right now. They couldn't wait till January, till after we had to show those beautiful shots of the dome. Oh, wah, wah.
Okay.
All right. We're taking a look now at what we have called and what the gains are tonight so far for the Republican Party. West Virginia, that was called early on for the Republican Shelley Capito. We've also called Arkansas for Republican Tom Cotton, who unseats the incumbent Mark Pryor. Colorado, which was a big call. Challenger Cory Gardner will unseat the incumbent Mark Udall and take control of that state. South Dakota, the Fox News Decision Desk called that state for Mike Rounds, the Republican. That's a gain. And Montana as well. Fox News called that one for Steve Daines. And so now you can see we're still waiting for results from the state of Georgia, Kansas, which they could be in trouble in,
North Carolina, Virginia, which we're still waiting on a call, and Iowa. However, I'm being told that we are getting close to a number of calls, and this is going to be an exciting 15 to 20 minutes, depending on where your ideological spectrum lies. I think the decision desk is getting close, but before we do that, Shannon Bream is live in West Des Moines, Iowa, at the Ernst headquarters.
Well, Brett, I got to tell you, just a few days ago, you heard the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid try to rally Democrats and say to them they've got to, quote, double down here in Iowa. He said it was critical, those are his words, for holding on to Democratic control of the Senate. And tonight it appears to be inching closer to being the truth. Democrats must win here. But this room full of Joni Ernst supporters are willing it to not be so. And each time that Fox has made a call and made a decision on those different states, most particularly recently with Colorado and with Montana, the cheers just erupted here. The folks in this room, they want to be the ones. They want their state to be the state that puts the GOP over the top when it comes to the Senate. It's been a tough battle here. They are vying, Joni Ernst, the Republican, and Congressman Bruce Braley, the Democrat, to replace a longtime Democratic Senator, Tom Harkin, who has held that seat for decades. He's been on the campaign trail there. There have been heavy hitters from both sides of the aisle, from the Clintons to many of the GOP 2016 contenders to come through here and be part of this battle. It all comes down to tonight, and Iowa could wind up being the state that does make the difference. And in the words of the current Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, it could all come down to the Hawkeye state. For the Democrats tonight, it could be their best hope and last hope if they want to stem the tide. Guys, back to you.
All right, Shannon Bream live in Iowa. Shannon, thank you.
And in New Mexico, Fox News can now project that Democratic Senator Tom Udall will turn back a challenge by Republican Alan Way, a former Marine colonel.
This was one that popped up late, and actually we thought Way might have a chance.
Yeah, but as it turns out, it was not to be.
No way. I'm sorry.
Have you been waiting for that?
I'm really trying.
You've been waiting?
Okay. That's it. We are now joined by Laura Ingraham and Marjorie Clifton, both sides of the political spectrum. Welcome. Thoughts on tonight?
Thank you. Look, it's a great night for Republicans, but I think Megan touched on it with your previous guest, Kevin McCarthy. What's next for Republicans? I think it was interesting that he kind of hesitated a little bit when you pressed him on the Obamacare repeal. Obamacare was a central issue in this campaign. It wasn't an issueless campaign. We had most of the tightly contested Senate races discussing the issue of Obamacare. Repeal was demanded by the voters. Immigration was also another issue that came out early. Most of the Republicans who won, except for maybe Lindsey Graham, they didn't argue for, we want to do amnesty in the coming term. We want to do immigration reform. They said, like Kevin did, smart immigration. Got to get this border situation under control. We got to focus on the American workers, especially Tom Cotton. Really focused on that, as did Scott Brown. So the people want results. I think this is a great night for Republicans, but we have to remember they actually have to govern for 2 years. There's a very fractious Republican Party. Charles was talking about how this is going to be a unifying moment. Everyone's going to come together. Maybe for a short period of time, but there are some real, still core differences among the various constituencies in the Republican Party.
How do you see that right now? Because Cory Gardner's one of the more conservative candidates that we've seen.
Well, sort of conservative.
If Joni Ernst wins, she's more on the conservative side.
Well, yeah, on some issues I think they are. On some issues they aren't.
Do you think that this is a Republican Party right now that stands more towards the center or more towards the right?
I think slightly more towards the right, but Megan, I think this is something we have to really think about as we move forward. The Clintons or the Elizabeth Warren, whoever's going to be on the ticket in 2016 for the Democrats, they're ready. They're starting now. They're ready to go. The Republicans have to be as unified in 2016 on these core issues that the base cares about as they were going into this race on everything that Obama stood for. They do really well when they're unified behind a few issues.
Marjorie, I want to bring you in. Now the president's calling both leaders of all parties, both parties, to the White House on Friday, talking about the way forward. What do you think this administration is going to try to do looking after tonight?
Well, I mean, I think it's largely expected that the Senate will go to the Republicans, and that will change the nature of everything that's happening. But, you know, going back to your earlier point is how do the parties unite is going to be a big question. Boehner's been able to move about 218 votes in the House before. It's expected that Democrats will lose more seats in the House. And I think, you know, again, this will start determining the path forward for 2016. What are we looking at and who will be on the ticket? Now, Obama's got a challenge. I mean, coming in, exit polls were showing that there's a 58% disapproval rating with the administration, a 59% disapproval rating with the GOP leadership in Congress. And I think the question is going to be, how are the parties going to come together? How are we going to overcome having been the least popular Congress in history? And how are we going to move forward on these issues? I mean, you look at a lot of the Republicans running at this time, they've remained pretty neutral on a lot of big issues. On immigration reform, on gay marriage, on Obamacare. I mean, even Mitch McConnell sort of said, Obamacare, well, it's fine, because, you know, in his home state, actually the exchange was doing pretty well. So it's going to come out a big issue question on how we're going to tackle
Well, think about what would have happened after 2012 if we had listened to the RNC's postmortem. Reince Priebus came out with that postmortem report saying we must do immigration reform. Imagine where the Republicans would be today if they had done immigration reform. You would have been able to, as Barack Obama, the Democrats, you would have had a lot of cover on the issue of the border, because you said, well, the Republicans agreed with us on this. The Republicans were really smart, and Mitch McConnell was exceedingly smart to resist the push to work with the Democrats on some of these issues, because they had the whole policy deal to themselves, and the Republicans stood athwart that and with the people. McConnell was very smart not to give in on that issue in the Senate immigration bill. I think that was a brilliant move on his part.
Stand by, if you will. In Michigan, Fox News can now project that Republican Governor Rick Snyder will defeat Democratic challenger Mark Schauer, a former congressman. This was a close race. Another governor tonight. Now, you add this, Michigan and Wisconsin. These are two Republican governors who challenged the establishment in their states and really made a big stand against public sector unions, against dealing with pensions long term. These are two huge wins. These were two huge targets for Democrats, and these governor of Michigan and governor of Wisconsin.
You know, Laura, this is the one narrative that we had heard going into tonight, was that expect Democratic gains and wins, big wins in the gubernatorial races, and that this was going to be one area they were going to feel good about tomorrow. So far, these results are not going as they expected.
This is the Fury election. Americans are furious. For 15 years, their wages have been flat or declining given the standard of living, the cost of living. So they're furious. People are livid at what's happening. The rich are doing pretty well. Poor, getting some help. But the middle is declining. If that issue is not addressed by the Republicans moving forward, or the Democrats. I mean, one party is going to hit that sweet spot of the middle class in 2016. The Republicans better get their ducks in a row quickly, not bask in the glory too much, and again, focus on those few issues that unite the party. They're able to do that. I think this could be a moment of great momentum, but they have some work to do.
Yeah, I mean, 78% of voters are coming out based on the economy. And you will look at midterms. There's a 17-point gap between Democrats who turn out and Republicans, and Democrats are less likely to show up, and a lot of, minorities and women, frankly. So that will not be the case going into 2016. And I think the question is, how do you mobilize them? How do you gain the voters? And absolutely, the economy plays in every state. It's universal.
Quick question, Marjorie. Do you think that this, with Mark Udall's defeat, that this is the end of the war on women narrative that some Democrats have pushed so hard?
I've struggled with the war on women narrative, period. I mean, I'm excited that there have been a lot of women running and winning in this current election cycle. I don't know that it will end the narrative, but it may change it. I mean, you've looked at a lot of the messaging on other issues, again, like immigration and gay marriage, and that narrative has changed. But I don't know that that will continue to be a winning. But I do think that it's important that Republicans start figuring out how to talk to women and how to talk to them differently, because
they talked to them pretty well tonight. I mean, they did really well. It looks like among women tonight, so I think they're learning quite well. Thank you very much.
Marjorie,
great to
Laura,
see you.
Although we don't show up enough.
All right, we've got a race call to make for you now. Fox News can now project that Republican Doug Ducey will win the governorship of Arizona. Ducey, the state's treasurer, will defeat the Democrat there, Fred Duvall. So there we see another Republican winning, although obviously this state was held by a Republican governor.
Former CEO of Cold Stone Creamery.
Good stuff. Delicious ice cream.
It is.
Yeah, wow, congrats.
We are waiting for closings at 11 p.m. Look at the countdown right there. The balance of power in the Senate hanging. Republicans have a net gain of 5. They need 6. Will it happen? Stand by. This is a Fox News alert, and a big one. In Kansas, Fox News can now project that 3-term Republican Senator Pat Roberts will survive the political scare of his life tonight by beating independent challenger Greg Orman. Coming into today's election, Roberts had been the GOP's really most vulnerable senator incumbent, so this victory is huge tonight and a huge sigh of relief for Republicans whose plans to take over the Senate would have been a lot more difficult with a independent in Kansas. This is a big deal. This means that the path to get to 6 pickups is a lot easier. The net gain of 6 needed. Kansas was one of those blocks that Democrats really thought they could have. And the fact that Pat Roberts came back from really political death in the past couple of weeks is a big win for
He was
Republicans.
hammered for being out of touch, for not living in the state of Kansas. In one radio interview, he said, whenever I get an opponent, the chance, I come back to Kansas. And people thought he was not paying enough attention to the home crowd, and yet in the end, he was able to pull out a victory, according to our decision desk. Yeah. Wow, that's
our
a big
chief
one.
Washington correspondent James Rosen is there on the ground. We'll go to him live in just a bit.
We've got some other breaking news, though, potentially right
We
now.
do.
Yeah, we're going to. Karl Rove's here. We're going to get to him in 1 second, but I want to bring you this first. Apparently, Scott Brown in New Hampshire is not conceding the election to Jeanne Shaheen. He is challenging the results, the calls. And our own Molly Line is live from Scott Brown's headquarters in Manchester, New Hampshire, with an update. Molly?
Absolutely. Tremendous energy here at the Scott Brown headquarters, where he is not conceding at this point in time. They're watching these numbers very closely, and they still believe that there are enough votes out there that this race is too close to call. There have been folks chanting, "Go, Scott, go," throughout the evening, and they simply think with tens of thousands of votes yet to come in, some of them from heavily Republican communities, that there still could be a chance for victory in this race. Now, there are a lot of Democratic communities that lean heavily Democrat that are also out, but looking at the numbers here, they're just not willing to take the chance and to come forward and concede to say this race is over at this point in time. Megan, back to you.
Okay, Molly Line, thank you. We're watching this closely.
Karl Rove is with us now. Carl, don't tell me you're going to challenge the results of our decision desk on New Hampshire the way Scott Brown is, are you?
I haven't been following the race. Ask Trippy.
I mean, I can get up. You can walk down to the decision desk now.
I want to get that out of the way right now.
Look, he's trying to get your chair. I'd be careful if I were you.
Your reaction to the Republicans keeping Kansas? Start with that.
Well, first of all, 5 people rescued Pat Roberts. Senator Bob Dole, who went back and campaigned tirelessly at the age of 91 for his close friend Pat Roberts. Senator Jerry Moran, the chairman of the Senate Republican Campaign Committee, who said to his home state colleague in early September, you're going to lose unless you throw out your campaign team and put a new team in. Chris LaCivita, who was brought in to be the strategist, and a young guy named Corey Bliss, who was brought in to be the manager. They put together a ground game like Kansas had never seen. They have made 1 million phone calls in the state of Kansas. And then the last guy, Pat Roberts. He showed up the last 2 months of the campaign. In the last 21 days, he had 80 campaign appearances, including a bus tour that covered the Big One, which is the 1st Congressional District, his old home district on the western edge of the state. It's about 2/3 of the state, and it's a lot of small towns and a lot of space between a lot of people. And he was energetic, did great in the debates. And his independent/Democrat opponent was virtually not to be found. But Pat Roberts brought this home tonight, and it really makes it the path to a Republican majority that much easier. But unless Pat Roberts took tough advice from a colleague and friend, from Bob Dole and Jerry Moran, it wouldn't have been this outcome.
But quickly, you think North Carolina is shaping up for Republicans?
I think North Carolina is turning out to be a very interesting place. You take a look at these counties that are now 100% of them are in the vote in the counties. And she won last time around with 53% of the vote. She's running in, for example, Irondale County, 8.2% behind her performance 6 years ago. Terrell County, 4.5%. Harnett County, 7.8%. Alexander County, 11.8%. I mean, there are just too many counties in which she is running way behind what she did last time around. Her victory, if she pulls this out, is going to depend upon running up the total in essentially 4 counties: Wake County, Guilford, Forsyth, and Mecklenburg. But it's right now, Tillis is ahead, and the clock is running out.
We're watching it. Carl, thank you.
We are awaiting new results coming in at the top of the hour. Continue to await Iowa, North Carolina, and others. Don't go away.
And just give them the basics, you know.
I got this.
Is it that time? The son picks up the check.
I'm still working. He's retired.
I hope he's saving.
I hope he saved enough.
Who matters most to you says the most about you. At MassMutual, we're owned by our policy owners, and they matter most to us. Whether you're just starting your 401k or you're ready for retirement, we'll help you get there.
No one breaks down the election fallout like our powerful early prime. Don't miss Neil at 4, No Holds Barred Talk at 5, and Brett's Beltway Insight at 6 tomorrow.
Did you know that New Girl is a wealth of comedy?
Interesting.
That's hilarious and uproariously funny?
Interesting.
And that everyone is giving this season a grade A?
Interesting.
Every Tuesday, see the funny for yourself.
We're all freaks.
New Girl returns with new episodes.
Tonight at 9 on Fox 2.
It's not against the law to be mentally ill.
So why are police usually the first ones to tackle the issue? Officers balancing a growing crisis with dwindling resources. Wednesday in the 10 o'clock news.
Do you have a structured settlement from a settled lawsuit? Are you currently getting regular payments from an insurance company for that settlement? To turn those payments into a lump sum payment now, call CBC Settlement Funding today. You can access all or just a portion of your settlement.
To learn more about getting your money now, call us at 1-800-835-6091 for a free, no-obligation offer. Again, that's 1-800-835-6091.
For months, if you love your small business but not the paperwork, FreshBooks is cloud-based accounting software that makes things like sending invoices, tracking time, and capturing expenses a breeze.
Now with FreshBooks, I really feel like an accounting superman.
It gives us a more professional look.
I get paid 3 times faster.
I can use FreshBooks on my phone, at the bank, at the post office. Go to my client's name and invoice them, and it's done.
FreshBooks saves me 5 to 10 hours every week. Join 5 million people already using FreshBooks. Start saving time, getting paid faster, and growing your business. Just go online now and sign up for your 30-day free trial. No credit card needed. Go to FreshBooksTrial.com today. Remove all doubt. Just use FreshBooks.
Over $18 billion has been set aside in trust funds to help mesothelioma victims and their families. You owe it to your family to call.
Call 800-500-2898. That's 800-500-2898.
Welcome back, folks. Want to bring you up to date. Fox News has projected now that Republican Pat Roberts will hold on to his seat in Kansas in a hard-fought battle in which the independent candidate challenging him, Greg Orman, refused to say exactly who he was going to caucus with. He said whoever was in the majority. This is somebody who's given once, I think, to a Republican, twice to Democrats. And the belief was that he was going to be Democratic-leaning.
Vice President Biden believes so.
And then Greg Orman denied it, but apparently in any event, the voters down in Kansas have rejected his challenge, and Pat Roberts holds on to his seat. Meantime, James Rosen is live at the Orman headquarters down in Kansas, where it looks a little quiet. James?
Megan and Brett, good evening. A certain sobriety and somberness has descended on Orman headquarters here tonight. The crowd is starting to thin out. No word yet when we might hear from Greg Orman. But all along, as this night has unfolded, I've been hearing increasing confidence from GOP operatives and pollsters saying that they thought Pat Roberts would eke out a very narrow win against Greg Orman, the independent candidate, by anywhere from 1 to as many as 3 percentage points. We were hearing that Greg Orman underperformed against Paul Davis, the Democrat at the top of the ballot, who was taking on the incumbent Republican governor, Sam Brownback. All along, it has been an assumption that if Brownback was not doing well, then Pat Roberts would not do well. But in fact, it seems the opposite has occurred here tonight, where Senator Roberts is going to eke it out, and Sam Brownback may have a very long evening indeed. Brett and Megan.
James Rosen live in Kansas. James, as always, thank you.
We are seconds away now from the 11 p.m. poll closings here in the East, or projections now. The returns are coming in, and the polls are about to close in 5 key states. We expect to make some calls for you.
Some big ones.
We'll have those next.
This is a Fox News alert in Georgia. Fox News can now project that Republican David Perdue, former CEO of Dollar General, will beat Democrat Michelle Nunn, daughter of the former senator from Georgia, Sam Nunn, to replace retiring Republican Senator Saxby Chambliss. Perdue, who almost never attained 50% in the pre-election polls, will tonight exceed that threshold and thereby avoid a runoff January 6th, according to the raw vote total as well as the exit polls. So again, a huge win for Republicans. No runoff in Georgia. David Perdue, the Republican, wins outright in a very tough-fought battle in the state of Georgia. Michelle Nunn was believed to be the strongest, or one of the strongest, Democrats, as we tick down now to the closing of polls in the 11 o'clock Eastern hour.
And still no call in Iowa. And the Iowa Senate seat, at least not yet. Now that it is 11 p.m. here in New York, the polls have just closed on the Pacific, including 3 Senate races. And Fox News can now project that in Hawaii, Senator Brian Schatz, appointed to the term left vacant by the death of Senator Daniel Inouye, will retain the seat for Democrats by beating Sam Cavasso.
In Oregon, we can also project that the Democratic incumbent Jeff Merkley, who has been heavily favored in this race against Republican challenger Dr. Monica Wiebe, will win that race, a race that appeared promising at one time for Republicans. Wiebe will not prevail tonight.
Moving over to Idaho, we can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Jim Risch will hold his seat easily, defeating Democrat Nels Mitchell. And yet we continue to await the big races.
As you take a look at the balance of power here, so far a net gain of 5 seats. We've been talking all night. Republicans need a net gain of 6 seats, but now they've held the ball, if you will, in Kansas and Georgia. Those were 2 huge races that they needed to hold. Now the path gets a lot easier, and frankly, it could be Joni Ernst in Iowa that puts the control of the U.S. Senate over the top.
And the Kansas win was just so critical for the Republicans. That was the one seat they were very worried about going into tonight, and yet they have retained it.
We have some governor's races to call as well. Fox News can now project that, as expected, California Governor Jerry Brown will cruise to re-election, easily defeating his Republican opponent in a heavily Democratic state. This will be a 4th term for Brown, age 76. He first served 2 terms from 75 to 83.
And Fox News can now project that Republican Governor Nathan Deal will beat Democrat Jason Carter. grandson of former President Jimmy Carter, in the Georgia gubernatorial race. Remember, we told you this was too close to call earlier. Deal is expected to win more than 50% of the vote tonight, thereby precluding a runoff election with Carter next month.
That's another huge governor's race down there. Nathan Deal, it wasn't looking like he could get to 50%, but now both candidates there, the Senate and governor in Georgia, getting over that threshold.
There's been quite a tide in the Republicans' favor on several of these races. I want to bring in our panel. George Will, Juan Williams, Kirsten Powers, and Charles Krauthammer. Charles, let me start with you on what we're seeing here so far.
Well, there's very interesting development. The pedigreed candidates, the ones who were the sons or the daughters or even grandsons of famous local politicians, have not done well. You've got as you just said, in Georgia, you got a grandson of a president who lost. You have got Sam Nunn's daughter who lost. In Iowa, you have Arkansas, you've got the Pryor dynasty, and then you got Udall in Colorado, all of whom have lost. Still up for grabs, Begich, also a famous family in Alaska. He's the Democrat he's behind, at least it has been in the polls, and Louisiana, where you have, of course, Landrieu. The other interesting thing is I think this is the end of the war on the women, and the Democrats have lost it. They tried it, as we saw famously in Colorado. It probably helped to defeat Senator Udall because it became an object of ridicule, and once you get to that stage, it's over. And in Texas, which we haven't spoken about, in the gubernatorial race, Wendy Davis, of course, famously became a candidate over the abortion issue, and she lost really badly in a way that probably ended her career, at least as a major national figure. I think the Democrats are going to learn a lesson from this. There is, of course, an issue on which they can't prevail, but if you push it to an extreme where it comes back against you, you've got to drop it.
Hey, Juan, you look at this. It's already a net gain of 5. We've called that Louisiana is heading for a runoff December 6th. That does not look good for Mary Landrieu, the Democratic incumbent, because Louisiana is very red. So there could be another pickup there. And again, we're waiting on Iowa. Is this a wave tonight?
No, it's not close to a wave. I mean, what you have here, I think, is now...
Is it a ripple?
Yeah,
because
I think at this point it looks to me inevitable. I mean, the key thing, the big news here is Kansas. As you pointed out, Brett, it was Kansas,
Georgia,
and even Kentucky. Remember that people thought were possibilities for Democrats to pick up seats that would have increased the amount of seats.
And none of them happened. So isn't this a wave?
No, but what has happened is that in the only victory...
Wisconsin governor, Michigan governor? I mean, those are big Democratic targets.
Remember, out of the 36 seats in the Senate that are up, let's just focus on the Senate for a second, you had 21 seats being defended by Democrats. So right now we're looking at maybe 6 for sure, but I would say, if given what's possible coming here, North Carolina and Iowa, 8, right?
Alaska.
We don't know. Okay, let's go up to 8 or 9. That would be it out of the 21
if you get 9 Republican pickups, that's a wave, isn't it?
I don't know how you want to define it. I mean, clearly, this has been an anti-incumbent moment for my money, and I think the Republicans have taken control of the Senate, which was the big enchilada on this night. And I'm stunned at Orman's defeat, to be quite honest, because that was a substantial and clear defeat by Pat Roberts, who was really far trailing. And as I say, the only good news for Democrats tonight so far, unless we hear something different from Iowa, is New Hampshire.
George, is there any way now, if Joni Ernst wins Iowa, is there any way the Republicans are not going to have control of the Senate?
I don't see it, because when the runoff occurs in Louisiana, it is really apt to be the case that either the Senate will be in the balance, in which case Louisiana will say it's in our hands whether Harry Reid continues, or the Republicans already will have sealed control, in which case Louisiana will say, do we really want to send a senator to serve in a minority?
What other seats are the Republicans defending right now that they could lose? I mean, all the ones they were defending, they've retained. Kansas was the big one. And so now it's all about whether they're going to gain Democrat seats, right? Including in Iowa. So if she wins Iowa as a practical matter, unless some huge upset happens someplace, is it not the case that the Republicans will have control of the Senate?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying to you. So you have, the minute that Georgia, that was a big hope for the Democrats, put a lot of money behind none. They lost that. They've lost Kentucky, as we described early in the evening, and now Kansas. So all of those dams, if you will, against the Republican wave, if you will, are gone. So now it's just a matter of how many seats the Republicans are able to gain, and that's why we're waiting on Iowa, we're waiting on North Carolina. North Carolina, very important for Democrats at this point.
Kirsten, quickly.
Yeah, I think it's closer to a wave than not a wave. I don't know what else it could be. Basically, as you just characterized, the Republicans are pretty much holding their seats. They're picking up what they expected to pick up in the House. They wanted 11 seats. It looks like it's going to be 10. And most of the House seats is already baked in, so we're not going to see huge additions in the House. And I think that the Democrats failed to change the electorate the way that they said they were going to change the electorate. If you look at the exit polls, they look like a midterm election poll. They didn't. The numbers for young voters are what you would around 13% are what you would expect to see in a midterm election, not what you would expect to see in 2012, which was closer to 20%. So the Democrats have failed to do exactly what they said they had set out to do, that they spent $60 million on. So I think that it's, I would characterize it as a wave election.
Stand by, panel. We have a House race to call. New York's 1st District can be called for the Republican, Michael Grimm. This is an interesting race in that he faces fraud indictments.
20 counts.
20 counts come February. But he is going to win that race tonight in New York, District 1.
What does that say about his opponent?
Maybe not running a strong race.
His local, the Staten Island newspaper, endorsed Grimm, begrudgingly, saying, I guess we have to do it because we really can't stand the other guy. This guy isn't great either. Here you go. People wonder why people feel a little dejected about the political process these days.
So he is one of at least 10 pickups for Republicans tonight in the House. Meanwhile, down in Louisiana, the incumbent Senator Mary Landrieu is speaking. We are projecting this will go to a runoff December 6th. Let's listen in.
This race is not about who the president is, who the president was, or who the president will be, or which party controls Congress. This race is about the future of Louisiana, the bright and strong future that Louisiana deserves, our children, our families, and our parents. The question facing us tonight, the voters in Louisiana, will be a very simple one. Which candidate has the proven record of standing up, fighting, and delivering for our state? And which candidate has a record of running scared and trying to hide his record from the voters? I want to thank my family, my extraordinary husband, my wonderful son, daughter, and daughter-in-law, and the newest member of our family, Maddox Parker Snelling. And to my extraordinary mother and father, a plethora of brothers and sisters, nieces, nephews, cousins, etc. To my extraordinary staff that's put in 24/7, and to all of you that are here with me tonight and have been with me for 18 years as we have done some extraordinary things for Louisiana and our country. Let me say a word of thanks to Colonel Bob Maness, his wife Candy, and his 5 children for putting themselves out there, for showing up to face the voters. He drove his pickup truck more than 85,000 miles, and especially
Senator Mary Landrieu in a battle to win re-election. This will now be a runoff. And while it was clear before we came into tonight that she was very unlikely to get the 50% necessary to avoid that runoff, it was also shown in the polls that if she did go to a runoff, she would be at a disadvantage against her GOP opponent, Bill Cassidy. However, some said that if Republicans gained control of the Senate tonight and it didn't hang in the balance and depend on Louisiana, she might do better in a runoff because Louisianans might say, let's keep the one we've had. control of the Senate doesn't depend on it.
Well,
So
she
we'll
will
see.
lose power. She won't be chair.
Correct.
And so if the Republicans take control, I want to make one correction. I said New York won. It was the 11th district for Michael Grimm. Just to be clear, let's go live now to Carl Cameron, live in Louisville at McConnell headquarters. Give us a big picture here, Carl. Everybody's gone.
Sure. Well, I think as we look at whether or not Republicans are going to reach that number 6, one of the things that we got to remember now is that even without the Louisiana runoff calculated into it, the question of what happens in Iowa, North Carolina, and Alaska includes 2 states that were part of the Democrats' firewall. Iowa, North Carolina, and Colorado were designated by the Democratic Party as their must-wins. Colorado's gone. North Carolina's on the edge, and Iowa we're still waiting for. So all 3 of them could potentially flip, or any combination of that, but already one's gone. In addition, the Republicans here are already looking forward to their anticipated majority, and here at McConnell headquarters, aides have been talking all day about the types of things that they could do as soon as they are sworn in and take over the Senate next year. Things like repatriation of a lot of that money that's parked overseas from American corporations, a couple of $1 billion, bringing that back, such as repealing the tax on medical devices. And Rand Paul, who was part of the introductory speeches today for Mitch McConnell's victory speech, said right out that he thought that there would be a likely bill after bill after bill to repeal Obamacare until the president, quote, wearies of receiving all those bills and vetoing them. And that in addition to that, there's the possibility of using sort of arcane legislative tools called reconciliation, which is how President Obama passed the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, on Christmas Eve of 2009 with no Republican votes and made it exempt from filibuster in the Senate. Republicans are talking about perhaps using that very same tool in a turnabout as fair play to go after the funding of Obamacare and other things, as well as the president's executive orders on things like immigration, by saying effectively they'll use the power of the purse to take away the money that the president might use to implement those activities. So Republicans see +6 tonight and then some perhaps, and they're already beginning to talk about what they'll be doing when they take over in Washington come January.
Carl Cameron live in Louisville. Carl, thank you.
Want to check in with Martha McCallum, who's taking a look at what the exit polls are telling us tonight. And those are always so interesting. Martha, what are we seeing?
They sure are, Megan. And we want to take a look now at Georgia, because David Perdue put in a better performance than we had seen in any poll prior to tonight. It was the expectation across the board that you would likely have 2 runoffs in Georgia and in Louisiana, but that is not the case. So how did he avoid it? We went back to look. The electorate there is split pretty evenly, 36% Republicans, 36% Democrats. So independents really sealed the deal for Perdue. He did extremely well with them. 6 in 10 independents voted for him when you take a look at the numbers here, 59% swinging towards David Perdue. Let's take a look at the next one here. The gender gap in Georgia is another stunning story. Men overwhelmingly voting for Perdue, 60%, 39% went for none, and she did quite well with the women's vote there by 10 points. But really it comes down to this story, which is something that we're seeing in many parts of the South. We've seen it in Florida, potentially in North Carolina. We don't know that story quite yet. 3/4 of voters say that the most important thing to them was who was in control of the United States Senate. What we're learning tonight across the board in all of these GOP wins is that there is anger at the administration in many cases, dissatisfaction with leadership in many cases, and in this case, 76% of the Georgia voters said that it was really important to them in terms of who controlled the Senate. So an amazing showing for Perdue tonight. The Dollar General CEO pulling out something that nobody truly expected. Back to you guys. We'll keep looking at all these exit polls and seeing what they tell us.
Thank you. Just want to give our viewers an update. So we had told you that Scott Brown was challenging the results in New Hampshire, wasn't going to concede down in New Hampshire. Now we are being told that they are saying there are 25,000 ballots left to count, and that this will make or break it. Of course, we're already projecting that he has lost that race. He doesn't see it that way. And then just one other piece of color for you. Apparently in Iowa, as more of these races in Iowa, we have not yet called the Senate race, are being called for Republicans. According to our producer on site, the Democrat crowd watching the returns is dwindling, relocating to the Cash Bar, set up outside the room. They are by the bar drinking and watching the TVs.
That's always a good movement, isn't it? Where's ours? Still waiting.
2 o'clock, 2:01,
That's
Brett.
right, 2:01. We are still waiting for Iowa. That is the biggest one, as you listen to the Cash Bar and Joni Ernst and Bruce Braley. North Carolina still pending. And, you know, that is really interesting down there. Kay Hagan fighting for her political life against Thom Tillis. Stay with us. We've got some interesting minutes ahead here on America's Election Headquarters.
Welcome back, folks. We are watching here at 11:19 in the East. Senate results in North Carolina, in Iowa, and in Virginia. We're continuing to wait Alaska. That's not going to come in until at the earliest 2 a.m. tonight, and it could be beyond that. But those are the 4 big ones that we still have our eyes on. We weren't expecting to be watching Virginia at all. We knew North Carolina was going to be close. We knew Iowa was going to be close, and we cannot make a call on those yet.
Also, a number of governor's races, by the way. Illinois governor, Florida governor, watching it all. Let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, who's deep into his Twitter, George Will, Juan Williams, Kirsten Powers, and Charles Krauthammer. By the way, did you ever think you'd be addicted to that thing as much as you are?
I never imagined that I would find it as useful as I do. But it really is. And it was on this set in this room a couple of years ago that the fact that I was even on Twitter became known because my dear friend Kirsten Powers looks over and she says, I didn't know you were on Twitter. And I had kind of a hidden account on it. I just used it for information.
That's missing the point of Twitter.
And then she outed me. And then after a while, I kind of thought, well, this is sort of fun. So I changed it to my real name, and I've been on there ever since. And I use it all the time for all kinds of things.
At Britt Hume. Okay, so let's just go down the row and talk about this night, talk about what it means and the implications going forward.
Well, it looks now as if there's so many ways now with one more race for the Republicans that they've got the Senate. And that changes, obviously, everything in Washington in the sense that all the things that the House of Representatives has been doing that nobody knows about will now have a chance to have life in the Senate. The Senate has been the place where the House of Representatives' legislative activity goes to die, and that's been true for some time because of the way Harry Reid has run the place. And it raises an interesting question about his strategy. His strategy was to protect his majority in the Senate by protecting his members from taking tough votes on measures that might have some popular appeal that came over from the House of Representatives. So this place was in lockdown. This changes that, and it also calls his strategy of doing this into question because a number of these people obviously have lost. So that's key there. I would say that some of these other results that we've seen suggest something, as we've talked about. The Virginia governor's race, it looks like Ed Bileski's been overtaken.
A Senate race.
A Senate race, excuse me. But you
just
got
stand by.
Oh,
we have a call to make.
Oh, good.
And it is in the all-important Iowa Senate race. Fox News can now project that Republican Joni Ernst will beat Democrat Bruce Braley, thereby giving Republicans control of the United States Senate and dealing a major blow to President Obama's agenda in the final 2 years of his term. Ernst's victory gives Republicans a net pickup now of 6 seats. That's the magic number they needed to guarantee a takeover of the U.S. Senate.
That's huge. Remember, there are still 4 Senate seats to be decided, but all of them are already Democratic. So the GOP's net gain can still increase, but it can't decrease. So they made it to that +6 number. The states yet to be decided: Virginia, that wasn't supposed to be close, North Carolina, Alaska, which probably will take a long time, and Louisiana. Remember, the Louisiana race won't be decided until next month in that recount, or that runoff, rather, December 6th. Alaska, polls close at 1 a.m. Eastern. It could take a long, long time before we get all of that in. But the biggest news right now, Republicans will control the U.S. Senate for the last 2 years of President Obama's term. We're back with the panel. George, what does this mean in the big picture?
First, you have to wonder if people voting in Alaska right now, knowing from the news reports they're seeing that the Senate is already closed, for the Republicans, might cast their votes accordingly. Don't know. I think 3 things really impressed me tonight, Brett. First is, one reason Colorado was won is the long arm of the National Republican Party stepped in and selected the candidate. Cory Gardner was plucked out of a safe congressional seat and said, run for the Senate. They elbowed aside a man who had lost in 2010. And so the National Party simply imposed its will. In Illinois, which we're still waiting to hear from, Illinois is kind of America's Argentina. It's extraordinarily debt-ridden with more than $100 billion in unfunded liabilities. And the incumbent governor, Quinn, went into this with an approval rating of 34%. So this will be a test of whether Republicans can compete in one of the very bluest states with one of the most catastrophic fiscal situations. Finally, in Wisconsin, what made the Walker victory interesting was he took on what's called the blue model. That is the alliance between the public unions, public employees unions, and the Democratic Party. He broke it. They retaliated with extraordinary ferocity, and he won in first election, survived a recall, attempted recall of a Supreme Court justice, and prevailed tonight, which may or may not embolden other governors.
Charles, I remember sitting on the set with Brit, 2006, when Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reid came out with their arms up in the air. And then 2008, when Barack Obama in Vesco Field, and the Greek columns and the music and the swell of hope and change. And then 2010, and the backlash against Obamacare when the Republicans took back the House. 2012, it was not to be for them to take back the Senate as well. Now here we are, all this time later. What took the Republicans from that Harry Reid, Nancy Pelosi, fists up in the air moment in 2006 to where we are tonight, where the American people have now handed control of both houses back over to the GOP?
I think it was much less the doing of the Republicans than it was the self-destruction of the Democrats. And it was quite particular. I think this is sort of the end of the charismatic phase. I think Obama as a personality carried so much with him. It wasn't the party, because when he was on the top of the ticket in 08 and 12, the party did well. When he wasn't, of course, in 10 and now, and he won't be in 16, there was the magic, the way he reshaped the electorate. Everybody assumed Obama had reshaped it in 08 and in 2012, and thus the Democrats are now the party of the future because they own the minorities, Hispanics, the young people, etc. If you look at the exit polling, all the margins that Obama had in these demographics have now shrunk. Among the young, for example, Obama was, I think, a plus 18 or plus 19. It's now about a 10 or 9. So in all of these, the effect of the charismatic leader, and that began sort of slipping away from the beginning, it's now completely gone. I mean, after all, the Democrats who lost today are the ones who came in 08 on the coattails of this great leader, the one who was swept into office. And now on their own, without the coattails, in fact, his coattails being toxic, all of them, a lot of them are gone. I think this is the end of an era for Democrats, and the playing field I think is now level. The parties are going to have to work out who's the better party between now and 2016.
We are looking live at Ernst headquarters in West Des Moines, Iowa. Let's talk about this race just for a second, since it is the one that put them over the top for control of the U.S. Senate. This candidate was pretty interesting. Started her race with a hog castration ad, right, and served in the U.S. military, fought back against all the charges of war on women,
right,
and held her own.
Yeah, well, and I think it goes back to Charles talked a little earlier about, is the war on women as a tactic over? And this would be another race that would point to saying yes, because they went all in on that with her, with Joni Ernst, because she supported a personhood amendment. They portrayed her as, to the right of Sarah Palin, essentially, and they were trying to, that she was sort of this fanatic, anti-woman fanatic, and it didn't work.
We're going to interrupt you, panel. Fox News Decision Desk has another major call to make. In North Carolina, Fox News can now project that Thom Tillis, a Republican member of the state legislature, will oust U.S. Senator Kay Hagan, a first-term Democrat in a closely fought race that saw spending topping $100 million in this race. This is a huge victory for Republicans because it means they now have a net gain of 7 seats in the Senate, one more than they needed to take over control of the U.S. Senate. Thom Tillis fighting through a lot of attacks. President Obama actually cut some campaign calls today, robocalls for Kay Hagan to try to get out the base. It did not work. She will fall and will be another Democratic incumbent to lose in this cycle. It seems like a wave to me, Juan.
Well, I'm looking here at the numbers, I mean, so now we have 7, and what we've got left is Virginia and Alaska and Louisiana.
Right.
So it could go up to 10. And so in the typical year for a second-term president, you get a loss of 6. We're playing on very red turf, but even given that it's so red, you would have to say now it's approaching a wave, because what I said to you earlier was they had 21, Democrats had 21 seats to defend in this cycle. Now you're getting close to, almost half of those seats going to Republicans. I think that's a moment when you have to say something's going on. Let me just raise a point of objection. I think that, the Republican victory here is they have obstructed, they have successfully undermined this president. That's what's gone on here, and I think their strategy has paid off. But I wouldn't say that it's any affirmation of the Republican Party, certainly not from these polls.
Well, I don't think that the Republican Party's actions have led to the results that the public so objected to in this election and so obviously turned out to protest today. I don't think that's what this is really about. I don't think it's about Barack Obama, the man, either. I think it's about the policies and the results thereof. I think it's about the fact that the economy, for far too many people, has never really come back. And then we've had a string of other problems in the world and with the management of the government that have just left people totally disillusioned. And I think that's where we are. It's not about Republican obstruction. Sorry.
All right, panel, we're going to be right back with you in a minute, but we're going to, on the opposite side of this break, hopefully go to West Des Moines, Iowa, and listen to Joni Ernst in a historic moment for her and for the state of Iowa, who she will now be the senator from the state of Iowa, and her election is the one that put the Republicans over the top to take control of the United States Senate. Don't go away.
Welcome back. Republicans have gained control of the U.S. Senate so far, a net gain of 7 seats. Now, let's turn to another call we can make. In Illinois, Fox News can now project that Republican businessman Bruce Rauner will oust the Democratic incumbent governor Pat Quinn, turning the Illinois governor's mansion from blue to red. It is a significant gubernatorial pickup for Republicans. Remember, President Obama and the First Lady worked hard for Quinn. Their home state governor, also Senator Durbin campaigned for Quinn. Perhaps more than any Democrat this cycle, the First Family campaigned in their adopted home state of Illinois. But Bruce Rauner able to fight through the blue state of Illinois to take a Republican win in the gubernatorial race there.
It is remarkable because this was the one area where Democrats were expecting to have some good news tonight, understanding that they would lose some seats in the Senate.
Think about Michigan,
right?
Wisconsin, Illinois,
and still waiting on Florida, which is obviously at a minimum very close. Right now we are awaiting Joni Ernst, who will come out and take the stage momentarily, and we will take you there live when she does. We're also awaiting Scott Walker, who's been reelected as governor of Wisconsin after a hard-fought battle. When he comes to the podium, we'll go there as well.
Let's go back to the back of the room. Fox News Sunday anchor Chris Wallace, along with his campaign cowboys, Carl and Joe.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that you finally have agreed to call them the campaign cowboys. I view that as a vote of confidence. In any case, this question of a wave or not a wave, there were 11 battlegrounds that Fox and everybody had. So far, we have called 11 of them. There are more than that. 10 have gone for the Republicans, 7 that they picked up, 3 that they didn't lose. Only 1 of the 11 battlegrounds so far has gone for the Democrats, and that's New Hampshire. Jeanne Shaheen. Joe Trippi, as a Democratic strategist, wave or no wave?
It doesn't get much wavier than this. It's a pretty big one. I mean, at this point, look, Jeanne Shaheen may be the only win, and this wave crashed up on the shores of Virginia and may have been held back there. But there's only a couple states left. Alaska, the polls haven't closed yet, but that's really about it right now.
And briefly, Carl, because we think that Scott Walker's about to come out, Why? What happened? What's this about?
Well, look, at the end, the undecideds, the people who were sitting out there on the sideline said, let's break for the party that's out of power. Let's send a message to Obama. Kentucky, you know, if this was an anti-incumbent year, why did the two most vulnerable Republican incumbents win by big margins compared to what the final poll said? If this was a year in which it was anti-incumbent, how did an incumbent in Democrat in North Carolina spend $23 million and get defeated by a Republican who spent $9 million? It's because it's a wave year for the Republicans.
All right. Scott Walker is going to talk. We're going to stop talking. Brett?
Back to you in just a moment. Let's listen in to Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker, a big winner tonight there.
Served our country. When you go to bed tonight, do not forget that there are literally hundreds of men and women from Wisconsin who are still deployed, even as we speak, in harm's way. Certainly, we appreciate all the great news tonight, but that's something even more incredible than what we're doing here this evening. And I want to thank my support team. We've got someone who has been a rock for me, my partner, my wife, the best First Lady in America, Tonette. And it's amazing, but 4 years ago, Matt and Alex were just in high school, just up the way from here, at Wauwatosa East. Now they're two young men who are great leaders in their own right. They're junior and sophomore in college. We're so proud of them. Matt and Alex, thanks for all that you've gone through. My parents, Lou and Pat Walker, are here. In fact, my dad's wearing his favorite red, white, and blue flag shirt he got from Kohl's. My parents are here. My brother David is here. My sister-in-law Maria is here. My beautiful nieces Isabella and Eva are here. And I want to thank all of them, plus all my cousins and aunts and uncles on both my side of the family and Tonette's side of the family. Our family has been so precious to us, and we appreciate all their love and support. And I want to thank you all for recognizing the best lieutenant governor in America, Rebecca Kleefisch. She and her husband, Joel, who's been a great asset to the state and the legislature, and is a part of that wonderful Kleefisch team, and their two beautiful girls who told me before, Ella said to me, yes, we get to get a dress for the inaugural ball. But they're a great family. We've been touring the state with them, and I just appreciate all of you coming out, all our supporters, all the grassroots workers, all the things Tonette talked about, all the calls, all the doors, all the phones, all the votes, the voters of this state. Thank you so much. We love you. And just a few moments ago, I got on the phone and took a call from Mary Burke, and I want to say thank you to her tonight. Thank you to her tonight. You may have saw the picture that we each tweeted yesterday. We amazingly had to bump into each other at the FBO in Green Bay, and instead of parting different ways, we actually stood together, talked for a minute, took a picture together. And I know there are disagreements on policy issues, but I think that picture signalizes tonight that she had a great love for her state, just like her supporters did. Together, we are Wisconsinites more than we are Republicans or Democrats. Now, I want to thank you all for coming out tonight, and I want to thank the folks at home for joining in with us. And to all of you who voted for me, thank you. And for those who didn't, I hope to earn your support at least and your respect over the next 4 years, because we got a lot of work to do. It's interesting, when you think about the last couple months, if not the last couple years, it's interesting the challenges we faced. You see, there was a group out of Washington-based special interests who thought they could spend a lot of money and a lot of time in the state and somehow convince the people of the state to be against something. I got to tell you,
that was the governor of Wisconsin.
Evening. Just a few minutes ago, I got off the phone with Bruce Braley. And no, I congratulated him on running a phenomenal campaign. He was a worthy opponent. he was a worthy opponent, and he was willing to sacrifice to fight for what he thought was right. We didn't agree on much, but I do admire anyone who is willing to stand up and fight for what they believe in. Well, Iowa, we did it! We did it! Thank you. It's a long way from Red Oak to Washington. From the biscuit line at Hardee's to the United States Senate. But thanks to all of you, we are heading to Washington. And we are going to make them squeal. Thank you. Thank you. This morning, I was voting in Red Oak, and as I looked around, I noticed that this is about as different as you can get from Washington, D.C. In Washington, politicians are more interested in talking than doing. They ignore problems, hoping they'll go away. But you know what? ISIS isn't just going to go away. The almost $18 trillion of national debt is not just going to go away. Our economic struggles aren't just going to go away. And our problems aren't just going to go away on their own. But we can overcome them. Because this is the greatest nation in the history of mankind. And there is nothing we can't achieve. We are going to do this. But to get there, it starts with new leadership. And that's what Iowa has voted for today. Yes. We've talked a lot in this campaign about Iowa values: honesty, service, and hard work. Knowing the value of $1 and not to waste it. These are the values that our parents and grandparents have taught us. These are the values that my mother that my mother taught me on rainy mornings. Not with a lecture or a book, but with plastic bread bags. You see, growing up, I only had one good pair of shoes. And so on those rainy school days, my mom would slip plastic bread bags over my shoes to keep them clean and dry. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you. And you know what? It wasn't high fashion, but I was never embarrassed. And it worked. So it wasn't high fashion, and you know, I wasn't embarrassed because every day when it rained and I got on the school bus, there were rows and rows and rows of other kids just like me with plastic bread bags tied to their feet. These were the sons and daughters of hard-working Iowans. And our parents didn't have much. But what they did have, they worked very hard for. They taught us to live simply, not to waste, and to help our neighbors. And they taught us to thank God every day that we live in this special place that we call Iowa. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. People ask me all the time what my favorite part of the campaign has been. Well, I think tonight, nothing is going to beat tonight. But before tonight, my favorite part of the campaign was going through the Iowa State Fair. And believe me, I hugged my way through the Iowa State Fair. And if you got within 5 feet of me, it was probably because I was trying to hug you. I love the State Fair because it truly is a celebration of what is best about Iowa. Our agriculture, our manufacturing, our technology, our community, and our family. That's who we are, and that's the Iowa way.
Joni Ernst, the winner in Iowa tonight, the race that put Republicans in charge of the U.S. Senate.
And we have a race call to make tonight in Massachusetts. Fox News is now projecting that Republican Charlie Baker will beat Democrat Martha Coakley in the race to succeed retiring Democratic Governor Deval Patrick. It is the second time in 4 years that Coakley has lost high-profile races to Republicans in this overwhelmingly Democratic state. Remember, it was Scott Brown the time before, which most pundits thought would favor Coakley. In 2010, she was defeated by Scott Brown in the contest to fill the U.S. Senate seat left vacant by the death of liberal icon Ted Kennedy. That's something.
And the Boston Globe endorsed Charlie Baker. First time in 20 years they endorsed a Republican. That's a huge win for Republicans.
I mean, the gubernatorial races may wind up being the next big story of the night. Clearly, they have to be.
Let's take a look at another incredibly close Senate race still pending. As of this moment, incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Warner is clinging to a very narrow lead over Republican challenger Ed Gillespie. The margin appears to be less than 1%, which means that Gillespie could ask for a recount under Virginia law, assuming the final margin would remain below 1%. The Fox News Decision Desk is not comfortable calling this race yet, so we'll continue to monitor this surprising competitive race, which Warner had been expected to win handily. And the fact that he hasn't shows you how much of a wave tonight has been.
It says a lot. We want to bring in our panel. Fox News Sunday anchor Chris Wallace is here, along with Karl Rove and Joe Trippi, who says it's super wavy. Chris?
Doesn't get any wavier than this. Well, let's talk about second midterms for two-term presidents, 6 years in, which traditionally are pretty tough. Karl, you had a lot of victories with George W. Bush. In fact, you did very well in the first midterm in 2002. But in 2006, I don't mean to bring up unpleasant things, you lost six.
Well, then don't.
No, we lost six. You lost 6 Senate seats, and you lost 30 seats in the House. So, first question. What's going on in the White House tonight? How do you think Barack Obama feels, or how did George Bush feel?
Look, each White House is idiosyncratic. They absorb it their own way. Look, Bush was clear-eyed about what was coming, and so there were no recriminations. He felt badly about the people who lost their races, and it was unpleasant, though. It's like going to the proctologist without an anesthesiologist available. It's not a pleasant
thank you for that metaphor.
Yeah, exactly. It's better than wavy, I think. But look, you have to recalculate. You have to figure out what you can do differently to sort of regain your political standing in Congress. There are 2 differences tonight between tonight and 2006. First of all, Republicans were united, and congressional Republicans felt they had a relationship with President Bush. Congressional Democrats don't think that they have a relationship with this president. And second of all, Bush was deeply engaged with Congress and had relationships there on both sides of the aisle.
So how much of a lame duck is Barack Obama?
Depends on what happens to how he reacts to tonight and whether or not he adjusts and proves himself to be agile and nimble in trying to fashion constructive, positive things with the Congress.
I apologize for bringing up an unpleasant
thank
memory.
You. I'm going to go back in the corner and just sort of go in the fetal position for a little while until
that's not what campaign cowboys do.
Recover. Yeah, exactly.
We don't cry.
Exactly.
Guys, back at the anchor desk.
Thank you.
That would be something to see, actually.
I don't know what we just heard.
I don't know either.
My eyes.
Yeah, but I'm going to make another call from the Fox Decision Desk, this time in Nevada, where Republican Governor Brian Sandoval is projected to beat Democratic challenger Robert Goodman. Sandoval, a former federal judge, has been mentioned as a possible Republican national candidate for 2016. He wins handily out there in Nevada.
So we are continuing to watch the Virginia race. We're also continuing to watch New Hampshire a little bit. We've called it, but he's objecting, so one never knows how that kind of thing is going to go. We know, but we'll wait to see what he says.
Alaska is still voting.
Alaska as well, and still Florida and the governor's mansion. Don't go away. And as with other infamous challenges to the calls made by the Fox decision desk, Scott Brown has learned the hard way not to question Arnon Mishkin. He has, in fact, lost this particular race and is delivering a concession speech in a race in which he performed far better than many expected him to, but in the end did not win. Let's take a listen.
For the privilege of being the nominee, and I'll just say that we have better days because the Senate has turned Republican, the House is Republican, and I'm hopeful that the president will come back and try to put our country's interests first and be a uniter instead of a divider. So I want to just say thank you. I'm going to come down and say hi to everybody. So God bless and have a wonderful fall, winter, summer, Christmas. You get it. Thank you very much.
Yes, but
it's embarrassing if we go.
And there you have it.
It's embarrassing if you start talking when the microphone you thought was off.
Now they all want to know what's embarrassing, but we'll tell them later. Stay tuned till 2.
There's a deep tease there.
Yeah. You'll find out after this break. In Oregon, something's happening?
Yes, we can make a call. John Kitzhaber projected to win handily a second term despite late-breaking scandal involving prior misconduct by his fiancée. Kitzhaber's 4th term. This will be in office, having served 2 terms from 1995 to 2003. He will defeat the Republican state lawmaker Dennis Richardson.
So it's nearly midnight here on the East Coast now, but voting is still underway in Alaska. It matters. If the GOP, we know it has control of the Senate, but by how many? And what will its margin be going into the next election just 2 years from now when the map is going to favor the Democrats a lot more than it did tonight?
Plus, what will Republicans do with all this control? Stay right here on America's election headquarters. Welcome back to America's election headquarters. Republicans now will control the U.S. Senate. They will gain at least 10 seats in the House, and they've had big wins in governor's races across the country. But we still have some things that are pending, and you know what that means, don't we?
We've been through this before.
I think so.
I think it's time for a little trip down, thank you, Brett, to the decision desk, and we can see our friends from, you remember, last time. Thanks, Brett. I got it. All right, here we go. You know the walk by now. Let's see how it's changed in the past couple of years. Thank you for that, Chris. See what they're up to and see why we can't make a decision on Virginia. And Mr. Rove, you were the cause of this the last time. Don't think you can hide. Little cowboys back there.
We're following you.
Just be glad it's not you this time.
We're following you.
Yeah, thank your lucky stars.
They're not looking for us, Carl.
No, you're safe this time. This time, actually, it was Scott Brown who challenged the Fox News decision desk, which is just never a good idea. These guys know what they're talking about. But why? Why won't they give us the information we need when it comes to Virginia, when it comes to the Florida governor's race? Oh, and look at this. We pick it up over here. This is the long walk that a lot of people remember back from 2012. Turned out that decision didn't pan out either. It's a beautiful hallway. I should tell you, there's peanut butter M&Ms here, dark chocolate almonds, which are labeled tasty. We'll come back to that later. It's just a quarter. This is a walk we do every day when we come down to do the Kelly File, by the way, at 9 p.m. So I'm very familiar with this. Yeah, Deanne, try to pay attention, would you? We're in the middle of a live broadcast here. And here it is, the decision desk. Decision team members only. Please keep out. Who do you think they meant when they put that up there? We'll find out. I'm back. Hello, gentlemen.
How we doing?
All right. We have a lot to talk about. This is Arnon Mishkin, who I mentioned before, who got challenged by Scott Brown this time, and you were right. He heads up the decision desk again, right again. So first of all, this is the number one thing I want to know. Why haven't we called the Florida governor's race when Charlie Crist has conceded?
Now, wait a minute. Florida, is everybody on the decision team comfortable with Florida? This is true. Yes. This is true, and this is not because of you. We did not do this because of you.
Did you do it because the man has already conceded the race?
He may have been wrong. We did not want to give in too soon.
Oh, good news. Good news, Charlie.
Megan, it is.
Congratulations. You conceded too soon. Oh, wait, no.
It is Florida. And I will confess that all of us who were here in 2000 have some respect for the ability to discover all kinds of votes coming out of Florida.
Come on. Karl Rove freaked you out the last time, didn't he? He freaked
Not at all. Because we were right then, and we were right tonight, too, that Scott has won in Florida.
All right. So we're confirming that Florida has gone.
For you. This was coincidental.
All right. Okay.
We will not be pressured.
All right. I'll try not to embarrass you too much on the Florida call. Let's move on to Virginia.
Okay.
What is happening down there? Does Ed Gillespie still have a chance of pulling this out?
Well, the rules
This
say.
is Chris Stirewalt, by the way.
The rules say that he can have a recount if he wants one. Based on how we've projected the race to close out, it will be within the margin of victory that will allow Gillespie.
But wait. You're putting the cart ahead of the horse. We haven't called Virginia yet. Are you saying now that Mark Warner won?
Virginia today.
Really?
Well, we are saying that Warner seems to be having a lead in the count tonight. There are some votes outstanding, but his lead is less than, right now it's about 0.5%. If your lead in Virginia is less than 1%, this number 2 candidate can ask for a recount.
Wow.
And so that seems to be where Virginia's heading tonight.
Okay.
I would say Warner is going to wind up the night ahead. However, Gillespie may ask for a recount.
The last time we did this, we looked at the counties that were still outstanding. The counties that are still outstanding in Virginia, are they heavily Democratic, heavily Republican?
There are no counties that are out, but as Arnon rightly points out, there is some vote that Virginia doesn't count all of its vote usually at once. Or what do we have left outstanding?
We have about 99% of the precincts reporting, but we have about 95% of the expected vote count.
This is one everybody missed. Nobody was looking at Virginia. How did we all get surprised, we the nation?
That's a really good question. I would imagine if I were Ed Gillespie, I would be asking my Republican friends, why didn't I get more money? And if I were Mark Warner, I would say I needed some more money for my campaign.
There's something else, though. Sometimes it's not good to get on the radar too soon. And we saw that with Republican candidates in Minnesota, in Oregon, that when attention was paid and the money started being spent, they withered and died. In Gillespie's case, perhaps not being taken seriously by anybody but Dana Perino, essentially, for a long time, was good for him because it let him sneak up on it.
All right, here's my next question. Maryland governor's race. Why haven't we called that? What's happening? Why are you saying,
I'll let you take that one.
What?
Maryland's governor's race looks like it's ripening up, but there are a couple of precincts that are still, counties that are still outstanding, and they literally the D.C. suburbs,
east of the D.C. suburbs,
Democratic areas, and so it may, we want to be a little cautious
so
there.
You're not going to give us a hint or a forecast, as Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg says?
I think the Republican clearly is advantaged, but we're going to see what happens as the vote keeps coming in.
All right,
and that is another amazing result.
Yeah, but that
big sleeper races of the evening.
Maryland, Massachusetts. I mean, what's happening here tonight?
Well, look, when you're going to have a good Republican night or a good Democratic night, the other party may want to stay home if they don't think they're going to win. That may be a suppressant. I think the other thing that's going on here, and this is true in Maryland, I think this is true in Massachusetts, when people become concerned about, on the state level, if there is overspending or if they think that there is a fiscal problem, sometimes they want even in very Democratic states, and Massachusetts does this with some frequency, says, okay, let's go for Romney, Bill Weld. They flip back to the Republicans as a estoppel against when Democrats make
estoppel. It's taking me back to my law days. You better watch her. I'm going to lock in your testimony and then impeach you with your prior inconsistent statement. All right, here's what I really want to know. Here's what I want to know. So it wasn't too long ago that we were here together. I remember that, yeah. And Stirewalt is a big TV star. He has been and still is. But Arnon, It's not every day that you make it on the Fox News Channel on air, although you're so important to us. I know, looking snazzy. And I love that he's chewing gum during his big hit. But here's my question for you. How has life changed for you since you first became a star back in 2012 during the presidential election?
I've gotten to sign a lot of autographs at family dinners.
Seriously,
nerd number one.
How often do you get asked about that moment?
Whenever I give a talk, whenever I am anywhere, people want to know about you, but they mostly want to know about that speech. They want to know about that moment, because it was sort of the time that, I don't know, I'm always proud to work for the Fox News Channel, but I've never been as proud as I was exactly that night. That was a really great moment for us. Made me happy.
That's nice. And there was a little bit of consternation when the call was challenged, but you guys, I mean, it was Ohio. You realized you called Ohio President Obama. You were calling the presidency, but you knew you were right.
Exactly. I mean, we're
right.
Exactly. I mean, we looked at it 5 ways to Sunday, and it was very clear 2 years ago that Ohio had gone for Obama, and frankly, we were all surprised by how early that race was decided.
Tell the truth. Was it a little scary when you saw me walking down the hall that time?
Yeah. Not at all, Megan. Not at all.
You guys do a great job. We're very lucky to have you. Thank you very much. Back to you in the studio.
Nice job. Bring some M&Ms back from the nerd tank.
Tasty.
I just want to point out a couple of things. One is we still have Alaska. Obviously, the polls close at 1 a.m. That could go Republican as well. Louisiana is heading to a runoff. That could go Republican as well. In fact, the polls going in suggest that it might. That runoff is December 6th. But for governors, Republicans have picked up Massachusetts, likely Maryland, Illinois, Michigan, Florida, Georgia, and Wisconsin. If you look at those states, it is very significant. They did lose an incumbency in Pennsylvania. But let's bring back our panel. Brit Hume, Juan Williams, Kirsten Powers, George Will, and Charles Krauthammer. George, you talked about it earlier. That's significant in the state houses because a lot of the power may go to these states.
And look at those five of the states. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Illinois are among the 18 states that have voted Democratic in at least 6 consecutive elections. They're bricks in the so-called blue wall. Ohio and Florida, which elected Republican governors tonight, are the 2 most important swing states. So this indicates a sort of residual Republican strength, more than residual, growing Republican strength at the state level that ought to be able to translate itself into some kind of force in 2016.
Kirsten, one thing we don't often talk about in 2016 is that these governors, they wield a lot of power. Right. And when you have Governor Scott now in charge of Florida in a 2016 environment, he has a machine.
Yeah, well, it matters a lot, and the states that they're winning in matter a lot. And if you remember, this was supposed to be sort of a good area for Democrats. This was supposed to be the silver lining for them, the governorships. If you were to look back a couple months ago, they would be saying, well, we're probably going to lose the Senate, but it looks better for governors. And this has not turned out that way at all. And so I think it speaks a lot to the fact that Democrats are going to have to really rethink outreach in the future because they're not going to have Barack Obama at the top of the ticket, and he seems to be the secret ingredient to getting the base voters out.
Let's look forward, Charles. What happens now with a Republican Senate, a Republican House that's empowered with more seats, and kind of this wave tonight?
Tonight was not so much the Republicans doing as the collapse of Obamaism. This is the end of this 6-year event. But for Republicans, and I think the playing field now is level between the parties looking up to 2016. The Republicans have bought themselves with this night, and there's a tropical storm, Juan. I'm not sure it's a hurricane, it's a tropical storm for sure. They have bought themselves the opportunity to get in position and win in 2016. They are now in a position to seize the agenda. That's what was at stake with control of the Senate. Obama had control of the agenda. Harry Reid had control of the agenda because he suppressed everything that the Republicans in the House had proposed and passed. So now it's in the hands of Republicans. They have to demonstrate, and they have the opportunity now, that they have a mandate, that they have actually a program for the country. This election was not about Republican ideas. It was about opposition to Obama, and it has been spoken. Right now, Republicans have 2 years to show that they can govern. And what they ought to do is to take a page out of Newt Gingrich. When they took control of the House in the early 1990s, he already had a contract written out, and he began enacting them one at a time. Republicans ought to have an agenda where they pass a bill a week. It can start small, Keystone. It can be trade authority, which Obama is seeking. It can be destroying Obamacare in blows. For example, the abolition of the medical device tax that Democrats support. But you go one by one, start small, start narrow, and then you go to the big things like corporate and individual tax reform. On that agenda, you can run and you can win in 2016.
Juan, let me just take a look at this heat map, the House heat map and the Senate heat map. And you look at the color red and how far it has painted across our country. If you put that up on the screen, it's over Charles' shoulder here. You can see how much. This is the Senate heat map, and these are all the races up tonight. You can see all the red on the board, and then in just a second, you'll see the House. And this is county by county that voted Republican over Democrat. And when Democrats look at that map, and it's going to change in just a second, how can they not see that this is a clear message against this administration and its policies?
Well, I think that the key here is that Democrats had thought that there was a difference between likely voters and registered voters, and they had hoped that the polls that indicated likely voters favored Republicans.
In other words, they changed the model much like they did in 2012.
Correct. And I think earlier, Kirsten talked about this, the turnout machine, the ground game that Democrats were saying, we're going to get those votes out, we're going to get the younger people, the minorities, et cetera, to come out, just didn't appear. That's really evident in Georgia. I think it's evident in North Carolina. I'm looking here at.
But this isn't an anomaly that is just because it was a bad map. I mean, that's
no. But I'm saying, look, I think. Well, no. I mean, Charles makes the point. He thinks that President Obama is the magic sauce. That Obama creates a shape to the electorate that favors Democrats, but that it doesn't repeat. Now tonight. It was 75% of people who turned out in U.S. House races were white, only 12% black. That's very different than what we saw in 2012. And it's mostly, it was plus 13, according to this, among men for Republicans, plus 7 among women for Democrats. And again, if you go in, if you dig in, to a lot of these numbers, strong turnout for Republicans tonight.
Quickly, Brent.
It appeared after the 2012 election that Democrats had done something hard to do. That is, the conditions under which Barack Obama sought re-election in 2012 were not auspicious for an incumbent. The economy had not fully recovered. There were lots of problems. They've worsened since, but there was a lot of trouble. It looked like a representative, acceptable Republican could win the election, and he didn't. He wasn't a bad candidate. A lot of people said he was. I never thought he was a bad candidate. It looked like the sheer technological prowess of the Democrats was going to be such that from that moment forward, from that night forward, they were going to be able to turn their registered voters into likely voters, actually into actual voters. As Juan just suggested, it appeared that didn't happen tonight, that the normal forces of gravity that govern the outcome of elections were present again. And it raises raises an interesting question. Is that because the Republicans and their turnout operation caught up? Or is it because without Barack Obama at the top of the ticket, you couldn't wield that turnout magic?
That's really interesting, and a question we'll dig into, definitely. We have another call. The Fox News decision desk, I don't know if Megyn is just spurring out calls down there or what's happening, but in Maine, Fox News can now project that Republican Governor Paul LePage will turn back a challenge by Democrat Mike Michaud. This is another huge win. I mean, you talk to the Republican Governors Association, they thought Maine was kind of it might not happen. They just didn't think that Maine was going to fall their way. They thought it would be a possible loss. And now it's a win. A Republican in Maine holds on. Just ahead, Texas Senator Ted Cruz on what tonight means for the United States Senate. A big night in changing the balance of power in Washington. Keep it here.
For too long, this administration has tried to tell the American people what's good for them and then blame somebody else when their policies didn't work out. Tonight, Kentucky rejected that approach. Tonight, Kentuckians said we can do better as a nation. Tonight, they said we can have real change in Washington, real change. And that's just what I intend to deliver.
One of the first states to send a message to President Obama tonight that his policies were on the ballot today. And it can be heard loud and clear in the White House, I believe, that this president's agenda just isn't working for West Virginia.
That was Shelley Moore Capito, Senator-elect now from West Virginia.
So I'm back.
I know you're back. Welcome back.
I didn't think it was fair for me just to take one quarter and get some candy for myself, so I brought the whole thing. And thankfully, panel, don't worry, because I have a bunch of quarters.
This is very good.
So I think
dark chocolate almonds and peanut butter.
Look what it says. Did I lie?
Tasty.
Tasty. They're really recommending the chocolate almonds.
So next election, what are you going to do?
You wait and see, Bear. You wait and find out. In the meantime, we're joined by a special guest, with no disrespect to him, to make him wait for the tasty chocolate almonds. Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz is with us now. Senator, great to see you tonight. And your thoughts on what is, except for Juan, being described by everybody out here as a Republican wave tonight.
Now, tonight has been a fantastic election. The American people have spoken resoundingly clearly and said that they are not happy with the direction the country is going. They're not happy with the Obama stagnation and malaise. And as a result, they've risen up and retired Harry Reid as majority leader.
Senator, one of the messages that may be in this, and it's Bret Baier, by the way, welcome, could be that America wants to see Washington work, get stuff done. Some of those people said compromise would be a good thing. What's your thought on that sometimes evil word in Washington, compromise?
Well, Brett, look, I think it is exactly right that now that we have won the election, it is incumbent on Republicans to stand up and lead. It is incumbent on us to deliver with a bold, positive, optimistic agenda focused on jobs and economic growth and opportunity, focused on defending our constitutional rights. You know, the fact that the people rose up and voted the Democrats out of power doesn't necessarily mean they trust the Republicans. They've given us another chance. But we've got to earn that trust. And the way to earn that trust is to listen to the priorities of the people. And I hope come January, Republicans stand united. We stand as one. And we systematically, one after the other, vote on positive pro-growth ideas. We vote on tax reform. We vote on regulatory reform. We vote on embracing the American energy renaissance. We vote on going after and stopping Obamacare. We deliver on the promises that Republicans campaigned on all over the country.
Two things. One, will you vote for Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell?
Well, that'll be a decision for the conference next week. I'm not aware of anyone who's running against him. So my focus tonight is on the tremendous victory Republicans have won, the majority that we have, and now the obligation we have to lead with that majority.
And two, you bring up Obamacare, but again, you have a Democratic president. It's his name on the legislation. I mean, he's not going to not veto it.
Right. It is, Brett, but, you know, the two issues that dominated campaigns this cycle, if you look at what Senate candidates ran on all over the country, the number one issue was stopping Obamacare, and the number two issue was stopping President Obama's amnesty. If Republicans are going to keep the trust of the people who elected us, we need to deliver on those promises. So with Obamacare, I think we should start by using reconciliation to pass complete and total repeal. Now, you're right. The president will in all likelihood veto that. If that happens, we should then systematically repeal the most onerous parts of Obamacare. We should pass legislation saying you can't have your health insurance canceled because of Obamacare. You can't lose your doctor because of Obamacare. We should pass legislation saying you can't be forced into part-time work like so many people, especially single moms, have been. We should pass legislation saying no bailouts for insurance companies under Obamacare, and force the president to face those single rifle shot repeals and decide whether he's going to listen to the American people or just remain an absolute partisan. And, you know, if he vetoes those bills, I think there's a real chance we might be able to get the votes to override those vetoes.
Senator, we have seen some hearings in the House controlled by the GOP looking into what they believe is President Obama's lawlessness. We haven't seen that in the Senate when it's been controlled by the Democrats. This has been an issue that you've raised repeatedly. Do you expect we're going to see hearings looking into what you've described as the president's lawlessness now that the GOP controls the Senate?
Absolutely, Megan. I think that is one of the biggest differences we're going to see with a Republican majority is finally meaningful oversight of the Obama administration from the U.S. Senate. For 6 years, Harry Reid has been President Obama's most important protector, and he shut down the Senate. There's been essentially no oversight. I hope we begin serious, careful, systematic, sober hearings examining executive abuse, regulatory abuse, lawlessness, abuse of power, whether it is the IRS wrongfully targeting citizens, whether it is the debacle of Benghazi and 4 Americans who lost their lives and why more was not done to save them, or whether it is the lawlessness that has pervaded Obamacare as the president and the executive branch has tried to pick and choose which laws to follow. I hope we see serious Senate oversight on all of those fronts.
And to those who say that will hurt the Republican brand because, you know, the American people just want to see you get something done. They don't want to see you tied up having hearings about this and about that, and that will hurt the chances of the GOP candidate in 2016. You say what?
You know, I've spent the last 2 months traveling all over the country, Megan, campaigning for Senate candidates. In the last 2 months, I have been in Alaska, in Georgia, in Kansas, in Colorado, in Iowa, in New Hampshire, in Michigan, in North Carolina, in South Carolina, and I haven't heard that sentiment expressed from anyone. The sentiment people are expressing is, number one, they want jobs and economic growth and opportunity, and number two, they are dismayed by an administration that is targeting our constitutional rights.
Senator, before we let you go,
they want leaders in the Senate to stand up and defend the Constitution.
Thank you for your time. Before we let you go, when do you make your decision whether you're running for president?
Well, you know, I think tonight is all about retaking the majority. My guess is the presidential field will form next year, sometime between January and June.
So that's when your decision comes?
Well, I think the whole field will likely form at that point. And what is critical now is that Republicans focus on coming together and leading and actually honoring the commitments and the trust that the people have placed in us.
Senator Cruz, thank you very much for your time.
It's always great to be with you.
Got another race call to make for you tonight. In Idaho, Fox News can now project that Republican Governor Butch Otter will cruise to a third term, brushing back a challenge from the Democratic challenger there. The Republican retains his seat in Idaho.
We will be right back with reaction from our panel. Britt Hume, Juan Williams, Kirsten Powers, George Will, Charles Krauthammer, and Republicans not just having a big night in the Senate, they're seeing big wins in governor's races. Take a listen. Oh, get some candy while you're listening.
You see, the folks in Washington like this top-down approach that's old and artificial and outdated that says the government knows best. We believe that you should build the economy from the ground up. That's new and fresh and organic, and that's what we're going to do. In fact, those groups in Washington, they tend to measure success in government by how many people are dependent on the government, by how many people are on unemployment, by how many people are on food stamps, by how many people are on Medicaid. We measure success by how many people are no longer dependent on the government.
After a little bit of a wait, Fox News can now project that in the Maryland governor's race, Republican Larry Hogan will beat Lieutenant Governor Anthony Brown to replace term-limited Democratic Governor Martin O'Malley. This, honestly, is a remarkable win. We've said that numerous times tonight, but Hogan to win in blue Maryland, it's a predominantly Democratic state, may reflect growing Maryland Marylanders.
That's
Say
a
that
tough one.
5 times.
That wasn't nice at 12:30.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even have any almonds. Unhappiness with high taxes, also the rain tax in some counties. National Democratic figures, including President Obama, Hillary Clinton, all campaigned for Brown in the closing days and still not able to pull that out for the lieutenant governor. That's a shocking turn of events. If you look at Maryland, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Florida, Massachusetts, and Georgia, all calling those for Republicans.
Got a little chocolate almond going there.
Did you get that? You shouldn't give me the chocolate almonds right before the call.
You need a little like caffeine or something. It's so late. You need a little stimuli.
All right.
Joining us now, two-time presidential candidate and former Democratic congressman from Ohio, Dennis Kucinich. Good to see you tonight, sir. Do you agree? Wave? Tsunami? What is it?
Well, you have to correct the level of analysis to allow for the billions of dollars that have been spent in this election. It's kind of a distortion that occurs when so much money goes in.
By both sides.
Right, exactly. And you know, there's such a massive money put into this election, and it mirrors the massive transfer of wealth that has occurred in our society, and neither party has addressed it. So I think that there's concerns for both parties here, even though the Republicans have had an amazing success tonight.
All right, but do you see this as a rejection of President Obama, of Democratic policies? Is this a mandate being given to the Republicans to govern in a different way?
Well, I think that one thing it does, it shows that the Democrats missed an opportunity when President Obama was first elected, that with all the stars lined up at that point, that's when they needed to push forth a powerful economic program that would have addressed the subprime meltdown, the loss of homes, the loss of incomes that was taking place all across the country. They didn't do that. Meanwhile, what's happened is that the banks and Wall Street and the war machine, the war profiteers, have all descended on Washington, and frankly, both political parties have served them well. The Republicans now have a chance to take a new direction. Whether they will or not remains to be seen.
Sir, I just want to pause because we have an important race to call, and I want to bring that to the viewers now. Fox News can now project that in Kansas, Republican Governor Sam Brownback will beat Democrat Paul Davis. This is another stunning result. It is a remarkable comeback for Brownback, who was long written off as having very little chance of victory. Brownback becomes the second major vulnerable Republican in Kansas to survive tonight, the other one being Kansas Senator Pat Roberts. He had engaged in a tax-cutting program that he said would be an experiment. So far, the experiment has had some major setbacks in a state that's had difficulty generating revenue, and all the pundits said they were going to throw Sam Brownback out on his ear.
I mean, this was a done deal for Democrats. I mean, at one point, the polls were really wide open. Paul Davis was leading, and Democrats were licking their chops that Sam Brownback would not be able to get back to the governor's office. And I think this is, again, if you look at all these governor's races, this may be the story. Obviously, the huge story tonight is the U.S. Senate control and the pickup of the U.S. Senate races. But look at all of these governor's races around the country that are going Republicans' way.
And the question is, how is that going to affect the presidential race we'll see in 2016, since the person who sits atop the state government in any particular house has a lot of power over how presidential politics play out in their state?
You know who's going to get a little bit of credit for all this?
Chris Christie.
Chris Christie, the head of the Republican Governors Association.
Who I interviewed on Saturday Night Live just this past week. No, I didn't.
It was really good. Yeah, he seemed a little agitated.
No, but he did, right? Because he raised a lot of money for these governors.
He did, and campaigned for a lot of them as well. So despite all this back and forth about how he talks to people in New Jersey, he is racking it up tonight for the Republican Governors Association.
And that's something I'm sure Dennis Kucinich thinks is a wonderful thing, that the money that he raised for all of these Republicans who have emerged victorious tonight. Put it in perspective, though. I mean, let me ask you a question I asked earlier, which is, how did the Democrats go from winning control of both chambers, Harry Reid, Nancy Pelosi, hands up in the air, to a night like this?
Well, you have to say that the economic program that should have been forthcoming when the Democrats had total control did not come forth. If you go back to when FDR was president, and at the beginning of his second term, Democrats held 333 seats, and now we're down to about 190. people are looking for solid economic reform. They're looking for jobs. They're looking for a rebuilt infrastructure. They're looking for higher wages. Look at how many states voted for an increase in the minimum wage today. The issues are economic. If Democrats don't deliver on economic issues, they lose. And frankly, if the Republicans don't deliver on the same economic issues, they lose. You could see an opening in 2016 or beyond for an independent or a third party running on economic issues. This is really a moment when we reflect on how well the Republicans did, and they deserve credit for the election, but it's also a time when we need to reflect on, are the underlying economic issues that Americans care about really being addressed by either party?
Last thing, Congressman, do you think in the last 2 years that anything can get done in Washington under this president's term?
I don't think that the Republicans are really going to rock the boat that much because they'll be looking to 2016. And I think that there'll probably be, as I think Charles Krauthammer said earlier, or Brit Hume, that there'll be an attempt to put through certain measures that appeal to the promises that were made earlier on. But I don't know if they're going to pass anything without President Obama's okay, because he does have the power of veto.
Congressman Dennis Kucinich. Congressman, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Up next, we're going to check back in with Chris Wallace, Karl Rove, and Joe Trippi. Don't go away.
No almonds.
Welcome back, folks. It's 12:40 here in the East, and as you know now, Virginia is just too close to call when it comes to that Senate race with the Republican Ed Gillespie challenging the incumbent Democrat Mark Warner. And we are not expecting to make a call on that tonight based on what the decision desk told me just a short time ago. There's just not enough vote available for them to know one way or the other. And
they said the split was 0.5%, at least a little while ago, and anything under 1% is a possible recount.
So tune in tomorrow to Special Report and the Kelly File. Should know by then.
Nice. Also, Colorado governor, take a look at this. We are saying that this is obviously too close to call. 84% in, and you see a slight lead for Bob Beaupre, the Republican. We already called that Senate race out there for Cory Gardner. It'd be interesting. John Hickenlooper running a race there as a businessman governor, but was having some troubles in the final days ahead of this election. We'll see if he can hold on. Also, Connecticut governor.
But just before we leave Colorado, sorry.
Rewind.
You know, between the crackdown on gun rights and the welcoming of the Mary Jane, he's come under a lot of criticism. And actually, Michelle Malkin and David Bossie of Citizens United just did a film on how the Democrats have long had a plan to turn Colorado into a blue state, and started at the state legislature and have worked on up. And to see them, you know, lose the Senate tonight, lose potentially the governor's race, not according to plan.
No. By the way, marijuana passed in Oregon. Connecticut governor. Take a look at this race. Also, a dead heat, 49%. Republican Tom Foley with a slight lead in the vote count, but essentially tied, 62% in. Another governor's race that could go down to the wire. And you could have Colorado and Connecticut adding to this long list of Republican pickups.
Extraordinary. I want to bring in our panel, Fox News Sunday anchor Chris Wallace, along with Karl Rove and Joe Trippi. I'm afraid to look.
I am too. Wow. I mean, this is just a...
Howdy, partners.
Oh, dear.
He did
Howdy.
it.
Really?
Yep. I know I look ridiculous, but I figure by this time of the evening, either you're drunk or you have a sense of humor. So we're gonna go on this way. Karl, we are the campaign cowboys, so we said we would do this, and we're doing it. Yeah, now listen, and listen good, partner. Republican Party, Mitch McConnell, famously, 2010, said that we got to make Obama a one-term president. So he certainly can be every bit of an obstructionist and an oppositional figure if he wants to. What should the Republican majority, now that they control both the House and the Senate, what should they do?
Well, I think there have been sort of three arguments that have been laid out. One argument is, should they go big or go small? I think there's a general consensus, go big. Go for things that are important. The second issue is, should it be compromise or confrontational? But I think that's a false choice. I think what the Republicans are settling on is go for important things, start with things where they might be able to get Democrat votes, like Keystone XL pipeline approval or trade promotion authority, which the president has called for. So my sense is they're going to look for things where they can move things, not looking for confrontation necessarily with the president, but if it comes, it comes. The final thing is this question of Obamacare. And I think we heard a smart answer tonight from Senator Cruz, which I think Republicans are coming to agree with. Send the president a repeal proposal. He's going to veto it.
The whole deal.
The whole deal. Won't have the votes to sustain it, but then send him piecemeal legislation to correct problems in it.
Targeted specific things, medical tax, medical
device tax, allow people to keep their own health policy, allow them to keep their own doctor, and pick up some Democrat votes. And if the president signs it, great. If the president vetoes it, then it's on his on his watch. But look for things that are important to do with the economy, jobs, health care, and the issues the American people want to have addressed.
Joe, let's look at it from the president and the Democrats' point of view. What should they do? And you talk about confrontational or compromise. The president has a big decision to make, because I think there's a widespread agreement that if he signs into effect this executive action deferring the deportation of up to 4 million illegal immigrants in Washington.
That starts the confrontation.
Right.
Right now,
would you advise him not to do that? Advise him not to do that?
No, I don't think. I think he's going to confront on that issue. I really believe he'll try to push the Republican Congress to do something about it. And if he can't get them to bend, he'll just do it. I think he does think that there'd be a shot now to get some compromise, though. I think he could start on taxes. Tax reform,
corporate tax reform
would be
right?
a place where I think the Democrats and Republicans could come to some agreement, might be able to start changing the way Washington is working. I don't really hold out a lot of hope for that, though. He just doesn't seem to be the kind of person who isn't stubborn, or whatever you want to call it, but I think he's going to be stubborn.
One last quick question for you, Carl. How bad a night for Hillary Clinton? Some would say that it's good in the sense that now she can run against the Republican Congress and what they do over the next 2 years.
Well, she gained no credit. I mean, she went out and had a dismal fall, just like she had a dismal book tour. And whether or not this turns out to be a really bad night depends on two things. Is she capable of improving her act, which she has not done over the last 6 years? And do the Republicans present a constructive, positive vision, or do they get engaged in needless confrontation? If it's the former, she's in trouble. If it's the latter, she can take some advantage of it.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. We got to do this again in 2 years.
Head them up and move them out.
Out them out and move them out. I just want to say from the Campaign Cowboys, happy trails to you till we meet again.
Till we
so long.
At least 2 years.
This has been a real Edward R. Murrow moment for you guys.
It really lassoed Hillary Clinton there at the end.
And we do have some more news for you tonight from the Fox News decision desk. This update: we now expect Republicans to gain at least 12 seats in the House and to expand their majority beyond their post-World War II record of 246 seats set in the 1946 election. We'll be right back.
Think about that.
Just getting some reaction in from courtesy of the New York Times from the president, who is said to be irritated, to have complained, and to have said that he does not feel repudiated, but he is aggressive and ready to go. So there's that. Irritated. Makes sense.
That's about as hot as it gets with him.
That makes sense.
Mildly annoyed.
I just want to tell the viewers where we are. So obviously, the Republicans have regained control of the Senate, plus 7 seats. We're still waiting on results in Virginia, Alaska, and Louisiana as a runoff, so it could be potentially as high as 10. Probably not, based on what we're hearing, but one never knows. And then in the governor's races, Florida, Massachusetts, Georgia, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Maine, Maryland, all toss-ups that went Republican tonight.
What do I have to say?
Still waiting on results.
Yeah. Colorado and Connecticut we're still waiting on, but you could see 10 governors pickups and, maybe 9, maybe 10, but probably 9 pickup in the U.S. Senate. I mean, it's pretty amazing. Plus 12 seats in the U.S. House.
Or more.
Or more. We're back with a final thought from our panel. Brett Hume, Juan Williams, Kirsten Powers, George Will, and Charles Krauthammer. Charles.
The National Weather Service has upgraded the election from tropical storm to tsunami. especially the results in the governorships. If you look, the bluest states in the country, Maryland, Illinois, Massachusetts, all gone Republicans. Look, I think the president's reaction is going to be aggressive. He doesn't like being ignored as he was in the run-up, and he's going to hate becoming irrelevant. I think he will do something radical on immigration. Republicans have to be careful not to take the bait. Don't allow him to reclaim the agenda by making that executive action or another the center of the debate. Quietly try to take away the funds, say that if you win the White House you will repeal it, but stick to your own agenda, which is to go through all these steps to repeal Obamacare in stages, including the individual and the corporate mandate. And I think if you do that, you show the country one thing, that they got a reputation. Everybody says the brand is so bad. The brand is the party of no. If they can show that they can do things between now and 2016, that will show the country that the reason they were seen as the party of no in the 4 years preceding was Harry Reid and Barack Obama. It was not the Republicans who created the gridlock.
Kirsten.
Well, I think what's going to be interesting is to see how Democrats interpret this and how the White House interprets it. If they, and I suspect what's going to happen is they're going to say this was all about the map, and they're going, and which I don't think is true. Now, I don't think it's an affirmation of Republicans, but I do think Democrats need to step back and take a look at their agenda. If you even look at the governor's races, let's remember how much effort the Democrats put into Texas. That they thought that, Wendy Davis, remember, was the celebrity of the year, and they were going to turn Texas blue. I mean, that was crazy. And that they would spend time on something like that and then look at what happens in all these other states shows that there's a disconnect going on. And so I think that that's something to watch for, is how do they interpret this, and how they interpret it is going to determine how they respond legislatively. Juan?
Well, I think that when you look at this from the perspective of going forward, what comes in the next 2 years, the end of the Obama presidency, I think you get a forecast of more polarization, more anger. I don't think President Obama wants to deal with these folks. I think, in fact, what President Obama wants to do is demonstrate that these are people who have thwarted him and profited by it. And I think you're going to see a White House that has, from all I can report, a White House that feels that they have been on the right track.
Is he going to be humble? Is he going to say that it was a shellacking?
Well, I don't think he's going to say that, but I think he will be humble, because I think it's to his political advantage to offer an open face to the American people and to this new Congress. I mean, obviously, McConnell and Obama are oil and water. They do not get along. And I think that you're going to see, as a result, all this talk from people like Charles about go after Obamacare. I mean, I think that plays into Democrats' hands.
George?
I don't think humble's part of his repertoire that we've seen yet. Right. But 4 points. Dennis Kucinich raised the point, we'll hear more about this, about the money involved this year. Democrats are situational ethicists about money. When they've got it and win, it's fine. When they don't and lose, it's not fine. All the money spent this year on governors, senators, and House members comes to about half of the $2.2 billion the American people spent last month on Halloween candy. Second, the fact that the Democrats have lost control of the Senate means that the streak that began in 1980 continues. No party has controlled the Senate for more than 8 consecutive years since 1980. Third, the Republicans probably gained a presidential candidate tonight in Scott Walker, but they may have, in the process, lost one, because it's unlikely that Scott Walker's friend and fellow Wisconsinite, Paul Ryan, would be apt to run if Scott Walker runs. Finally, the Democrats, in their targeting of this niche group and that niche group, were inordinately proud of having found what they call basement grads to contact and get to the polls. Those are the 1 in 3 recent college graduates who, in the current economy, are living at home with their parents, often in the basement. Why the Democrats thought it was a neat idea to contact them and get them to the polls, I do not know.
Brett?
I think it can be said tonight that this was a night when the chickens came home to roost. The results in this country of the Obama presidency have not been good. And the public feels that, senses that. You see that in all the right track, wrong track numbers. We saw that in the atmosphere leading up to this election. And we actually saw it in 2012. And the president and his party were able to forestall this result and get him a second term. And he got 2 years. Things got worse. And look, it's very hard to do what they did tonight in the House of Representatives, and that is to pick up a bunch more seats after you've had a wave election just 4 years earlier in which you gained some record 63. The low-hanging fruit was mostly gone, and yet they did it, and they gained in every category. Hard to do, tells you a lot.
Panel, it has been a pleasure, as always. A great election night. And Megyn, as always, an honor to be on the anchor desk with you.
Likewise, Brett. This
You're
is
a real
fun.
pro.
And we actually got it all done because, we thought we were going to be on the air till 2, and yet we wrapped everything up. Oh, wait, there's more coverage coming up.
Oh, there's more. Eric
Actually,
Shawn and Julie Banderas coming up next.
We've got Alaska, and who knows what else we might be able to uncover. Maybe we'll find out what the numbers will be.
Thanks for watching our coverage. America's election headquarters continues the 2014 midterms. See you next time.
Good night, everyone.
It has been a night for the Republicans. Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Shawn. Good morning if you're in the East. Julie?
Yes, and I'm Julie Banderas, and we're taking over for Megyn and Brett. And tonight, wow. I mean, we've been talking about a wave for the Republicans, and boy, have they swept the nation,
Exactly.
not only in the Senate races, but in gubernatorial races, which are certainly raising a lot of eyebrows.
A lot of surprises in various races for the governors. And take a look at the Senate balance of power. The Republicans now up by 2, still more races to go. And as Yogi Berra said, it ain't over until it's over, and it's not yet over. Joining by the panel, Tony Saig. Let me start with you, Tony. Your view tonight about what message there is to Americans about what happened with the Republicans this evening.
Well, look, it's a shockwave, Eric, not because the Republicans took over the Senate. How early we knew and where we've seen gains as far as gubernatorial races as well. Don't forget now, Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland, all pickups in the governor's mansion. By the end of the evening, you're going to likely have a net gain of 9 seats for the Republicans if you include the fact that Louisiana, which will likely be a runoff, is headed in, by all objective measure, to be in the Republican column should it go into the runoff. So you have a gain of 9, which is pretty historic, and then you have gains in the House as well, which bring us to near historic majorities for the Republican Party in the House. You have the gains all across the states for our governors, including Scott Walker, who was thought to be vulnerable. Of course, Rick Scott was thought to be vulnerable. There could not have been, I think, a better scenario and outcome. And Virginia still is not even called one way or the other, and that would make it 10 if the Republicans win Virginia.
And we're also joined, of course, by Julie Urgenski, an Fox News contributor and also former political advisor to Senator Frank Lautenberg of New Jersey, and Pat Caddell, Fox News contributor, pollster for former President Jimmy Carter. Pat, your views, you suffered election night loss back in 1980. Echoes of that tonight with this Republican win. Is there a sea change in the nation or just a immediate reaction?
No, first of all, I think that the Democrats did lose, and so did the president. You cannot look at the exit polls without saying the Republicans left a lot going. The difference, it's interesting you raised 1980, because in 1980, when you had the blowout at the end of the campaign, there were Senate races that no one imagined that were close, that were carried. If this had been a real wave, there would have been. I attribute that to the fact that in the states where Republicans poured in their resources, and they won. And the Democrats, I think, had no message. But you look at the exit poll, people dislike both of them. But you can see the problem of lack of message and a lack of what I still think the Republicans did not do nationally, which is nationalize the election. I agree with you. The governors are a kind of amazing story, but a lot of them are all close and they're all coming out. But it's and the Democrats expect to do much better. They had a really bad night, but I'm not sure this says very much about the future for the Republicans in a choice where voters at the end undecided moved. They didn't move a whole lot.
Julie, let's talk about the state of Virginia. We're still waiting down to the wire here. The latest numbers are so close, too close to call. In the state of Virginia, you have incumbent Democrat Mark Warner. He's running for a second term, as you know. Republicans have nominated former RNC Chair Ed Gillespie. What do you see between the two of this in the state of Virginia? And do you think we're going to be getting an answer sometime soon tonight?
Well, if we don't get an answer outside the margin of error, which is 1%, it goes to an automatic recount. But I think it's fascinating. Nobody ever thought Ed Gillespie Gillespie had a shot. Dana Perino did. I have to give her credit. But most people did not think that Virginia was in play. And I'm sure there are people at the RNC and the Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee today who are regretting that they did not pour more resources into Virginia, because this race, surprisingly, has been a lot closer than people thought.
You know, actually in the polls leading into this, Senator Warner actually held a double-digit lead. Yeah. It sort of gives us an idea as to whether these polls are really that reliable.
Well, they're reliable in the sense that, look, polling is usually reliable. You can't take it as gospel, but polls tend to be right. I think what people underestimated was the GOTV effort, the get out the vote effort on behalf of Republicans who typically don't excel at that. But they did this time. I mean, amazing ground game on the part of the Republicans.
Virginia, by the way, though, but last night, Gillespie was tracked to +1. The Warner people, I think, were only up 5 in their own poll. But everybody started getting nervous over the weekend.
Look at the other states, though. You know, you had Joni Ernst in this race with Bruce Braley in Iowa, statistically a dead heat. She wins by almost 8 points. You have in Colorado, Gardner and Udall. That was a statistical dead heat, although Gardner was starting to pull away at the end. He wins by almost 10 points. So these polls were measuring much closer races than actually happened on Election Day. So when you consider all that, and then you look at the Scott Brown race, which was only decided ultimately by a point and a half, you really do have to question what happened on the ground. And what I think happened is the Democrats stayed home largely, and we saw in our polling, which is why Joni Ernst won the way she did, and you had Gardner win the way he did, and even I would say Mr. Tillis and Pryor, although his was a blowout by 16 points, independents strongly aligned with the Republicans in this election, and Democrats stayed home.
And what does that mean if independents strongly aligned with the Republicans for 2016? Because it could be reverse with Republicans defending some of those seats, and of course for a presidential contest.
Well, look, President Obama actually lost independents in 2012. This is one of the untold stories of the presidential race. He happened to find enough Democrats to make up for it in the important states that matter. Independents are going to look to the Republicans now and say, we gave you both houses. What are you going to do with it? And this is where the burden is going to be on this new Republican majority to take the president's agenda on, which clearly has been rejected by the American people, and offer solid alternatives.
And what are they going to do?
Energy policy, I think, is going to be the first one. It's the biggest way to create, I think, an economic boom and job creation. You've heard everyone from Kevin McCarthy to John Boehner discuss it.
And what if the president doesn't sign it? He's been holding up Keystone. I mean, there hasn't been a decision there, and it's in courts.
Well, look, you have to remember there's going to be the most fascinating dynamic now between 2014 and 2016. The president being an obstructionist, which he's done via Harry Reid in the Senate, who's now eliminated as that roadblock, and the Democrats in the Senate who are going to want to have progress made because they're going to be running for re-elections in the next 2 years. And, of course, Hillary Clinton and her people who are not going to want to have this classic Obama against the Republican Congress, because it's going to probably not end up well for the president, as it didn't this night.
Julie, Bill Clinton was, in some sense, a compromiser, as you know. Do you think that Barack Obama can ever be that, or is it just a matter of waiting 2 more years for another president?
Could be, but Mitch McConnell's no Bob Dole. I mean, Bob Dole actually sat down with the president and tried to compromise. You've got Ted Cruz tonight saying he's not going to vote for Mitch McConnell. What does that for majority leaders? So what does that tell you about where the Republican caucus is? It's not unified. You've got people like Ted Cruz, who are very influential with the Tea Party wing of the Republican Party, essentially going against his own leader. And so the problem for the Republicans, for Mitch McConnell, is not the president. Before he gets to the president, he's got to get control of his own party. And right now, based on what Ted Cruz said tonight, that's not a certainty.
You think there's going to be strife then in the caucus?
Absolutely. Based on what I saw Ted Cruz say today, absolutely. I mean, when you're a Republican on election night, the biggest win of Mitch McConnell's life, not only does he sweep in his own election, but he gets a historic majority. And here comes Ted Cruz raining on your parade and saying, hey, you know what? I don't think you should be leader of this party. Of course that's going to create strife, and that's going to create strife in the Republican Party across the nation.
Speaking of raining on parade, by the way, the president has been distancing him, you know, a lot of the candidates, Democratic candidates particularly, have been distancing themselves from the president. They were afraid that perhaps what happened tonight actually happened, that many of these candidates that actually voted yes for Obamacare, for the Affordable Care Act, all of these things that are essentially sort of backfiring for Democrats. How much does the president now sort of take a back seat in the next 2 years of his presidency in order not to hurt his Democratic Party?
Let me tell you something. We had this discussion two years ago when Obama won, and I was on a panel with people saying, oh, no, the president will give it, you know, this will be great. Now he wants to make a leg. No, he went into confrontation. As far as I know, this president has never showed an inclination to negotiate with anyone. If he moves on the issue Republicans wouldn't dare touch, because they have some problems in their party, except for Scott Brown, which is his assumption that he can amnesty 4 or 5 or 6 million people or whatever number without congressional approval, which the American people overwhelmingly disapprove of, but which the Republicans, again, I say wouldn't speak a word of except Scott Brown. I think this whole thing will blow up before it ever gets there. This lame duck has the potential for being very explosive as the president tries both in appointments and some of these other policies. And I think we're not going to have, unless the president's willing to say, to do what he has never shown an inclination to do, to actually sit down and compromise. I'm very leery that this is going to be, let's all get together and do something.
And what's going to happen over the next month?
That's what I'm saying. We could have a constitutional blow-up here if he assumes powers which a large majority of the electorate, including a large number of Democrats and moderates, believe the president doesn't have to do on. And amnesty is an issue that in 90 days was the biggest switch I've seen on an issue in many years because of what happened at the border when all those children showed up and ISIS. And there is a lot of complicating factors. And I think this lame duck could blow up before it ever starts.
Well, and I think there's a lot of Democrats who feel like the president punting in immigration reform actually backfired, right? It hurt him in Colorado, hurt Democrats in Colorado, didn't save the Democrats in the vulnerable seats in the South that he'd hoped to save. So I think there's a huge constituency in the Democratic Party, including Latinos, who truly want something to be done.
And he was going to pull the trigger in August. And
correct.
He waited
stupidly
for the midterm elections when he could have just pulled the trigger in August.
And he should have.
He was going to use his executive power, his executive order, and he chose not to, and now it's backfired. And now nothing possibly will be done until early as January.
In the exit poll, for whatever amount, if you can believe anything here, Hispanics only made up 8% of the vote.
Of course, they're disappointed in the president for punting on it.
I do have to point out the obvious fact. This president's at 40% approval. So to
he's
assume,
at 44 today.
Well,
I mean,
if you take the Real Clear Politics average of polls, he's lingering between the high 30s and low 40s. This is a president who's going into this lame duck session very wounded because, to your point, Pat, he even has members of his own party who have grown frustrated by the fact that they've had to answer to his agenda that's clearly been rejected by the American people. And, Pat, you and Doug Schoen wrote a brilliant article 2 years ago before the 2012 election. You predicted scorched earth if Barack Obama was to be reelected. That's exactly what we've seen. The lame duck offers this one opportunity, and we've seen the president take it the last time he was, in his own words, shellacked after a midterm election in 2010, to find real areas of compromise, to at least go into the next session with the impression that he wants to work with Republicans. I don't think he wants to, but I do think he understands.
He's going to have that meeting on Friday, whether it turns into anything or not. We'll
Tony,
have to see.
Julie, Pat, stand by. Of course, you're going to be with us for the next couple of hours. But we first now want to turn to Alaska. Still waiting for results coming out of there. Polls closed at 1 a.m. It is the scene of another hotly contested Senate race. First-term Democratic Senator Mark Begich is being challenged by Republican Dan Sullivan, a former state attorney general. And Republicans see Begich as vulnerable following a race that cost the candidates tens of millions of dollars. Dan Springer joins us now from Anchorage with the very latest numbers there in Alaska. Hey, Dan.
Yeah, hey, Julie, $50 million actually is what this campaign costs. A lot of it outside money. This was a state that the Republicans eyed from the very beginning. In fact, 2 years ago, when Mitt Romney won the state by 14 points, Republicans were licking their chops at this election to see if they could oust Mark Begich, who 6 years ago ended up beating Ted Stevens by a mere 4,000 votes. We do have the first drop of votes. The polls actually closed about an hour ago in all but one precinct here in Alaska. And we have the first numbers, and we can report that with 23% of the precincts reporting, Dan Sullivan, the Republican, has a 5% lead on Mark Begich, 49.5% to 44.5%. So the numbers early look good for the Republicans. I've been talking to the strategists for the Republicans, and they've said all along that if they come out of tonight's vote with at least a 3% lead, then they should have this election in hand. Early voting was strong. In fact, the best numbers they've ever had in the early voting Those numbers 6 years ago went heavily for Mark Begich in the election against Ted Stevens. This year, the Republicans said they engaged in that process. They tried to get their voters out to vote early and also to take absentees out. They feel like they will only lose by a little bit in that number when they count the 20,000 votes or so after tonight. But if they can hold a 3% lead, they believe that the seat will be theirs. And so a good night for Republicans could get even better when the Alaska results are in. Julie?
All right, Dan Springer reporting live from Anchorage, Alaska. We are still waiting for the Alaska Senate race. It has not been called.
No, last time it took 2 weeks for it to be called. So let's bring back our panel now. Tony Saig, Julie Regency, and Pat Caddell. Julie, let me start with you. What if the Republicans get Alaska? I mean, they're just knocking them down tonight like bowling balls.
It's a shellacking, as the president said 2 years ago. I mean, it's a tidal wave. I got to give him credit. This is a huge win, both legislatively and also in the gubernatorial election.
So what does he do? On Friday, he's going to have this meeting. And he has not compromised over the past few years. So what can they possibly do when they sit down with that White House coffee? Will anything get done?
Well, here's the question. Everybody's going to go back to their bases. The Republicans haven't exactly been compromisers either in a lot of stuff. They have certainly tried to obstruct his agenda in the Senate just as much as you can claim he tried to obstruct their agenda. So everybody's going to have a kumbaya moment on Friday. We're all going to work together. The American people have spoken. And then I think you're going to see the same gridlock for the next 2 years, unfortunately, that we've seen in the past.
And Tony, as Americans, what do we do about that? And how do we get something going in Washington? Is this the message tonight to the folks in Washington to actually get on the ball and do something?
Well, I think what you saw tonight clearly was a rejection, first and foremost, of the Obama agenda. So Democrats have to decide what their potential interest is. Is it to promote and defend the president, or is it to bring out ideas that they believe in and try to work with Republicans?
We just saw what happened. A lot of them didn't want to defend the president. They didn't even want to be seen next to him.
Well, look, you already have in a conversation that's, I think, by all accounts, pretty robust about a tax reform package. They're going to try to pass it during this lame duck. Republicans and Democrats agree on some major provisions. The R&D tax credit, for example, extending the earned income tax credit, extending the child care tax credit. These are all important to Democrats, and Republicans want to see, of course, the extension of corporate tax credits as well. This is the type of conversation, which, again, maybe it's short-lived, but it indicates the type of progress you could make if Democrats in the Senate, in particular, and the House, realize that they gain nothing for the next 2 years being apologists and rubber stamps for President Obama's failed agenda, which, again, has been rejected.
Well, but it's interesting that you say that, because 2 years ago...
Let's just stop for a second. We have a Fox News alert, as you can see. Well, Hawaii goes to the Democrats, as you can see. David Ige, 53%. So there's a Democratic pickup in the governor's race this afternoon, in which we've seen some surprises. Massachusetts, for example, in which the Republicans have picked up. So, Pat, you're a Democrat, got Hawaii. What does it mean?
Not much. Everybody, Hawaii, I think, was one of the ones that everyone's got. Everything happens out there off the ocean, and it's very different. But I want to go back to what we're talking about here, because I think this lame duck, let's talk about the potential. We're talking about having Hagan, Udall, Pryor, and Begich, probably, because I think Begich will lose, sitting there in the Senate after they've been taken out of office, voting to support probably whether they're going to support their president or give up their seats to their others. Mary Landrieu, I will bet any amount of money, will lose Louisiana. That's a done deal. She barely is ahead even in this jungle primary. And you've got 4 other open seats where Republicans have, where Democrats sit. And the question is, somebody's got to one day ask us about lame ducks. The legitimacy issue. If Democrats are going to vote after having been deposed, the voters are going to say, and if I were the Republicans, no, 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 no. And they're going to try to jam down judgeships and so on. We need to understand the strategy of the next 2 months or the next month or so is going to be important for how it looks when the Republicans do take the Senate and want to start passing legislation. If you think, let me just say, that these people are going to come up with a tax reform bill in 1 month, given the interest groups and how much money they put in this election, and a lot of them don't want it. I would like to see progress, but I'm a realist. I don't think that's likely to happen.
Julie, Pat, Tony, we're going to ask you to stand by. We're going to take a quick break. It's been a big night for Republicans, Eric, right? Picking up 7 seats in the Senate, including a hard-fought one in Colorado. So what does it mean? Where does the party go? And what does it mean for our country? We're going to have a live report coming up. And voters turning out in record numbers in some states. Many casting their votes against Democrats and the policies of President Obama.
Tonight, we say to the president, yes, we did build that. We say to Hillary Clinton, yes, businesses do create jobs.
All the voters speak, and transfer of control of Congress has now been made to the Republicans. Let's go to Leland Vittert, who's standing by to recap some of the hottest races in the country and what happened earlier this evening, live from Washington. Hi, Leland.
Hi, Eric. There's a lot of debate now going on in terms of what exactly to call this, a wave, a tidal wave, a tsunami for the Republicans. Either way, though, this massive shift of power in the Senate is certainly a major, major developing story here in Washington. One of the things the Republicans have done that they have really gotten a lot of credit for is staying on message in this election. And one of the early Republican strategies was making this all about President Obama, something that the White House took great umbrage to. But still, even in the victory speech of Thom Tillis down in North Carolina, a very hard-fought battle, he stayed on message.
I know my communications people are going, Thom Tillis is completely off script because I'm not reading the teleprompter. I'll leave that up to President Obama.
President Obama did not show up was out in Iowa, where Joni Ernst took on Bruce Braley in a very tough fight. You can see her there at her victory speech that was called pretty early in the night. She also had some choice words.
It's a long way from Red Oak to Washington. From the biscuit line at Hardee's to the United States Senate. But thanks to all of you, we are heading to Washington. And we are going to make them squeal.
And that is a reference to one of the more colorful ads of this campaign season, which showed Joni Ernst walking among hogs and saying she knew how to cut pork in Washington because of castrating hogs back in the day. And that really brings up the big question of what these newfound senators are going to do, what the new Republican majority is going to do. And there's already divisions in the caucus, as you heard tonight, Eric, and that's one of the big discussions now in Washington is, are the Republicans going to make this about President Obama, go the route of investigations? Are they going to try to put points on the board and do things like the Keystone Pipeline? Are they going to try to repeal Obamacare, something that would be vetoed by the president? All things in terms of a direction. Now that they have these votes from the American people, what will they do with it?
That's the future and the question. Leland, thanks so much. And Joni Ernst, a new Republican star, certainly born tonight.
All right,
Julie?
let's bring back our panel now. Tony Sayegh, Julie Roginski, and Pat Caddell. And Tony, let me ask you first. As we sit here, we wait for Virginia. The Democratic Senator Mark Warner there, he's the state's most popular politician. Sure. He should win, but it's so tight, it's too close to call. What does this mean for Democrats, the state of Virginia? I mean, now that the Republicans have assumed control of the Senate, what do they feel about Virginia?
The most interesting thing about Virginia is for political scientists who monitor the shifting of demographics and how they've aligned with the political parties, look at Virginia and say, this is when the suburbs became reliably Democratic from decades of being reliably Republican. You think of Fairfax County in particular, Loudoun County, the ring around Washington, D.C., Prince William County. This is the state in which there was never a second guess among most people who were being fair about it that Mark Warner would win. He's considered to be one of the few moderates left in Washington. He's a big self-funder. He's a successful businessman. Ed Gillespie was seen as basically an extension of the Republican, I think, political establishment, which has been rejected in Virginia in the last two presidential elections. The fact that it's where it is right now in Virginia really goes to show you the depth of dissatisfaction. But to the point is, what do we do with the dissatisfaction? Do we run on our own agenda for the next few years, or do we just continue to fight the president's agenda?
Ed Gillespie, he's a Republican strategist. This is an unexpected, very tight race in Virginia. What did Republicans do wrong for the numbers to be so close?
Well, you mean the Republicans did wrong? They seem to do a lot right in Virginia. I think, first of all, they've improved their ground game after losing the governorship. that was a major shock to them in terms of how badly they got outmaneuvered in that race, number one. Number two, Gillespie, who's also a lobbyist, by the way, which I didn't think was a particular plus for him, but he was actually running on something about solving Obamacare. The New York Times had a piece about he and the guy in Minnesota. But Gillespie, most of all, really outlining what a policy would look like when the Republicans consistently refuse to put forth a positive message for which they are paying they're going to pay a price for with the voters because they got no mandate for that except being against Obama. But I think Virginia is interesting. It closed very late. It was the one place, but I keep going back to where are all the other places. And when you look in the data, it's it's amazing. As I said, 30 to 39% of people who were dissatisfied or disapproved of Obama as president voted Democratic. Half the people who named the economy, 42% who thought the economy is bad, voted Democratic. All the things that you see the missing part, and most importantly, both parties were running huge negatives with the voters in terms of how they felt about them.
As far as how they feel about the president, Gillespie has his favorite strategy has basically been pegging Warner to President Obama. Here's another state where the candidates are using President Obama against the Democratic candidate. How much did that hurt Warner in Virginia?
A lot, because one thing that was clear in Virginia was at least apparently when I saw the early exits today, was in Virginia, the president's approval rating. The electorate in Virginia, by the way, looked a lot more like 2009 than it did either 2011 or 2012. I think that everywhere where in these local races where these candidates nationalized the vote, except in New Hampshire, where Sheehan had, I thought, a lot of strength and started very, very far ahead.
Julie Pattoni, stand by. We're going to be taking a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Well, one thing that happened tonight is that Harry Reid was given a pink slip, at least as far as his majority-ship leadership is concerned. He is now out of that job. Coming up in this monumental shift in power, what he said to the new guy who has his old job now, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. McConnell now posed to be the new majority leader as the Republicans take control.
Welcome back to Fox, our continuing coverage. One of the nation's most watched Senate races now over in Colorado. Republican Congressman Cory Gardner has defeated first-term Democratic Senator Mark Udall in one of the priciest Senate races in the nation. The contest helped tip the Senate to Republican control. During the campaign, Gardner repeatedly tied Udall to President Obama, something a lot of the candidates, the Republican candidates, have used in their fight to gain power, who has fallen out of many favor with many Colorado voters. Alicia Cunha is in Denver with the very latest, and we've been all watching that state so closely. What's the latest where you are?
Hi, Julie. Well, it wasn't too long ago that we listened to Mark Udall's concession speech saying that he wished Cory Gardner well, and he dedicated the campaign to his brother Randy Udall, who died while hiking last year in Wyoming. And after that speech, it pretty much cleared out here at the headquarters here for the Democrats, even though we still do not know who the next governor will be of Colorado. That's because with 85% of precincts reporting, just 13,000 votes separate Bob Beaupre, the Republican challenger, to incumbent Governor Democrat John Hickenlooper. And Hickenlooper, we are told, has already gone and told his supporters to go home for the evening because it's clearly not going to be a decisive evening. And Bob Beaupre, in turn, has also told folks, we're likely not going to know until tomorrow morning. It's that razor tight right now. So an empty room right here, Julie, but still so much still happening here in Colorado with regard to who will run the state. Julie?
All right. Thank you very much, Alicia Cunha.
Julie, one seismic result of the Republican takeover of the Senate tonight, Harry Reid gets a smaller office. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell looking ahead to replacing Reid as Minority Leader, something that Reid has been blamed by Republicans for blocking a lot of legislation. Tonight, he commented on the switch in jobs. He said, quote, I would like to congratulate Senator McConnell, who will be the new Senate Majority Leader. The message from voters is clear. They want us to work together. I look forward to working with Senator McConnell to get things done for the middle class.
Let's bring back our Fox News contributors, Tony Sayegh and Julie Rudzinski and Pat Caddell. And Julie, you wanted to clarify something.
I do. You know, earlier I said that Ted Cruz said he wouldn't vote for Mitch McConnell. Actually, he told CNN twice, refused to commit who he'd vote for. So he didn't quite say he wouldn't, but he never said he would. So I wanted to clarify that. Because
and Mitch McConnell, he Senate Majority Leader. I mean, is there any debate in whether that's going to happen or not?
No, not at all. It's going to be a distraction I think Democrats might want to create in wake of what happened tonight.
Do they really need any more distractions?
But in reality, you know what's going to happen, frankly, is I think you're going to have a Republican caucus that is going to be very unified because the American people, while giving them this opportunity to lead the Congress, I think also has sent the message that they want real leadership out of Washington that they've not gotten from the president. And if Republicans want to set the stage for an effective 2016, both on the presidential and on the Senate and congressional side, again, they're going to seize this opportunity because the reality is the president's given them the whole vacuum. He has not allowed any major legislation to move from the House into the Senate. He's used Harry Reid as that blockade. And when you think about the Obamacare fixes, for example, almost all of them have gotten about 30 to 35 Democratic congressmen supporting them in the House. They were bipartisan bills. But the second they tried to get them to the Senate, Harry Reid and the president shut it down. I think you're going to start seeing that process begin.
Well, what does that say about Harry Reid's statement that we just read? That he says the message tonight is that he wants Americans to work together. That's the message from the country with the Republican win. I mean, Pat, how can this man say this when he's been performing that block? He could be in the Chicago Bears.
Well, actually, he should be in the Chicago mob. I am really one of the things that upsets me about Republicans, because their lack of anything other than their pure ambition, is that nobody has taken on the fact that this man became a dictator who has refused in the most deliberative body, quote, most deliberative body in the world to allow anything more than 19 amendments to be voted on by either party in the last years. He has been able to manipulate the rules where he does not allow anyone to debate or vote in the Senate. It's even worse than it is in the House of Representatives. The man is a disgrace to democracy, and I want to say this as a Democrat. I think at some point you should stand up for your country as an American, and I think news media, which is just pathetic in this country, as well as the other politicians in the political class, should have made this a big issue. For him to say that tonight, as I said, he belongs in the Chicago mob.
Julie, I want to get your reaction to that for a second. We just showed a full screen. Mia Love has won in Utah. That means that she has now become the first African-American Republican woman member of the U.S. House of Representatives. This is the second time that she has tried for that seat. Mia Love winning in Utah. All right, Julie. Chicago Bears, Chicago mob, dictator. Your reaction?
A little strong, I think, Pat.
No,
These are my perspective. Well, I think so.
Well, of course you would.
Not of course I would. I just think it's a little strong. But I would say...
Do you approve of what he did by not letting any Democrats even vote or have amendments?
Wait a second. You're talking to somebody who thinks we should get rid of the filibuster. And I hope the Republicans do that. You want to stop obstruction? Get rid of the filibuster. Now the Republicans are in power. Let's do it. Let's get rid of it. Let's see if they have fortitude to do it. That's how you do it. That's how you get
an overnight movement, as he did on the nuclear option, which I opposed when Frisk and the Republicans proposed it, and there were at least a bipartisan number of senators. When he overnight decided to abolish what has been the right of the minority in the Senate for 230 years, and only two Democratic senators, Carl Levin and Joe Manchin, would even stand up to protect their institution.
First of all, it wasn't the nuclear option, but they should abolish it. They should implement the nuclear option. I agree with you. There should be no filibuster, and I hope the Republicans do it. I hope Mitch McConnell does it. Well, I do. If you want to get wait a second. You want to get rid of gridlock in Washington? That's what you do.
That is the broader issue. What do we do about that? Now that Reid is gone out of that job, can we get rid of gridlock in Washington? You think this president can really work with the Republican Congress? I mean, he sometimes rather, not meet people, and that's what the criticism has been about him. Some people say you need an LBJ. You need a Bill Clinton type who will get down, compromise, make deals, and not be obstructionist.
Ron Fournier from the National Journal wrote an outstanding piece back in the late spring that detailed testimony from Democrats on Capitol Hill, of course, off the record, all lamenting the president's inability to work with Congress, his lack of vision, his lack of leadership, his lack of clarity, and his lack of conviction, frankly. I think, again, Eric, I'll bring it back to this. There are competing agendas within the Democratic Party. The president has his. I agree with Pat and Doug Schoen's assessment that this is the scorched earth president. He will not do something just for the sake of getting progress, having progress. On the other hand,
would say he's standing by principles.
Well, he's not standing by principles. He's actually obstructing a process in which not one person gets to determine what the law of the land is. That's why we have a Constitution and a Congress and a president, and everyone has separation of powers. That being said, you're going to have Democrats in Congress and Democrats in the presidential field who have their own agendas that conflict with the president, and it's going to be the ability to leverage the tension in those relationships that determines whether or not we have progress.
Julie, you're talking about how this is an opportunity for Republicans to get stuff done. You talk about filibuster, for example, but the Republican-controlled Senate, which doesn't take office until January 6th, or in January rather, is expected to complicate Obama's agendas to a certain degree. How much are we going to get cooperation from Democrats in order for the Republicans to get something done?
Well, let's not forget in 2012 when Obama won and the Democrats won the Senate, I don't remember anybody standing here anywhere and saying, oh, wait a second, the Republicans are obstructing, the president just got a mandate, the Democrats just got a mandate, they just picked up seats in the Senate. Nobody said that. So you can't say all of a sudden that Barack Obama needs to take his marbles, go home, and not stand for what he believes in because the Republicans won tonight. Yes, the Republicans won tonight. The country sent a message. If I were the president, I would actually listen to that message and try to do something in a bipartisan fashion. But you cannot just say we have to give the House and the Senate free rein to do whatever they want, and Barack Obama's got to fall in line now.
I don't think that's what we're saying
He had
at all.
beers. He played golf once with Boehner. Can this president do something in a bipartisan fashion?
He's horrible at reaching out. From what I understand from friends that I have on the Hill, Democrats, they say he's horrible at the personal thing that Bill Clinton was so good at, the thing that Bush was so good at, the sort of personal relationships. He's never built those. I think that has served him poorly. I think that's been horrible.
And what has that done to this country?
What has that done to this country? It obviously has created no personal relationships that he can call upon for both houses.
We have a president
parties.
who spends most of his time on the golf course, including when people are being beheaded, when embassies are being evacuated in Libya.
Pat, he's not really spending most of his time on the golf course.
I'm sorry. He spends a lot of it on the golf course.
After to the golf course.
I'm sorry, you're right, afterwards. Right after he makes a statement while the other people are on there. No, his insensitivity to anybody else has been what Democrats are complaining about in the Hill and everything else. He doesn't really care about those people. Clinton was great at it. Jimmy Carter was not great at it and paid a price for it.
Can he change?
Look, I believe human nature is what it is. The president has shown no inclination. All I want to say is if he does, he's got to take the lead. And I'll tell you his problem is tonight, every one of these Democrats that went down because in those states they were tied to him at 95, 98%. How many of these other Democrats want to look at that too? I mean, he's got problems in his own party, as do the Republicans, by the way.
The Obama agenda right now, he has to push for sweeping international climate change. Republicans are expected to demand approval of the controversial Keystone XL pipeline and push to dismantle key pieces of the Affordable Care Act. That's just a few to begin. I want to go into more depth with all of you. Julie, Pat, and Tony, stand by. We're going to be right back. Senate lawmakers prepare for a changing of the guard. Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell hoping for a fresh start with his Democratic colleagues.
We do have an obligation to work together on issues where we can agree. I think we have a duty to do that. Just because we have a two-party system doesn't mean we have to be in perpetual conflict.
Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell winning re-election, defeating Democratic challenger Allison Lundergan Grimes, and now McConnell bidding for Senate majority leadership as Republicans take control of the Senate. McConnell making his victory speech, saying his win isn't about him, but about Americans' lack of faith in the federal government. Listen.
When you get right down to it, that's what this campaign was really all about. It wasn't about me or my opponent. It was about a government that people no longer trust to carry out its most basic duties. to keep them safe, to protect the border, to provide dignified and quality care for our veterans. A government that can't be trusted to do the basic things because it's too busy focusing on things it shouldn't be focused on at all. A government that's too busy imposing its view of the world on people who don't share that view. Too many in Washington have forgotten that their job is to serve. So tomorrow, the papers will say, I won this race. But the truth is, tonight we begin another one that's far more important than mine. And that's the race to turn this country around. To restore hope and confidence and optimism to this Commonwealth and across this nation of ours. Some things don't change after tonight. I don't expect the president to wake up tomorrow and view the world any differently than he did when he woke up this morning. He knows I won't either. But look, we do have an obligation to work together on issues where we can agree. I think we have a duty to do that. Just because we have a two-party system doesn't mean we have to be in perpetual conflict. I think I've shown that to be true at critical times in the past. I hope the president gives me the chance to show it again. There's so much that we can and should do for the good of all Americans.
It is the presumptive majority leader of the Senate tonight, Mitch McConnell, who has won his race. Let's bring the panel back now. Tony Sayegh, Julie Ruzynski, and Pat Caddell. You know, Pat, Alison Lonergan Grimes, she was highly touted, highly praised, very close to the Clintons. Her family is for decades, and yet she went down in flames tonight. What does this portend, if anything, if Hillary Clinton decides to win?
Well, I think Hillary Clinton will run on her own. She has her own advantages, and as tonight showed, I'm sure we'll talk about 2016, her disadvantages. But Grimes, she did two things. She distanced herself from the president when she said she wouldn't vote for him. That she didn't know how she wouldn't say how she voted, even though she had been a delegate for him, which made her look stupid. And the other thing was that, which I think probably turned off a lot of Democrats, or at least the enthusiasm for voting. And I think, on the other hand, never was willing to say what she would have done differently, whether she'd vote to change or repeal Obamacare, which is very unpopular. Look, in her race, in Georgia and the others, the undecided is the end where these candidates were tied to Obama. That's what I keep saying. What if they had nationalized the whole country? Those places, the bottom dropped out with either the last-minute undecideds or the breaks. And I think that she got really clobbered. I don't think anyone was expecting a 14-point loss.
I know. Were you surprised at the width of that loss?
I was, actually. If you look at, the polling that you saw going into this, very surprised at the loss. I agree with Pat. She made a complete fool of herself when she wouldn't say who she voted for twice. She was asked her 3 times. And that just showed her not to be a serious person. And that's a problem regardless of
What does
her
this say, Tony, about the women's vote? Because if there was one area, a social issue, that Grimes was ahead of the game in a way, you could say was the women's vote.
Sure.
Not only is she a woman, of course, but she was using his voting records on things like equal pay and the Violence Against Women Act and trying to make it a ladies' night in Kentucky.
Sure. And we saw the same dynamic on issues with Gardner and the Udall and Gardner in Colorado, and it didn't work for Democrats. And here you have Alison Grimes, who was projected to make this a real contest. We saw up until I think about a month ago, single digits between them. She lost by 15 points. And the female vote, I think, is one of the biggest trouble areas for Democrats. And it goes back again to the perception of this president and his failed leadership, particularly on Ebola and ISIS. Women want to feel security, and they don't with those issues.
Tony, Julie, Pat, stand by. We continue our coverage here. A major win for Republicans tonight, taking 7 seats for control of the Senate. But ballots still being counted on the West Coast. We have a live report on some of the biggest undecided races coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. California Governor Jerry Brown will return to Sacramento for a record fourth term after decisively defeating his Republican challenger. It is one of several major West Coast races that we've been keeping a very close eye on here on Fox. Adam Housley joins us live from Los Angeles with more. Hey, Adam.
Hey, Julie. Yeah, we still, of course, the polls didn't close too long ago out here on the West Coast. There's still a number of races still to be decided. California really not up in the air in any way. All the statewide races are pretty much at the national level held by the Democrats, but there are a number of House races. Now, we know that, of course, the House won't change at all. There could be some pickups for Republicans as the numbers come in. We'll keep you updated throughout the night here in California as well as in Arizona. We did hear about Mia Love winning in Utah. Meantime, back to a couple of the other important races out here in the western region in Montana. Republicans picked up a Senate seat there. For the first time in a century, they actually now have the Senate seat in Montana, at least that one. Steve Daines winning over Amanda Curtis. That came in. As you can see, still 84% called, or sorry, 84% in. The race has been called for Steve Daines. In South Dakota, also Republicans taking a seat there. Mike Rounds defeated 3 different opponents to win the U.S. Senate seat that's being vacated by Tim Johnson. And then back to the West Coast. As I mentioned, California and Oregon did pretty well for Democrats and have, of course, for the last few election cycles. Jerry Brown winning an unprecedented fourth term as California governor. You might remember he won 2 a long time ago, back in the 70s and then into the 80s, and now, of course, returned to power. This is a second election, and reelected beating Neil Kashkari. Also in Oregon, we've got theirs, and John Kitzhaber, the Democrat up there, has been reelected as well. That's one a little closer than people thought, but he has won in Oregon. And also in Oregon, another interesting race. Oregon becomes the 3rd state now to legalize pot. You might remember back in 2012, Washington and Colorado legalized it. This time it was Oregon voters who went to the polls and legalized pot as well. The people that are proponents of this say they're now going to aim for California in 2016. They want it to be potentially the 4th state to do it, but Oregon won pretty handily up there as it became the 3rd state to legalize pot. So as you can see, a number of races coming in here in California and across the West. In Oregon, we'll have some very interesting House results. Again, the Republicans obviously have a major control in the House, but it will be interesting to see if they pick up a few seats here in California, because there were a number of very contested races, a lot of money dumped into a couple of the races out here, guys, and we'll be able to give you those results throughout the night as we move into the process of the votes being counted on the West Coast.
Yep, just about 11 o'clock your time, so we're going to be expecting to get more information from you, so we'll be back to you. Adam Housley, thank you very much.
All right.
Eric.
And we also have an update on one of the races in Maine. This has to do with the Republican governor, Paul LePage. He has been reelected. He is a really controversial guy. He's almost as outspoken as Pat Caddell is. He actually refused to talk to reporters up in Augusta, Maine, and he beat Mike Michaud, the Democrat. Paul LePage, former mayor of Waterville, Maine, reelected, which shows some strength tonight for the Republicans. But you know, it's not just the Senate and some of the state houses, but also gains in the House. And in 10 minutes, we'll hear from one Republican who's an Iraq war veteran, and he scored a major upset tonight in a New York district, District 1, which is out in Long Island. It's a toss-up swing district that swung by 20 points in just the last few weeks. Was this a message to President Obama? We'll hear in a few moments from Lee Zeldin. Stay tuned to Fox News' distinguished panel as they give us their continued take. Even though the night is old, we are young. Stay with us. Elections still ongoing. It's been a Republican midterm, the GOP savoring victory from coast to coast tonight. Republicans have captured the Senate, and they have also tightened their grip on the House, picking up more seats for a larger majority. At this hour, Republicans hold 7 new seats in the Senate, 1 more than they actually need to have gained control.
That's right, and the GOP will also dominate the House in near historic levels. Republicans have easily won the 218 House seats required, and they are on track to match or surpass the 246 that they held in President Harry Truman's administration more than 60 years ago. Fox News' Leland Vittert joins us now live from Washington. Hey there, Leland.
Hey, Julia. One of the debates going around Washington right now is exactly what to call this, a Republican wave, a tidal wave, a tsunami, or something else. And the Republican wins aren't exactly unexpected, especially in the Senate, but no less significant. Here is retiring Senator Saxby Chambliss summing up what this exactly means.
During my 20 years, Julianne and I have been so blessed to represent 10 million of the greatest people that the Lord ever put on this earth. Thank you, Georgia, for being kind to us. But during that 20 years, I've served in the minority and I've served in the majority. The majority is a hell of a lot more fun.
And the Republicans will now be in the majority. A few races to look at more closely for what they mean and what we can take from them. The Republicans were extremely disciplined in their game plan from the beginning. They tried and largely succeeded in making this election almost entirely about someone not even on the ballot, President Obama, something the White House took great umbrage to. And even in his victory speech, Thom Tillis down in North Carolina stayed on message.
I know my communications people are going, Thom Tillis is completely off script because I'm not reading the teleprompter. I'll leave that up to President Obama.
In Iowa, as in many of the races, it looked like a rotating cast of those jockeying for 2016. Hillary Clinton came to Iowa campaigning for Bruce Braley, and it wasn't close to enough. Joni Ernst picked up that seat pretty easily.
It's a long way from Red Oak to Washington. From the biscuit line at Hardee's to the United States Senate. But thanks to all of you, we are heading to Washington. And we are going to make them squeal.
And that is a not too subtle reference to this campaign ad where she compared castrating hogs to cutting waste in Washington. And that brings up the big question going forward for the Republicans. Will Mitch McConnell stay as the majority leader, obviously now the minority leader, and whoever is in charge of the Republican caucus on the Senate? What are they going to do with their newfound power? Focus on things like the Keystone Pipeline, or going after President Obama with investigations and repealing Obamacare, something that would almost certainly get vetoed. Already, there are Republican strategists warning the latter course could be a perilous one in the run-up to 2016. Eric?
All right, Leland, thanks so much. Well, there's been a major change in a toss-up swing district that was closely watched by the political pros as a bellwether for the nation. Republican Iraq War veteran Lee Zeldin tonight upsetting six-term incumbent Democratic Congressman Tim Bishop for the first congressional seat. That's on the eastern end of Long Island, New York. You know, it was one of the nation's most expensive races, both sides cobbling together nearly $15 million. And in winning, Zeldin becomes the lone Jewish Republican in the House now since Eric Cantor's defeat. That district, well, it's got everything in it. It's got the rich people of East Hampton and Southampton, the normal folks out in Patchogue. It's got everybody, and in the last few weeks, it's swung by an astounding 20 points. Congressman-elect Lee Zeldin joins us now on the phone from Shirley, Long Island. Congressman-elect, welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight. First of all, what is the message of your win tonight? You faced a Democrat who's been there for 12 years, and this astoundingly swung by 20 points just in the last few weeks.
All across America, in all these little corners of America, we're seeing in these House and Senate races, voters are not happy with the direction that President Obama, Harry Reid, Nancy Pelosi want to take America. And they understand that their vote today was their opportunity to send a message that the status quo wasn't right. If you want to change Washington, you have to change your congressman or your senator. And that's why now there will be a better check and balance on this president's agenda.
Why do you think it swung so much over just the past couple of weeks? Did people get to the race? Did they start focusing in the last couple of weeks? Did the independents come and break for you? What happened?
Well, I think that as Election Day got closer, more of the independents, the people not affiliated necessarily with the Republican Party or Democratic Party, they're paying more attention. They're realizing that it was the Republican agenda, the conservative agenda that would grow our economy and create jobs as far as having a stronger, more consistent foreign policy or improving the quality of education or improving our nation's health care from one issue to another. We're seeing in districts like ours on the east end of Long Island and everywhere else in this country that as people thought what issue was most important to them, they realized that they had to change the Democrat representing them in order to have that change.
You have some of the most liberal people in the whole nation out there in the Hamptons. Bill and Hillary Clinton, rent a house in East Hampton during the summer. So do you think that, in a sense, because the independents broke for you, that can be a bellwether for what we could see 2 years from now?
I think that it's an important opportunity now that the GOP has in controlling both branches of Washington, that all of these great ideas that have been sitting on Harry Reid's desk because he refuses to bring them to the floor for a vote, now these great ideas are going to end up on Barack Obama's desk for him to either sign or veto. And as we go through the next couple of years, it's really going to be incumbent on this president to start signing some of these great ideas that can move America forward, and that will be an important opportunity for the GOP.
And finally, you are an Iraq War veteran. Joni Ernst in Iowa, she won and she served, and you see veterans now winning tonight. What message is there in that as we face ISIS, as we face radical Islamic terrorism, as we face the threats to this nation, when the voters have turned to folks like you to represent them in Washington?
40 years ago, over 75% of Congress were made up of military veterans. That number has been reduced to less than 1 in 5. So if we're talking about ISIS or reducing the backlog of disability claims or helping our veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder, by electing individuals who have served with these veterans all across the country who are coming forward with their challenges. They want to see a more responsive Washington. They now have more representation than they did yesterday.
Lee Zeldin, one more additional Iraq veteran who's now joined the Congress and the lone Republican Jewish member of the House. Welcome to the House. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Yes, thanks for having me, Eric.
At after 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time. Thank you again. Julie?
All right, back to our panel now. Tony Sayegh, former press aide to GOP vice presidential nominee Jack Kemp, executive vice president of Jamestown Associates. Julie Radzinski, it's former political advisor to Senator Frank Lautenberg. And Pat Goodell, pollster for President Jimmy Carter. And all three, of course, are Fox News contributors. And we appreciate you guys hanging in on the long haul because this is obviously a late night and an early morning. But I want to talk about, first of all, moving forward, Pat, the Republicans and where they go next. What happens come January? What should be the top 5 priorities for now the Senate and the House controlled by Republicans? I want to read a tweet question at Julie Banderas. For those who follow me on Twitter, you can ask me questions I'll present to my panel. Michael Farrell writes, top 5 priorities: ISIS, immigration, ACA repeal, bring jobs back from overseas, SCOTUS noms. Where do you see in those 5 categories, would you say, would be the number one priority that Republicans should focus on?
Well, I think the number one priority is the jobs issues. First of all, having a what the Republicans did this year, and as I said, they pay a price for it, is unlike 1994, where at least you had the pretense of a contract with America, a stand by all Republicans. Mitch McConnell and John Boehner specifically decided to say nothing. So what they have is no mandate for anything other than the people defeating the senators and whatever there. But so neither party really, neither the Democrats, nobody talked about a pro-growth agenda. That's number one. The first thing they ought to do, because there's such popular support, is send the Keystone Pipeline to Obama and see if he's going to go with Mr. Steyer and the people who have bought the Democratic Party, what I call the gentry environmental left of the there, or whether he is going to let that go through, because there are a lot of Democrats who are on record for that pipeline. I think they've got to address carefully. I mean, I think they're not going to be able to repeal this thing. They don't have 60 votes. They can, with reconciliation, do a number of things to the ACA, to the health care bill, and people are expecting something on that. So, I mean, I think it's in the economic area, first of all. And the other thing they have to do is prove, and I think that they are going to be tested on this. There are a lot of issues, a lot of questions. People are going to scream about it. There are a lot of things, whether it's Benghazi, the IRS, and other things of government abuse that have been stalled from being really looked at because I think the Republicans haven't wanted to look at it very hard. We still have the Benghazi Commission coming report. I think that all of these things are on the table. But most of all, I think they've got to prove that they can get some Democratic votes. Let the president veto the hell out of everything if he wants.
Tony, I think everyone can agree that the Democrats were beat up pretty badly, those who affiliated themselves with President Obama for a number of issues. But foreign policy has been a weakness in this White House when it comes to dealing with several issues, most recently ISIS. But where we are right now with Iraq and Syria, the airstrikes and trying to get an international coalition to go in there and wipe out ISIS, with ISIS growing in the tens of thousands every day, a lot of people in this country feel like we're not doing enough to wipe them out.
Yeah, and I would say that the insecurity felt by the American people, and we had a conversation earlier, Julie, about women in particular, who we saw in polling in the last month leave Democrats in very big numbers. I think there was actually, at the end, a generic advantage of only about 2 points for Democrats with women. Usually they have a very large double-digit
much bigger.
point.
Yeah, it was only 3 points.
It was only 3 points.
I mean, it was only 3 points, but it's double digits.
But the reality is women are leaving the Democratic Party because of issues like ISIS, issues like Ebola, because there is a hierarchy of needs that voters have. Top among them is the security issue. They want to feel security as far as national defense. They want to feel security as far as public health. In the reality of the next 2 years, I think you're going to see Republicans very affirmatively, and I actually respectfully disagree with you, Pat, stand up for what we saw voters, I believe, support, which is radical changes to Obamacare. Call it what you want. Call it repeal, call it fixing. There's going to be changes to Obamacare. That has to be top of the agenda. The second thing is a very big change in the direction on immigration policy. Democrats wanted this one large lump sum comprehensive bill. Republicans wanted immigration reform. They just wanted to do it more systematically, starting with border security. I'll tell you, even Latinos support putting border security ahead of any other aspects of immigration. And lastly, and I do agree with Pat on this, energy policy, because that does relate directly to jobs, and Keystone's a big part of that.
Many legal immigrants in this country do not want to see illegals coming into this border. And in the state of Texas, this was such a bone of contention for the Democrats. I mean, first of all, there are millions of unaccompanied children that were flooded into this country. Rick Perry invited President Obama to go see the situation for himself. And what did he do? He stayed out of town. Why didn't he go there?
He went to a fundraiser.
Went to a fundraiser. That's the other thing when he's not
He
qualified.
wouldn't even go to Texas to see it with his own eyes. This is immigration reform. This is something that he stood for since he ran for office round one. And then in August, he said he was going to do something about it. And then when he finally got a chance to be there up close and personal and show the American public that it's something that he takes seriously, he chose to decline. What are we to make of that sort of decision moving forward when it comes to his seriousness with dealing with immigration?
Well, and I think I said this earlier, he made a huge mistake not moving in immigration first. He should have gone down to the border, by the way. This was a Bush-era law. This was a law that preceded him that mandated these children were allowed to come here. So I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with these kids after they come here, essentially under the laws of this country. Do you deport these kids back in violation of the very laws that we've created? Or do you change the law? What do you do? I mean, the devil's in the details. And Tony, you talked about the ACA and you talked about whole-scale change. Again, the devil's in the details. Which part of the ACA do you repeal? Some parts are very, very, very popular. Both Republicans and Democrats support them. You can't repeal parts and not repeal the whole, right?
Well,
and so that's the problem. The devil's in the details. The Republicans won't tell you specifically which parts they'll repeal.
Julie, there are half a dozen bills that originated in the House, that died in Harry Reid's Senate, that repeal certain, or rather fix certain aspects of that bill, including the very vast holes in the privacy of any American who enrolls for a health care plan in that exchange who now is vulnerable.
Excuse me, you're talking about legislation that Mitch McConnell has said and others have said, when we come into power, we're going to repeal the ACA. Obamacare is dead. Okay, that means you're going to repeal some very popular provisions of the ACA. But here's the thing.
I think we've advanced from this conversation.
No, we haven't actually, Tony, because what you're talking we haven't, because what you're talking about, excuse me, what you're talking about is this mantra, but without getting into specifics. Now you're in charge. Now you have to govern. Give us specifics.
I just told you, there are specific bills out of the House.
Speaking of advancing.
That's going to be the conversation that's going to start on Friday.
Right.
Everyone gets back to Washington. Who knows if they're going to have an answer. In a moment, we're going to talk about another win tonight. They tried to get him out of office a few years ago, but it didn't work. Well, last time he became the first sitting governor to survive a recall, and tonight he's going back to the Wisconsin State House. It was victory for Scott Walker for the third time.
There was a group out of Washington-based special interests who thought they could spend a lot of money and a lot of time in the state and somehow convince the people of the state to be against something. I got to tell you, I'm an optimist. I believed all along if we got a positive message out, that in the end, people of the state wanted to be for something, not against something. And look what happened tonight.
Welcome back, everybody. A brand new Fox exit poll showing 6 of every 10 voters are either dissatisfied with or angry at the Obama administration. Only 11% of the 18,000 voters Fox News contacted said they are enthusiastic with the president and his policies. Now back to our panel, Tony Saig, Julie Rodzinski, and Pat Caddell. We were just talking about the policies in which are so unpopular. We were just talking about immigration. I mean, if you had to pick one, Pat, which would you say is the most unpopular, and do you think it's fixable now that the Republicans are in control?
The Affordable Care Act, the Obamacare, has been, since the day it passed, unpopular and has never gotten more popular. And now all of these mandates and things that they postponed until after the election are just about to hit the American people right in the face. This has been this is the greatest disaster ever perpetrated in terms of its inability. When you pass something with all partisan votes, something we didn't do in Medicare, something we didn't do on Social Security, and therefore no one will change. It is ridiculous. There's going to be parts and it's going to be a problem. But I want to go back to the foreign policy thing because this is important. People who oppose what's going on, our policy at the moment, disapprove it, voted overwhelmingly Republican tonight, which tells me that this is a real problem. I believed all along that the president's plan was to get to the election and then, because it's clear we have no strategy to win. This is a disaster which is about to happen in Iraq. Yep. And it is going to be incumbent on somebody to get on top of it because ISIS is moving. They're not being defeated. And it is this coalition. All of this is a joke. All the generals say so. And we know it's not working. The president, I believe, and I fear, basically is going to cut the legs out from under this now the election is over. And that is going to be a real problem for the American people.
Former President Bush once said that if we pull out of Iraq too soon, that a greater and much more evil enemy will come to light. And he was talking about something as potentially deadly as ISIS. I mean, first of all, we went in saying we would only do airstrikes, that this wasn't a war, then that we're not going to go on the ground. Okay, then we're going to have advisors on the ground, and then we're going to train the Iraqi military and the Kurds to fight on their own, which they essentially, you mentioned gangs, those are gangs. We're training gangs to fight a war that could potentially harm the West. Look at what it has done to several of Western victims in these beheadings.
Well, and so you're right. So the Kurds, by the way, are our allies and always have been. Right? I think you're talking about arming the rebels in Syria, and I agree with you. That was a horrible mistake, and we are giving weapons to the very people who I think mean us harm, who are not necessarily our allies. I don't know what the strategy is, and most troubling, to Pat's point, the majority of the American people, you look at poll after poll, oppose boots on the ground in Iraq.
That's not true.
So yes, it is true. So what you're seeing, well, okay, maybe you're not looking at different polls. The polls that I've seen says they oppose boots on the ground. They oppose putting a military, but nevertheless they do.
This has been
but what you see is the Vietnamization, as you said, of this policy. First, there's advisors. There were training the locals. But you're right, there is no strategy, and unfortunately, the public support right now is not for what you, Pat, suggest and other people suggest, which is a full-scale war again.
Well, we see are radical Islamic terrorists taking over a huge swath of 2 countries that could have been prevented, some say, if President Obama had listened to Hillary Clinton and armed some of these rebels 3 years ago. And now the president is playing catch-up. So what do we do? And how does he fix it, if that's possible at all?
And Leon Panetta, who served in his administration at the highest levels of both the intelligence and defense departments, essentially cited the president's failure in 2011 to sign and negotiate and force a status forces agreement with President Maliki in Iraq as the beginning of basically the end. And now we have a much greater, much more agitated and much more difficult to control problem with ISIS, which covers a territory that's 35,000 square feet that reaches from the Mediterranean, that goes from the Mediterranean to basically Iran. It's unrestricted on the ground because we don't have any assets really there on the ground in any meaningful way. And what we failed to do, sorry, Pat, 1 second, what we have failed to do is actually listen to our military leadership. And they did it very successfully with General Petraeus' plan in the Anbar province to make sure the surge in Iraq got us to a point where we had a stable situation on the ground, and that is to work in concert with moderate Sunnis, which do exist exists, by the way. This is a very ignorant perspective to suggest moderate Sunnis don't exist in the Middle East and that it's all, they're all the same.
Pat, quickly.
Yeah, well, here's the other problem. It's not just, first of all, there's a real question about going into Iraq in the first place, like we did in Libya, going to places where we make things worse. And yes, Obama did screw that up. They did it purposely. Tom Donilon, Valerie Jarrett, all of those people wanted to undercut because they believed we're going to need to get out of Iraq. We have a situation where we're turning to the Iranians, who are the most dangerous element there for nuclear weapons. The foreign policy of this administration is the most terrifying thing in my lifetime, Democrat or Republican, because I don't think they have a clue what they're doing. And it is, and when the polls may show, right now the question about boots on the ground are, you have 71% of people believe we're going to be attacked soon. I'm telling you, the incidents we've had in this country, in New York, and then what happened in Canada, people are going to demand something, and I don't know what, but this is so screwed up. It's like the Ukraine.
All right,
I mean,
we're
really.
going to be back with you guys in just a moment, but speaking of Iran.
Speaking of Iran, it's the countdown to try and stop Tehran from getting a possible nuclear bomb. It was the talks and the negotiations for November 24th. So now that Republicans have the Senate and more seats in the House, what will they do? Can they stop Iran from possibly getting a nuclear bomb?
Alaska. We are still waiting for results there. The scene of another hotly contested Senate race. First-term Democratic Senator Mark Begich is being challenged by Republican Dan Sullivan, a former state attorney general. Republicans see Begich as vulnerable following a race that cost the candidates tens of millions of dollars. And Dan Springer joins us from Anchorage with the very latest numbers. And what you got for us, Dan?
Yeah, hey, Julie and Eric, we got some late numbers now. We have 55% of the precincts reporting, and we have the Republican Dan Sullivan holding his 5.5% lead over Mark Begich, 49.7 to 44.2. So with a quarter of the votes, we had that same 5.5% lead for Sullivan. It's held with now over half of the votes now counted for today. So it's looking good for Republicans here. So a good night for Republicans across the country. Could get even better with the results here in Alaska. You mentioned the amount of money being spent on this campaign. It was enormous. It set a record. It was well over $50 million, most of that coming in from the outside. The Senate Democrats were trying to hold on to this seat, so Harry Reid's PAC spent over $10 million on this race. Republican groups, the Koch brothers, Karl Rove's group, they spent a lot of money as well. In fact, I talked to one of the voters after he got done voting today. He said, I didn't vote for either one of these guys. I was getting up to 7 calls a day. I was so sick of hearing from these two campaigns. The get out the vote effort was enormous. In fact, one of the big question marks, because all the trends were looking like it was good for Dan Sullivan, but one of the big questions was, how good was Mark Begich's ground game? We know he's a very skilled politician. He's been facing headwinds his whole political career. He beat Ted Stevens, who's a legend in this state, although Ted Stevens had just been convicted of a felony, which was overturned later on appeal, but had just been convicted of a felony 6 days before the election. He beat Ted Stevens. He's running as a Democrat, winning as a mayor in the city of Anchorage and City Hall. So he's faced headwinds before, but he's a skilled politician, and he's got a very good ground game here. They were talking about him going and having campaign offices throughout this vast state and getting up to places like Barrow with voter contact. So it was a ground game that was extraordinary here in Alaska. So the big question was, could he overcome the political headwinds that were behind Dan Sullivan? And it looks like early on, with 55% of the precincts reporting, that he is still going to be behind once this count is done. Now, he has said, quote, it's going to be a long night, possibly a long week. That's in reference to the fact that when he won 6 years ago, this vote wasn't done for 2 weeks after the election. That's because he was trailing by 1.5% on Election Day, but he made that up with early votes and absentee votes. I talked to the campaign folks for Sullivan, and they said if they have a 3% lead after the voting is done tonight, after the counting is done tonight, they feel very comfortable that they will win this election handily. Back to you guys.
Sullivan had been ahead in almost every poll since mid-September, Dan, but also in the state of Alaska, it is widely acknowledged that polling is not necessarily so accurate. Is it expected, though, or was it expected that he would take the win?
Well, you're right about polling in Alaska being inaccurate. The margin of error in polls taken just before elections is something like 7.2 in recent elections. So that's horrible. That's well outside the margin of error. So, yeah, all the polling from, I would say, early September until about a week and a half ago, showed about a 4 to 7%, 4 to 7% lead for Sullivan. But then there was a poll right at the last minute last weekend that showed that Begich might be closing that gap and might even have taken a small lead. One poll had it tied. So, yeah, the polling seemed to show a race that was tightening, but it looks like, and I talked to a lot of people about, the polling and how difficult it is to poll in the state, and they said, you know what, we think it's going to be a Sullivan win by about 4%. Right now it's holding up at 5.5%. But again, we have a long night of counting yet to go. 55% of the precincts in. And again, Dan Sullivan, the Republican challenger, ahead by 5.5%.
Oh, Dan, it's Eric here. It may seem that that may hold for a while. What type of senator will Dan Sullivan be if indeed he is elected tonight?
Yeah, that's a good question, Eric. I think he's going to be a very conservative senator. He has been the Attorney General in the state. He has also been the Department of Natural Resources Commissioner. He's talked about getting this federal government out of the business of the resources here in Alaska. So he wants to have federal overreach and red tape eliminated. I think he's going to be a pretty solid conservative vote socially. He is a pro-life candidate. He is a guy who worked in the Bush White House. He worked under Condoleezza Rice in the Secretary of State's office. He was the Deputy Secretary of State. So I think he's going to be a conservative senator if he ends up pulling out this election. Certainly more conservative than Mark Begich, who liked to, talk about how he was, distancing himself from President Obama. And how he didn't vote with President Obama on guns and on oil and resources. But Dan Sullivan was extremely effective in his ads. The whole campaign was disciplined, talking about how Mark Begich, a vote for Mark Begich is a vote for President Obama. President Obama is extremely unpopular in this state with an approval rating, last check, at 30%. So I think you're going to see, if Dan Sullivan gets to the U.S. Senate, you're going to see a fairly conservative, probably even more conservative than Lisa Murkowski.
All right, Dan Springer, who's live in Anchorage at the headquarters tonight. And Dan, thank you so much. Seems to be a pattern that has been repeated across the country in tying the losing Democratic candidates to President Obama. We may have to switch that 7 to an 8 soon, if indeed Sullivan does pull it out. Well, there's another big winner tonight. This in Wisconsin. Governor Scott Walker has returned to the State House in Madison for another term. He mentioned a recent appearance with his opponent while he talked to supporters last night.
And I just appreciate all of you coming out, all our supporters, all the grassroots workers, all the things Tonette talked about, all the calls, all the doors, all the phones, all the votes, the voters of the state. Thank you so much. We love you. And just a few moments ago, I got on the phone and took a call from Mary Burke, and I want to say thank you to her tonight. Thank you to her tonight. You may have saw the picture that we each tweeted yesterday. We amazingly had to bump into each other at the FBO in Green Bay, and instead of parting different ways, we actually stood together, talked for a minute, took a picture together. And I know there are disagreements on policy issues, but I think that picture signalizes tonight that she had a great love for her state, just like her supporters did. Together, we are Wisconsinites more than we are Republicans or Democrats.
How about that? Graciousness, comity, politeness in the political battlefield between those two. Something we haven't seen in some places in this country this recent couple of years. Well, this happens to be Walker's third victory, including that recall election. Remember that? Man, was that heated. Back in 2012, he survived becoming the first sitting governor to survive such recall election. This actually potentially sets him up to, of course, be a potential Republican presidential candidate, if indeed he goes that way.
Yeah, we'll be talking more about potential presidential candidates, as obviously the midterm elections does sort of pave the way, looking very good for Republicans after tonight. Coming up, we're going to take you to Denver for a live report on a Republican win in the Senate. It was a close race between Republican challenger Cory Gardner and incumbent Mark Udall.
Tonight, we shook up the Senate. You shook up the Senate. Your message was heard from Nevada to Pennsylvania Avenue.
Man, oh man, was this a big race out in Colorado. All eyes of the nation looking at that state, one of the most watched throughout the whole country. Republican Congressman Cory Gardner defeated first-term Democratic Senator Mark Udall, one of the contests that helped tip the Senate to Republican control last night. Meantime, Colorado's Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper, well, he's fighting for his political survival. He and Republican candidate Bob Urratz now in a virtual tie. Alicia Kuna in Denver with the very latest. This was a heated race that dealt with the war on women and has turned for the Republicans tonight, Alicia.
Absolutely, Eric. And we can start with the Senate race, because Senator Udall, early on in his campaign, it was looking like he was going to have an easy run. Then you had the late entry of Republican Congressman Cory Gardner. This is a rising star in the GOP. He's one of the most conservative in the U.S. House of Representatives, but he came onto the scene and he was very energetic. And another thing, he was actually very positive. Every time Cory Gardner would speak to the media or would speak at his campaign events, he was talking about the economy. He was talking about border security, energy policy, again, immigration. And the answer to all of those issues with regard to his opponent was the war on women. And Senator Udall had a problem. He had two problems, actually. One was there was the national climate. It was tough for him as a Democrat when you talk about how the nation's feelings are about the president. He had that going against him because the president is tremendously unpopular in the state of Colorado. But additionally, there were a lot of questions over the type of campaign he was running, because even late in the game, when it was clear that it wasn't resonating with people with this constant pounding of this message of this war on women, especially when you talk about reproductive rights. It wasn't resonating with women here. It wasn't resonating with voters. He continued on that track. So as we got closer to Election Day, it was starting to look like it was going to go into the favor of the Republicans in general, specifically with Cory Gardner, because he wasn't really responding to these accusations by Senator Udall. He kept it very specific to the economy, Obamacare, immigration, energy policy, things that Coloradans say they wanted to hear about. Eric?
All right, Alicia, thank you so much for the very latest on that. Let's go back to the panel now. Pat, let me start with you. Mark Udall, they called him Mark Uterus because of the war on women. Is the war on women dead?
Well, I think that the idea that Democrats believe that they can take on a list of issues for women that ranks maybe 9th out of 10 or whatever, and the Republicans will give them a lead on that. I don't think it's going to work. I think that it was so obnoxious in some ways to voters in Colorado.
That's what the Denver Post said.
The Denver Post endorsement by a liberal,
the Republicans saying this guy's obnoxious.
It's a liberal paper, and this was based on Bennett's victory on broader social issues last time against Ken Buck, who was a terrible candidate, and they should have another seat the Republicans threw away in the last two cycles, and they just thought they'd take it an extra step. It's insulting to voters. All of these Washington consultants need to get a good dose of reality or lose their jobs. The Udall campaign may have been the worst campaign for someone who many people thought was a serious senator that I've ever seen. And you know what? You deserve to lose when you do that.
Let's turn to the woman on the panel this evening.
I agree. Listen, there's only so much you can hear about people's uteruses until you start tuning it out and just start saying, stop condescending to me. There's other issues
but
I care about.
Look, it worked for President Obama in the past.
You know, but it can't be the only issue. It can't be the only thing you're talking about. There's a time and a place.
Have the voters wised up?
It's not the voters wised up. I think voters, that may be part of what voters hear about, but they certainly don't want to only hear about reproductive issues, female issues. They want to talk, women care as much as men do about jobs, about education, about other issues. in addition to reproductive rights.
That's what I mean.
And it was made easier to attack Senator Udall because of his voting record. He voted with President Obama literally 99% of the time.
Yes for Obamacare.
It voted yes for Obamacare and rubber stamped the agenda. And frankly, I do think to a large degree this election was nationalized. Whether or not it was deliberately done and manufactured and orchestrated by the RNC or not, the attitudes among voters were to view this election as a referendum on President Obama. And in this particular case, you also saw, and I think to his credit, Gardner answer this charge of being anti-woman or somehow being part of a war on women. He did it to a level of satisfaction, and then he pivoted to the issues people care about. Democrats lose when they talk about issues they care about, not what voters care about.
There were a couple of really good candidates this year, and candidates matter. Joni Ernst, from the moment I saw her, I thought, that's somebody who's really, when no one was taking her seriously, I thought she was serious.
And why was that?
Huh?
Why was that?
Because I've been in the business long enough to measure horseflesh. This woman had it. She had a kind of a spark to her and whatever. And it was like, and she was personable in a tough state. Cory Gardner was a good candidate. Michelle Nunn was a really terrific candidate in a tough state. There are people who were, in Scott Brown for that matter, I mean, to come as far back. But, in the end, some of these policy issues matter. Where I think we will find the most interesting question I would like to have answered from the exit polls and the data is I believe in these states where a lot of money was spent, where the candidates really did make Obama the issue. And I see this, you see it in Kansas, where an independent who the bottom dropped out in a red state at the end over this last 24 hours. Against independent people like better than the incumbent because they were scared about the Senate. That got nationalized in a real way. I don't think the rest of the country was, and that's why I keep saying I think that Republicans missed an opportunity by only localizing that issue instead of taking it across the country.
But you look at somebody like Joni Ernst, to go back to our sort of focus on women. She ran an ad that as a political consultant I think is so brave to run, which is the whole pig castration ad. Because if you're looking at this from a purely political standpoint, you kind of think, do men want to see an ad about a woman castrating anything? Is that too risky? Is that not too risky? And it propelled her. You're absolutely right. She was a terrific candidate. It was a gutsy move. It was something that I'm sure consultants in D.C. would have told her never to do. She did it, and it propelled her to the Senate.
It's like the Pitbull soccer mom comment on her panel. Something you remember she said tonight in her speech? In her victory speech, she's going to Washington to make them squeal.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Same thing she said when she announced that spot.
Okay, watch out. Joni is coming. All right. Well, it's been 8 years since the Republicans have controlled both houses of Congress. And tonight, as we've been reporting, the GOP adding its lead in the House and picking up those 7 Senate seats, riding a wave of voter discontent. In Kentucky, senior senator, he's now in line to be the Senate Majority Leader. But how about that junior senator? Is he going to run for president? Is he out there campaigning? What is he doing? We'll talk about him right after this. Well, a lot of people didn't think he would make it. Kansas Senator Pat Roberts, but he won re-election in Kansas. Roberts turning back a stiff challenge from suburban Kansas City businessman Greg Orman, an independent after the Democrat in the race dropped out. Chief Washington correspondent James Rosen with the latest.
Greetings from Kansas, where Republican Senator Pat Roberts had the scare of his political life, but in the end pulled out a hard-fought victory and saw Greg Orman, the independent, self-made multimillionaire businessman, concede this race around 10 p.m. local time. In his concession speech, Greg Orman, flanked by his wife and supporters here in Overland Park, Kansas, said this wasn't the end of something, but rather the beginning.
While we didn't get it done today, I believe that what we did was sparked a fuse that will allow other independents in other states to step forward and say, enough with the partisanship, enough with the fighting, enough with the gridlock.
Roberts, for his part, had run a mostly lackluster campaign through most of this cycle, but he overhauled his campaign team several weeks ago and managed to close a double-digit polling gap with Orman. He appealed to Kansans as a fourth-generation Kansan, telling them, you know me, I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative. And in his victory speech, Roberts gave thanks to his volunteers and his supporters.
With your help, each and every one of you, with your help, and with God's good grace,
No, we weren't dragged across the finish line. We crossed the finish line. We took the hill.
The last time Kansans had sent anybody but a Republican to the United States Senate was in 1932. There was great fear on the part of the National Republican Party that Pat Roberts might lose this race, but in the end, we're told that conservatives would express some misgivings about Roberts, particularly about the fact that he hadn't listed Kansas as his primary residence. Finally came around, swung toward him, and in fact the margin in this race turned out to be larger than anyone predicted. Reporting from Kansas, James Rosen, Fox News. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Montana Congressman Steve Daines winning a Senate seat tonight. He will be the state's first Republican senator in 100 years. Daines saying it's time to get busy in Washington, especially on a bill that would create jobs.
We passed 380 bills in the House since I've been there the last 2 years, of which Harry Reid in the Senate refuses an up or down vote on, and most with bipartisan support. We need to get back to Washington, and how about we start by approving the Keystone Pipeline? Step one. You know, it took the Canadian government 7 months to approve the Keystone Pipeline. It's taken Barack Obama 6 years and counting here with no decision. How about number two, we start by passing a budget in the House and the Senate that actually balance.
And now back to our panel.
Two faces that will be in Washington, Tony Sayegh, Julie Roginski, and Pat Caddell. Rejoin us. Tony, two Republicans that maybe not had been expected to win. Pat Roberts in Kansas, and of course, after 100 years there. What message is that in actually achieving something?
Well, look, I again will go back to say I do think this election was nationalized, and I do think it was a concerted effort in large part. We talked about it earlier. We can't say the Republican Party made a decision to run against Barack Obama rather than offer its own agenda and then not say we've nationalized this election. And if you look specifically at Montana, South Dakota, and West Virginia, these were three states which were Republican pickups in which energy in particular was a major issue, whether it was Keystone, whether it was coal in West Virginia.
So what does he do about the Keystone Pipeline now?
Well, the president knows there are Democrats who are desperate to vote for this because they've done so in the House, and there have been some, like Mary Landrieu, perhaps a little too late for her, who wanted to vote for it in the Senate. If the Republican Congress does pass this, this is going to force a debate. And back to Pat's point, who are the president going to side with? Who's the president going to side with? The unions that support him, who actually want this because it creates good-paying blue-collar union jobs, or is he going to support this kind of high-flying, high-minded echelon of wealthy liberal donors, mostly from California, Tom Steyer and others, who oppose it based on their own kind of political and
something else that bothers
interests and business interests.
Fly private planes.
So the smart move for the president, by the way, would be to cut a deal. He'll support Keystone in exchange for something.
But but that's going to really upset the environmental base.
It might, but you know what? That's something that you do. You know, you can't get 100% of the pie. You got to get a deal. He's not going to be able to get everything he wants now. The Democrats have to understand. My party has to understand.
They have.
We just got shellacked. We need to start dealing. We need to start compromising. This is a good compromise. Approve Keystone in exchange for a minimum wage hike, in exchange for something else that's a priority for the Democratic base. And that's what I would do if I were the president.
Yeah. I want to say something about where I want to disagree, Tony. Let me explain this. In the places where the $4 billion was spent in this election, almost all of it in huge amounts, $100 and some million in North Carolina, $100 million in Kentucky, $50 million in Alaska. There are less people in Alaska than there are about 10 blocks around the studio. You know, this kind of money, yes, that did get nationalized. But I am telling you, the failure of the Republican nationally to go out on national advertising, because it doesn't reward their consultants. Let me start by talking about that. Where they should have been. So let me just make my point here, and then you can take it back. Which is what they have here is, you know, they had the president making a statement, my policies are on the ballot. Where was something that reminded people at the national level, even more a montage of the VA, the White House scandals, ISIS, all of this, and said, because we know it was a 21-point margin against the president's policies, something that said, if you disagree with the president's policies, then you should send him a message. Vote Republican. They didn't, and that's what I'm saying in all of those outlying places. This notion that America is only 10 or 12 or 14 states is ridiculous. For a long, it's like people have forgotten history. And that's what I mean when I said they half nationalize this, and this is why, as I said Sunday night, it was going to be an undercurrent. It's what our decision, our brilliant people's decision, that's called a sumi mini.
Well, you know what's going to happen 2 years from now? It's going to be opposite, because the Republicans are going to be in states that President Obama won.
Yeah, and look, the worm always turns very quickly. In 2012, we're sitting at this desk, and Democrats were celebrating 2 years later a complete bloodbath. 2 years from now, who knows what's going to happen? And so, as somebody pointed out, the Democrats, or no party, has held control of the Senate for too long, for a generation. And that's something that's very important to bear in mind.
But let's keep one thing in perspective. The Republicans very likely gained 9 Senate seats tonight, many governorships. I don't think there could be any qualifier placed on the fact that this was a national referendum on President Obama and the president.
And where those races were contested, I will agree with that. I am saying, and the governors float on their own bottoms here in these states for the most part. They are not national campaigns.
And I believe that number could easily go up tonight with Alaska not reporting.
Oh, it's going to end up being 9 states, because they're going to win Alaska whenever someone wakes up.
And then we wait for Virginia.
And then
that could be 10.
Right. But Louisiana, Maryland was gone as soon as the run-up. So,
yep. Well, it's not over.
No, the GOP taking power, big power tonight away in a big way, expanding its majority in the House. And as predicted by some, winning back the majority in the U.S. Senate. Keep it right here on Fox News Channel to hear what the members of Fox's distinguished panel of analysts think about the political sea change. The GOP celebrating tonight after not only retaining the House majority, but regaining control of the U.S. Senate, where they will be in charge for the first time in 8 years, Eric.
Well, Republicans, Julie, now hold at least 7 new seats in the Senate. That's more than they needed to gain control. And take a look at the House. The GOP will also dominate that chamber in near historic levels, not seen since the end of World War II. Republicans have easily won so far 11 seats for 241. Leland Vitter joins us from Washington with the latest. Leland?
Hi, Eric. And also add to that a number of governor's mansions taken by the Republicans. One of the latest debates right now in Washington is exactly what to call this: a Republican wave, a tidal wave, a tsunami. Call it what you will, but that doesn't change the facts. The Republican wins aren't exactly unexpected, but no less significant here. Here is retiring Senator Saxby Chambliss summing up exactly what this means.
During my 20 years, Julianne and I have been so blessed to represent 10 million of the greatest people that the Lord ever put on this earth. Thank you, Georgia, for being kind to us. But during that 20 years, I've served in the minority and I've served in the majority. Majority is a hell of a lot more fun.
A few races, though, we can look at more closely for what they mean. The Republicans were extraordinarily disciplined in their game plan dating back to 2012 when everyone started looking forward to the midterms. They tried and largely succeeded in making this election entirely about someone not on the ballot, President Obama, something the White House took great umbrage to. And even in his victory speech, Thom Tillis down in North Carolina stayed on message.
I know my communications people are going, Thom Tillis is completely off script, because I'm not reading the teleprompter. I'll leave that up to President Obama.
Now, in Iowa, as in many of the places, it looked like a rotating cast of those jockeying for 2016. Hillary Clinton came to Iowa campaigning for Bruce Braley there, and it wasn't close enough to defeat Joni Ernst, who ended up picking up that seat.
It's a long way from Red Oak to Washington. From the biscuit line at Hardee's to the United States Senate. But thanks to all of you, we are heading to Washington. And we are going to make them squeal.
And that is a not too subtle reference to this campaign ad where she compared castrating hogs to cutting waste in Washington. And that brings up the big question going forward right now for the Republicans. Will Mitch McConnell, who is the minority leader right now, stay on and win his race to become majority leader? And also, whoever is in charge of the Republican caucus on the Senate side, what will they do with their newfound power? The question here is really, are they going to focus on things like the Keystone Pipeline, or perhaps go after President Obama with investigations and try to repeal Obamacare? Already, there are Republican strategists warning that the latter route could be a perilous course in the run-up to 2016. Eric and Julie?
All right, Leland, thanks so much for the latest tonight.
All right, now back to our panel. Tony Sayegh, a former press aide to GOP vice presidential nominee Jack Kemp, and executive vice president, Jamestown Associates. Julie Brzezinski, a former political advisor to Senator Frank Lautenberg, and Pat Caddell, was a pollster for President Jimmy Carter. All three also are Fox News contributors. All right, Pat, let me start with you. We want to talk about governors that are for public employee unions and that they supported that. And where does that fall in line with tonight's
Well, it's interesting that where that issue was the biggest. Scott Walker, again, who was the scourge of public employee unions, and after had a recall on him, they got another candidate who was more centrist. They thought this was going to be close. He won sizably tonight. In Illinois, Pat Quinn went down. His opponent had made that a central issue. And in Rhode Island, everywhere, in fact, everywhere where an incumbent governor took on the unions, they won, basically. And what I liked is, to show you it's not partisan, in Rhode Island, the Democratic nominee, the woman who I thought was an extraordinary candidate, but who was deserted by the unions both in the primary and supported her Republican opponent, won because she took them on as the state official, the state treasurer. This is an issue that is going to be a real problem because these states are going broke. And the states that don't deal with it, it's going to be an issue.
Well, isn't the message, Pat, haven't we been said it's opposite? Gina Raimondo, who's the governor-elect in Rhode Island, she cut the pensions of some of the public employees union. Man, oh man, that would take SEIU on fire.
And they went after her, and they went after her on the other side.
So that's a stinging defeat for public employee unions tonight.
Because people understand they can't go broke. Common sense is eventually going to work. You cannot continue to have a politics on either side in which only special interests are treated. The whole country, 89% of the American people think that's how Congress is run in Washington. Special interests get their way on both sides, and the American people get screwed.
But then right. in New York State tonight, you have Cuomo winning, and de Blasio won the New York City mayor's office with SEIU and union support in the Working Families Party.
Well, look, Governor Cuomo has made it basically his business to create this perception, this veneer, that he's somehow a centrist, the adult in the room. And it wasn't really a hard job, because the reality is he did follow Eliot Spitzer, who was an unmitigated disaster.
By that I mean the public employee unions. At the same time, you've got candidates who...
No, and Governor Cuomo made deals on both sides and was able to basically manipulate his way through it. I mean, I think I'm more impressed by guys like Scott Walker, who stand on principle, who face the outside money in enormous amounts. You know, there's this terrible perception that outside money only benefits Republicans. It's actually more significant among Democrats, especially when you include big labor, which went after Walker, as you point out, Pat, 3 times. But even in Michigan, a very Democrat blue state, you have a Republican governor reelected, even after he forced a right-to-work vote in that legislature. And that, to me, shows that people are willing to understand that you have to share in sacrifice and share in pain, because taxpayers can't stand it anymore, especially with such a weak economy.
Julie, are we seeing a change in the Democratic Party that may temper the progressive liberal wing? Sure.
I don't know about the progressive liberal wing, but I think there is something to be said for the power of the unions diminishing in the Democratic Party. And I think that has to do with this economy. People don't understand why, when their wages are stagnant, they're losing jobs, they're not getting mandated increases every year, why other people are and why taxpayers have to pay for it. Rightly or wrongly, that is the sentiment. And that's the sentiment among Democrats as well. That's actually the sentiment even among union members themselves. Yeah. Because if you look at, for example, Chris Christie in New Jersey really took on the teachers' unions. In his re-election campaign, a large percentage of them still voted for him. So what that shows to me is that even the very people who would ostensibly benefit from this understand what I'm saying.
You're right. You're right. And I'll say this. The other thing is with it is that the difference between industrial unions. Look, we have a country where real median income has dropped 8%. The rich have walked off with all the money in the last years, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. Facts are facts. And middle class and lower and not middle class people, poor people, are getting stuck in the neck, and they know it. All the stuff about jobs, and they're mostly part-time, again, a great gift of Obamacare, among other things. All of these things require what is missing. No one in this campaign, in this election, in my opinion, really has mounted a campaign of vision for revitalizing America, for restoring the idea of American sovereignty with the voters and around the world. And I think that this is the opening that we're going to see in 2016.
You know, that's a really good point. We haven't had any candidate, at least to my knowledge, stand up there and say, look, let's focus on jobs single-mindedly, not uteruses, not squealing pigs, not anybody, but jobs, and not cutting waste, which is a really amorphous thing to talk about. But really, people are suffering, people are dying. It is demographically across all demographics. It's
cutting across some of the union support.
It's cutting across everywhere, and people are not on both sides of the aisle.
It's like immigration. The issue with immigration should be a real rational debate, which is if you legalize and bring in lots of people, what happens to people who are losing jobs? All of this debate about immigration has essentially been between Democrats who want to get cheap votes and big Republican donors who want cheap labor. But nobody has argued for working people and the competition that they have, and that is part of the problem here.
The bigger opportunity, I think both of you have alluded to it on some level, is the fact that after 6 years of President Obama essentially running the economy his way, greater spending, greater taxes, greater extension of government through Obamacare and other things, he still has not been able to raise median incomes, to create more jobs, which he hasn't. People have to now work 2 jobs to make what they were making in the prior economy. And it's reminded us, even as this is happening, costs still go up. The take-home pay today is the same the same as it did in 1999. It's the year 2014. This is a direct result of a government-controlled economy that really fails the middle class, and that's where Republicans have an opportunity.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, and I think that in a nutshell is the problem with what Democrats faced, which is...
We got to take a quick break, and then you can finish that thought right after this commercial.
You know, now what we were just talking about, well, it's up to the Republicans. Coming up, we'll take a look at some of the bigger races and what they face. We'll be out on the West Coast live and what the election outcome might mean for the future of our nation.
In Washington, politicians are more interested in talking than doing. They ignore problems, hoping they'll go away. But you know what? ISIS isn't just going to go away. The almost $18 trillion of national debt is not just going to go away. Our economic struggles aren't just going to go away.
All right, waiting for Alaska, where it's a real nail-biter all night long going on at this hour. First-term Democratic Senator Mark Begich is involved in a hotly contested race with Republican Dan Sullivan, a former state attorney general. Initial returns show Sullivan with a slight lead. In fact, with almost 74% of the vote counted, Sullivan is leading by about 6 points. A senior Sullivan campaign official wouldn't go as far as to declare victory, but he has a huge smile on his face, we are told. But the outcome of this race might not actually be known until next week. And in fact, in times past, it's taken 2 weeks. Let's hope that's not the case tonight. Dan Springer joins us now from Anchorage with the very latest numbers. Hey, Dan.
Yeah, hey, you just mentioned it, Julie. The latest numbers look very bad for Senator Begich, with 74% of the precincts reporting that lead that has been 5.5% all night for Dan Sullivan has now inched up to 6%. So the math does not look good for Senator Begich, although I just got an email back from his spokesman, his campaign spokesman, and he said Senator Begich will not concede tonight because he is waiting for the rural Alaska vote. But I talked to the campaign manager for Dan Sullivan, the Republican challenger, and he just told me, he just passed me by and he said, it's over. There's not enough votes out in rural Alaska to be able to make up that difference. There are some 20,000 votes that will not be counted tonight that are absentee ballots and early voting ballots. But again, that's a smaller number than what we saw 6 years ago when Mark Begich made up a 1.4% deficit after the 100% of the precincts reporting. He made that up and ended up winning by 1.2%. So a 3% swing with the early voting and absentee voting. But the Sullivan people say that's not going to happen this time. They actually were working on getting their people out early. So the math looks like it's going to be a Republican pickup here. The Associated Press has not called this race. And again, as I said, Mark Begich has told us that he will not concede tonight. He is a veteran politician. He has faced headwinds before. He beat Ted Stevens 6 years ago. Not many people thought he could do that. But again, Ted Stevens had a felony conviction hanging over his head 6 days before that election. So he won that election. He felt like he would win this one, and he is going to go to bed tonight and not concede this race. Again, we're waiting for the Associated Press, but 74% of the precincts reporting and a 6% lead for Dan Sullivan. Looks like another Republican pickup in the offing.
That's right.
Back
right
to you,
now,
Julie.
the net gain, 7 for Republicans. They only needed 6, and it's quite easily Dan Sullivan will be number 8. All right, Dan Springer, thank you so much. And, of course, we'll be back to you.
Looks
Eric?
like it.
But Julie, you know, we focus on reproductive rights. They spend $100 million in this campaign, but it didn't work. Cost him a Senate seat. Democrat Senator Mark Udall in Colorado losing tonight. Republican Congressman Cory Gardner taking the Democratic senator's seat. It was one of those contests that helped the GOP gain control of the Senate. Meantime, Colorado's Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper, well, he wants to avoid becoming the first incumbent governor in that state not to win re-election in 50 years. He and his Republican candidate Bob Beaupre. Now, well, they're both in a virtual tie. Alicia Kuna in Denver with the very latest on that. Man, one surprise upset in a virtual tie at this late hour, Alicia.
That's right, Eric. And the Secretary of State's office says that they will continue to count ballots for the next hour and 45 minutes. And then they're going to, just call it a night or call it a morning or a break. And then around 8 a.m., they're going to start up again, because right now, just about 1,000 votes separate John Hickenlooper and Bob Beaupre. So right now, under the law in Colorado, that would mean an automatic recount. And the Secretary of State, Scott Gessler, has already said there's a very real possibility this could happen. What could change in the coming hours, however, is that there are still some outstanding votes out there in some Democratic strongholds in Denver and in Boulder. So we still have to wait for those results. Right now, both candidates have told folks, thanks for your support. Everybody go to bed. We'll talk in the morning. Now, with regard to the Senate race here in Colorado, Democrats were really counting on that turnout machine that they're legendary for, especially here in Colorado. The ground game was strong. Both parties actually felt like they had a pretty good, strong ground game here. Mark Udall really needed the Hispanic vote here. 21% of the population is Latino, and they are also counting on the women's vote. However, with that constant pounding of that same message about reproductive rights and this war on women that Mark Udall was trying to convince voters that the GOP had going, voters weren't buying it, and they simply just said no to Senator Udall. Here he is earlier tonight.
They built this campaign from the ground up. I couldn't have run this race without their counsel and patience. They knew when they came on board they were signing up for an enormous undertaking, and their grit and determination is why we ran a campaign that we're all proud of. And I want to turn to all of you who've worked so hard.
Tomorrow we go to work to fix a Washington that is out of step, out of touch, and out of time. Tonight, Colorado indeed became the fulcrum of the balance of power. Tonight, we commit ourselves to building a government we can be proud of again.
And, Eric, actually, for quite some time, Colorado has been called solidly purple because our electorate is divided among the voters, a third Democrat, a third Republican, a third unaffiliated, and it's always been considered quite purple. Today it turned solidly red, absolutely no doubt. And that's because, with exception to the governor's race, which we still don't have the results in, when you talk about the U.S. Senate, that went to the GOP. You even look at other races like the Secretary of State, that looks like a Republican candidate is taking that. The Attorney General's office, even as far as the state legislature here, picking up Republican seats. So this state made an about face from what it was in 2012 and 2008. Eric?
All right, Alicia, thank you so much for the very latest, and hopefully you get some sleep tonight, and they'll be recounting back in the morning. Right, Julie?
Okay. All right. Well, most of the pre-election buzz has been speculation about big GOP gains, which became a reality Tuesday night. What got less notice was the cost of the races, unprecedented for a non-presidential election. We're going to take a look at the staggering numbers straight ahead.
There's a big change in political power on Tuesday as a majority of voters pulled the lever for the Republicans, expanding the GOP's House majority and giving them control of the Senate. What received a lot less notice, though, was the incredible amount of money spent on these races, more than any other non-presidential election. Get a load of this. According to the Center of Responsive Politics, the 2014 election cycle will end up costing, ready, $3.67 billion. That's slightly more than the 2010 election, which came in at $3.63 billion. You think it's worth all that dough?
Well, it is a night of celebration for the Republicans. Bringing back our panel now, Tony Sayegh, Julie Ruzynski, and Pat Caddell. And while you guys were away, you heard us reporting on Alaska, the very latest there. It's all but a victory for Sullivan.
We're calling it unofficially as a de facto member of the as a sort of, quasi-member of the decision team.
Can we make you a decision
You can count
maker?
Begich wins. Begich
I would
loses,
believe.
I mean. 8.
Yeah, exactly. Sullivan, with almost 74% of the vote counted. Sullivan now leading by 6 points. So they haven't gone so far to declare a victory. But how long is it going to take? Could it take a week?
Well, they have a lot of rural places in Alaska.
But the numbers don't add up.
But it won't add up.
And
functionally what will happen is this will be reported as what it should be, a Republican pickup. You know, the reality is when you look at Begich is a classic case, and you see it with Udall, you saw it with Landrieu, you certainly saw it with Pryor, and you saw it with Hagan. They pretend that they're kind of these bipartisan actors, that they have this veneer of being, you know, a local person done good who goes to Washington to vote, you know, for their constituency. All of them have voting records in excess of 95 to 98, in some cases 100% support of President Obama. That's ultimately what did them in this election.
When you're in a wave election, as this one is, this is a tsunami wave. I mean, this is huge. When you're in a wave election like this, if you're vulnerable at all, which means if you're not in a solid Democratic seat, chances are you're going to lose this year. I mean, that's exactly what happened. It's not that they voted with Obama. It's that they could have Mark Pryor distanced himself from Obama as much as he could.
But he still had a 90-some-odd%
It doesn't matter. But he talked when you consistently talk about how you're different from the incumbent president. And then people are saying we're sick of the incumbent president, we're sick of his party. You're going to fall vulnerable to it.
People are smarter than I think a lot of these guys give them credit
or
to
they
be.
want to send a message to Washington, and you're the victim of that. And that's
that's what I want at every different time. But let me say something. There was once a United States Senate where senators could win because they were not rubber stamps for the majority leader or the president. 25 years ago, this could never have happened, what we have watched, the partisanization, where the Senate is run by one person who doesn't let anyone vote, and the president, and basically all of these people who know they face races doing that. A lot of senators would go on their own in both parties. There was a lot more independence there than we have had, and I think voters know that, and that's partly why in these elections.
Well, and part of the problem is not just that. Part of the problem in the House House is gerrymandering, but it's also the fact that
I'm talking about the Senate.
Right, but also that states, not all states, but many states have become so partisan so that you're more worried as an incumbent about a primary from your liberal base to your conservative base than you are about trying to reach out to independent or moderate voters, and that really is a disservice to this country, I think.
When Dan Sullivan returned to Alaska, in early 2009, he was appointed by State Attorney General by then Governor Sarah Palin. He has been ahead in almost every poll leading up to this election. He is known to be what will be considered a conservative senator. The state of Alaska, I mean, it just kind of, it goes to show what I think voters are saying is that they are in need for real change. They're not in need for middle-of-the-road Democrats. They want conservatives to turn this vote around.
No, I disagree.
Well, but let me just make the point that I was going to make before the last break, which is if you're a Democrat tonight and you're looking at Obama and you're saying what Tony basically said, which is really the buck does stop with you. You're the president. We can come up with 20 reasons why he hasn't been able to move the needle and make excuses, but he's the president. He's in charge.
Pat, what do you think this is?
And that's the issue.
Let me go to this point, which is, look, there's an election we're not having. This is a very low turnout election. What we have is, and we can see it in all the bigger polling, you have 60% of Americans who believe the country is in decline. You have 3/4 of them who believe their children will have a worse off future. You have a majority who believe the American dream does not work. If you work hard and play by the rules, you can't get ahead. This stuff is serious business. It's moral stuff. It's not the BS that these campaigns are being conducted around. People are looking, as I said, for a bigger vision, and it's across the board. The country is by no means as divided as the politicians and the political class want to make it to be.
But, you know, I want to go back, Julie, to the point you made, which is the fact that you have this Dan Sullivan in Alaska, very conservative. Look who supported him on Monday, campaigning for him at the same time. Ted Cruz and Mitt Romney. The most undertold and underreported story of this election year, and I know it's inconvenient for the narrative of the left, is that you have had a very quiet unification, potential reconciliation of the Tea Party and the establishment, not because we agree on everything, but because both sides realized that the common goal was to obviously take back the Senate, and working in concert, not only in cases like campaigning on the campaign trail, but even in the candidate selection process, where we got legitimate conservatives who were very electable, very strong candidates. We saw it with Joni Ernst in Iowa. We saw it with Cory Gardner in Colorado, and Tom Cotton down in Arkansas. We got excellent conservative candidates who were very electable, and they clearly won.
A large amount of those Republicans that were voted into office today, in fact, are backed by the Tea Party. They do have that Tea Party backing.
Are backed by both. That's kind of my point, is that we have had this healing process.
Let me just say, United for the ambition of majority control is not the same as it is about being together on policy and issues.
Agreed.
All right. Thank you. Speaking of a contentious issue, voter ID. This midterm saw the new voter ID laws taking effect in some states, the strictest considered in Texas. Supporters, as you know, have said that voter ID stops voter fraud, but opponents have claimed that photo ID suppressed the vote. And there are predictions that 600,000 Texans would be unable to vote in this election. Well, state officials say there were some problems, but they were isolated, and the turnout was flat. It has been an issue across the country.
It is one of the most contentious issues in the midterms, and it's not even on the ballot. Voter ID. Recent court decisions have both supported and struck down the laws, throwing it out in Wisconsin and Arkansas, but backing it in Texas. That's where the Brennan Center for Justice says some people have been unable to get their IDs and vote, though state election officials call any reports isolated. Wendy Weiser is the director of Brennan's Democracy Program.
This isn't an objection to voter ID in general. It's these strict new ID requirements that are unnecessarily strict, and that, courts are finding are not only discriminatory but actually unjustifiably keep large numbers of people from being able to participate.
I think it has worked tremendously well.
Supporters, like Rhode Island Secretary of State A. Ralph Malus, a Democrat, say voter ID ensures the credibility of elections.
See a flash.
And Malus points out people can still take measures to cast their ballots, like voting with a provisional ballot. He says in his state, in 2012, out of 580,000 ballots, 186 people did not have an ID, and they all voted. In this year's primaries, 120,000 people voted, and 0, he says, were turned away for lack of an ID.
It's a good thing because it protects the integrity of the election. That, again, we use our IDs for so many different things today. And our law is one where we have visited hundreds of locations, we've talked to thousands of people, and we provide free IDs to anyone who needs one.
Oh, by the way, Secretary of State Araf Mallis, well, he ran for lieutenant governor and told me that it was his support of voter ID that helped lead to his losing the race. Turned out his fellow Democrats ran a more progressive candidate against him as retaliation, and they split the vote. But despite that loss, Mallis says he still believes that voter ID does work.
All right, up next, a changing of the guard in the Senate. Republican Mitch McConnell now poised to replace Democrat Harry Reid as the new Senate Majority Leader. We are going to discuss the latest on that changeup when we return. Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell winning re-election, defeating Democratic challenger Allison Lundergan Grimes. And now McConnell bidding for Senate majority leadership as Republicans take control of the Senate, picking up 7 seats so far. We still await Alaska, which easily could be number 8. McConnell making his victory speech saying his win isn't about him, but about Americans' lack of faith in the federal government.
When you get right down to it, that's what this campaign was really all about. It wasn't about me or my opponent. It was about a government that people no longer trust to carry out its most basic duties, to keep them safe, to protect the border, to provide dignified and quality care for our veterans. A government that can't be trusted to do the basic things because it's too busy focusing on things it shouldn't be focused on at all. A government that's too busy imposing its view of the world on people who don't share that view. Too many in Washington have forgotten that their job is to serve. So tomorrow, the papers will say, I won this race. But the truth is, tonight we begin another one that's far more important than mine. And that's the race to turn this country around. To restore hope and confidence and optimism to this Commonwealth and across this nation of ours. Some things don't change after tonight. I don't expect the president to wake up tomorrow and view the world any differently than he did when he woke up this morning. He knows I won't either. But look, we do have an obligation to work together on issues where we can agree. I think we have a duty to do that. Just because we have a two-party system doesn't mean we have to be in perpetual conflict. I think I've shown that to be true at critical times in the past. I hope the president gives me the chance to show it again. There's so much that we can and should do for the good of all Americans.
I'll read out McConnell in, and in 2 years there'll be a vacancy in another office behind that big desk in the Oval Office. Who could get it? Back to our panel now. Tony Sayegh, Julie Roginski, and Pat Caddell. Julie, Hillary. Hillary. She's running. I don't care what anybody says. She's going to run. So what does she learn from what happened tonight?
What took us so long? The 2016 campaign began at least 5 hours ago. We're just talking about it now. What does she learn? I think she learns that you have to give voters a reason to believe in the Democratic Party again. I think it is in her vast interest to have Barack Obama run some scores on the scoreboard between now and 2016.
How does he do that?
How does he do that? I don't know. I mean, that's for him to determine. But he does need to change the perception of him, because regardless of whether she liked it or not, you cannot have fatigue with Barack Obama for her to win, because she can't separate herself from him. So she effectively will be having to run for a third Obama term, regardless of whether she wants to or not.
Pat,
I'm sure she doesn't, but she'll have to.
Had a third Obama term. Look, back in, 1976?
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter in 1980, well, 76, governor from Plains with the Peanuts and Billy and all that, and boom, you get a president.
Well, yeah, he was so well known that they left him off the Gallup poll in December, the year 1975, because they forgot him. But that was after Watergate. That was after dislocation and loss in Vietnam. Look, the problem Hillary's got is in the polls tonight, and so are the Republicans. Right now, and we didn't. Everyone was so concentrated, this didn't come up. On the question whether Hillary would be a good president or not, 43% says yes, she would. 52% of the people voting today said no. But get this: every single Republican, Jeb Bush, Christie, Rand Paul, were all listed. All of them had over 60% who said they would not be a good president. Asked who you would vote for, 34% said Hillary, 39% said a Republican candidate, 24% said it depended. These are not encouraging numbers for anybody. And it goes back to my point that the dissatisfaction, I think you're exactly right. If Hillary Clinton continues to start this gender campaign, vote for me because I'm a woman, which has been her, she better learn what happened tonight.
Backfired in Kentucky.
In Kentucky and elsewhere.
Yeah.
And she better come up with a bigger vision than that. And her consultants, all the people around her. But she is, to me, just stagnant. And all of these, and I will say this in my view of the Republican Party right now, it is ready for an insurgent to seize that party in a way it's never been done.
Who could that be? We
I
saw
have
that,
no
that
idea.
victory tonight by Scott Walker.
Scott Walker.
But it would have to be someone who would attack the established. He's not going to attack the established Republican Party.
From that, I think.
Well, let's focus on the known. And the known is Hillary Clinton wants to run for president, and she's going to have to make a decision based on where she stands and where the president stands in the polls about a year from now. We just saw a historic defeat of an incumbent president yet again. This president is going to be delivering to Hillary Clinton probably an approval rating somewhere in the low 40s by the time she makes this decision. Can she make the justification that she can be a legitimate Democratic candidate after 2 years
on that, on the low 40s?
Of course, because no, I wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't. I don't think Bill Clinton would want her to. But look at where she's campaigned. Massachusetts, she campaigned with Coakley. Coakley failed. She campaigned with Braley in Iowa. Braley failed. She's campaigned in Louisiana with Landrieu. Landrieu's likely to fail.
Grimes in Kentucky.
Grimes in Kentucky. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton learned a very hard lesson tonight, which is they cannot make up for the mistakes of Barack Obama, and they're going to be directly associated with them should she run for president.
But put this in perspective. In 2006, 2010, Barack Obama, in his own words, got shellacked. He came back 2 years later to win. In 1986, Ronald Reagan got shellacked. In 1988, the Republicans held on to the White House. So 2 years
but
is a
Reagan's
very,
ratings got up into the 60s. I don't think that's going to happen for Obama.
Well, we're talking about Hillary. Neither Reagan nor Obama were on the ballot for a third term.
Yeah, but he paid George H.W. Bush over.
No, but right. So what you're talking about is the fact that 2 years is a lifetime, as we saw 2 years ago when the Democrats had a very good night. Tonight they did not. 4 years ago they did not have a good night. 2 years later they did.
But,
that's the difference.
But remember this. In 2012, the Republican Party ran the single worst campaign, as I said, for months in history with Romney, and a campaign they should have won, and they lost it. They lost it for some of the same reasons, the same mistakes they did in this election, which is no message, no platform, and letting the other side out-hustle you. That was still a relatively close election. I am saying right now, you don't want a president with very negative ratings hanging over you.
Right.
That's a problem.
All right, you know what's great about politics? Nixon lost and won. Bill Clinton lost the congressional race. FDR lost as vice president. You never know.
Yeah. Obama lost.
That's right.
A congressional race.
Right. All right. Well, we're going to move on for just a moment here, talking about Democratic Governor Jerry Brown making history in California. The incumbent governor has won a record fourth term after focusing much of his campaign on the number one issue on many Americans' minds, the economy. Adam Housley is standing by in Los Angeles with more on Brown's victory and other major races on the West Coast. Hey there, Adam.
Hey, Julie. Yeah, Democrats continue to hold some pretty significant strength in California and much of the West Coast. That was indeed the evidence tonight. There are also some interesting races out here, though, in the congressional side of things. There's a couple of seats the Republicans are trying to pick up in California. They are too close to call still at this hour. The same can also be said for Gabby Gifford's old seat in Arizona. We're within like 50 votes at the latest count. In the seat down there in southern Arizona in the Tucson area. Martha McSally taking on Ron Ron Barber, the incumbent. Again, this is the former seat held by Gabby Giffords. Very, very close there. Too close to call. Republicans obviously put a lot of money into that race as well. And at this hour, we don't know who's going to take that seat in the southern part of Arizona. As for Utah, we do have an answer there. Mia Love becomes the first Republican female black member ever elected to Congress. She wins, the former mayor winning rather handily by 3%, according to the numbers that are in at this hour, which is 100% reporting. So a big win for Republicans there, as the other races in California, Arizona is still up in the air. As for the governor's race in California, as you mentioned, Julie, the fourth term for Governor Jerry Brown. In his second stint as governor, he wins handily over Neel Kashkari. There was really no chance that Kashkari would win this race. All the polls showed Brown ahead from the beginning. In fact, at one point, Brown wasn't even going to debate him, and finally, pressure from some newspapers forced the governor into one debate, but he wins rather handily. To the north in Oregon, John Kitzhaber has also been reelected there as governor in Oregon, his fourth term as governor, and Oregon becomes the third state to officially pass and legalize marijuana on the following the 2012 elections, both in Colorado as well as Washington. It also appears that in Alaska, they are on their way to legalizing marijuana as well. Not official yet, but right now that is leading there. And organizers say they're now going to head towards California for 2016, wanting to legalize it here in the Golden State. And one final note, kind of interesting, we all hear about the soda tax. You guys in New York were all over that a while back. Well, here in California, San Francisco, which always seems to pass things that are very, well, they call it forward thinking, others might call it crazy. They turned down the soda tax. You go across the Bay Bridge to Berkeley, they passed a soda tax. So two competing liberal cities have two different takes on the soda tax here in California. Back to you guys in New York.
All right. You know what that means? Everyone's going to drive over the bridge and buy their soda, avoid that tax.
And then go back.
Thank you, Adam. Well, besides those races in California, Connecticut, Arizona, Colorado, and Alaska, those are races that are not yet settled. Ahead, why it will be one more month before we learn the results of that race down in Louisiana. Fox News projecting that the Louisiana Senate race will go to a December 6th runoff. You know, both three-term Democratic Senator Mary Landrieu and her Republican challenger Bill Cassidy, well, they fell below the 50% needed in order to try to claim outright victory in the so-called jungle primary they have in that state, because jungle primary, they say, because everyone runs. But in head-to-head polling, Cassidy is ahead of Landrieu, who came under fire for recently suggesting sexism and racism in the South were to blame for voters turning against her and President Obama. Well, in the December race, Landrieu and Cassidy will run head-to-head without the competition from spoiler candidates like the Republican Rob Maness. Landrieu said tonight that she is looking forward to the rematch in December.
Now we have the race that we have wanted for months. For months, Congressman Cassidy has hidden from the voters of Louisiana. He has used the Koch brother wallet full of billions of dollars to hide behind and distort and twist our record of fighting and delivering for Louisiana.
Now bringing back our panel for a final roundup, Tony Sayegh, Julie Rudzinski, and Pat Caddell. And we were talking about 2016, and I just want to read one of our followers on Twitter, David Whitfield, writes me at Julie Banderas. Will people like Senator Rand Paul be able to improve the image of the GOP enough to win an election in 2016? Your predictions. I'll start with you, Tony.
I certainly don't think so. Look, I think Rand Paul has an interesting appeal. He's what you would probably call a movement politician, because he does represent a set of issues that are outside of the mainstream of the party that could potentially attract younger, more libertarian voters to the party. I don't see him being our strongest national candidate, and I don't see him becoming the guy who then brings the Republican Party to be a majority party. I do think we have others. Scott Walker tonight certainly has the record, the achievement of taking on the public sector unions, being an effective governor in a very blue state in Wisconsin, getting elected 3 times in the wake of serious opposition. I mean, Mary Landrieu talks about the Koch brothers as if they're the only money in town. The Democrats that have put in money through labor unions and other special interest groups against Scott Walker and other Republicans far exceeds whatever the Republicans have done. So I do think we have some great guys. Rand Paul, not necessarily the one I'm looking for.
Kat, Julie?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think Scott Walker is somebody, if I were a Republican and I wanted to win in 2016, he's somebody I would take a very, very, very serious look at. He has, as Tony said, survived 3 very challenging elections in a state that's very populous and actually should be a Democratic state, and he's won. So I would do that. Rand Paul, to me, there's sort of 3 different branches of the Republican Party right now. There's the establishment, there's Ted Cruz, and there's Rand Paul. And Ted Cruz and Rand Paul are not one and the same. And so there's got to be some bloodletting in the party before 2016 to determine who's going to be the leader of the party, which wing is going to lead, and it's not going to be Rand Paul. I don't believe.
Yeah, I think that the question about the image of the Republican Party doesn't lie with its presidential candidates right now. It lies with what's happening in the Congress. Right now, the leadership of the Republican Party, according to the exit poll today, in an election they won in terms of overwhelmingly, was as bad as Barack Obama's in terms of whether you were angry or dissatisfied with the leadership of the Republican Party. In fact, I think this whole election, one of the things that stopped Republicans at the very end from doing better in these states was that voters didn't want to reward the Republicans. They wanted to punish Obama, and so it got kind of hairy.
Do you think anger decided this election?
No, in the end, it was somebody's got. We're going to vote against somebody, and it was the party in power. Right. I think the Republic. I think this is so thin. I think we're missing the fact that this country is so dissatisfied with its direction that somebody's got to come along bigger. And I think the Republicans depend in part how they look in this Congress. They could end up looking very bad, or they could end up looking very good. And I just think we're in for a much wilder ride than anyone thinks in 2016. Tonight was a precursor of nothing.
What does the president do if he gets this legislation, and how does he change that to help the potential Democratic nominee?
The president can go from bad, which is clear as of a result of tonight's outcome, to worse if he pursues the route that he has seemed to telegraph of executive orders, particularly on the issue of immigration.
Yeah, that's coming. That's going to cause an explosion.
Where I think the president and Democrats have misread the immigration issue is the assumption that everybody uniformly is behind, from the Democratic side of the equation, amnesty. That's not true. Most people, frankly, most Americans all across the board oppose amnesty. And what's complicated this issue for the president, where he has to be very careful, is ISIS and the fact that in South America today are terrorist training camps from radical jihadists. We know they exist in the tri-border region between Paraguay, Argentina, and Brazil. They have land access to our southern border, and this is no longer just an issue about reaching out to the Hispanic vote. This is an issue of national security. So if the president uses executive order to ram it through, he's going to do even more harm than he currently has done.
He's got another problem, though, and it's competence. Right now, the country thinks he is not competent. A foreign policy looks like a deer in the headlights. And you mentioned Eric Iran. We're going to have this problem. They are almost about to give Iran a nuclear weapon, trying to get them on our side. It's amazing. And I think the problem for the president has been in this election, not just we're not happy with his policies. He hasn't looked like he's running anything. He's got a real challenge. It's more than vetoing bills or whatever. He's got to show he can lead this government, because people aren't pleased with the way it's working.
And it's a matter of national security.
The way they don't like Congress either.
Protecting this country as it looks like there'll be another delay yet again with the disputed nuclear program with Iran. You're right.
And I think that's part of the issue. The problem is there's a leadership vacuum on both sides. Everybody's disgusted, and it doesn't seem that it's going to get any better in the next couple of years. So it's going to see which side is going to do slightly better, although no side is going to do well. That's
whether there's another answer.
Pat Caddell, first of all, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pat's been on the air since 5 p.m. Eastern, by the way. And Tony Sayegh, it was great to have you three on. Now go to bed.
Good to have you here.
Thank you so much.
You're dismissed.
Another election night, and tonight's election night, well, kind of a notable anniversary for me. 40 years ago, that's right, 40 years ago, I was in high school. That's me on the left. On the right is Frank Hapsidis. I anchored and produced a live 3-hour news election coverage on cable television. I don't even think they did that back then. It was called Election 74 Manhattan. Check out those pictures. Camera crews, you know what we did? We ran the tape.
Like I did. I mean, I had heard that.
That's 70 shag.
It was terrible.
We ran tapes back on the subway and taxi cabs, and it worked. Now we got all these fancy gizmos and the great team here I work at Fox News with all my colleagues. So from Election 74 Manhattan to Election 2014, still on cable. Yeah. And the Fox News channel.
How did we do it before all the technology?
We just ran the tapes
Getting the
back.
results, getting the polls.
You waited.
The decision desk, what would they do without electronics?
Yep, we waited. Now we have this great coverage. And I thank you for joining us and staying up late for those on the East Coast and those on the West Coast.
Happy anniversary to you.
Thank you.
You would never know you were a day over 40. You were doing that at age 1? Amazing. You're a genius. That'll do it for us. Thank you so much to our amazing panel, Tony Sayegh, Julie Radzinski, and Pat Goodell. Fox and Friends First continues our election coverage right here on America's Election Headquarters.
Take care.